Believe it or not, we're streaming on air.
We're streaming on youtube.org.
It appears that is the case. Hello, and welcome to a Glidus live stream with special one-time only guest, AKOTSK.
Hi.
For the first time ever.
I've never been here before.
Yeah, do you want me to show you around?
Yeah, where's your facilities?
I'll show you after the stream. Anyway, so there's a new Game of Thrones show, which you may have heard of. It's called The Night of the Seven Kingdoms, and it's based on a book, a novella by George R.R. Martin called The Hedge Knight.
And this might be the most faithful adaptation of any George Martin book ever.
Are you sure? In the Lost Lands was pretty close to the novella. That's a joke. In the Lost Lands is nothing like the novella. Fun movie, though. Yeah, so we thought it would be interesting to take a look at all the differences between the Night of the Seven Kingdoms show and the Hedge Knight novella.
Yeah, it's mostly very faithful, but the show does add a lot. It expands a lot of the side characters. It has more time with Dunk and Egg. And it makes some changes that in some ways contradict the books as well. And a lot of these changes we loved, but some of these changes we hated.
Well, hold on. You leave the word "we" and the word "hate" out of my mouth.
Well, that's
what the purpose of the stream is. We're going to get into it. We'll discuss. We'll debate. We'll fight to the death.
Yeah. Do you think we're going to agree or disagree?
I think we'll as usual, we will agree on most things. I don't
think that's true. I think we disagree frequently.
Yeah?
I'm doing a...
Yeah? Yeah, well, I disagree with that. I think we agree all the time.
Unbelievable. So you can see on screen this beautiful chart we have. So on the right is a list of lots of different differences between the book and show.
Insecure about his charts. He thinks his charts are great, and he worries that not everyone else thinks they're great. So if you can just say in the chat, I think this chart is great.
If you could just provide some validation for these lovely little circular images that we've constructed. Just tell us that it's worthwhile building this chart, because we're going to rank all of these changes based on how good we think the change is and how big we think the change is. I think we also want to give ratings out of 10 for how much joy this change gives us and how bold we think the change is.
Or how, cowardly it is.
Yeah.
How timid and meek a change it was. Yeah. This change didn't require balls.
Because they did make some ballsy changes, like the big Rafe flashback in episode 5.
Hey, that's jumping the gun. We're not supposed to talk about that yet.
All right, well, let's start at the beginning.
The structure.
All right, enough preamble.
We talked about this.
Enough preamble.
Time to get to the amble.
Time for the amble, yeah. They're so not ready for the post-amble. But no, it's time for the amble, the ramble, if you will. Let's discuss Dunk. So this isn't really a singular change so much as
the main character of the show.
Yeah, it's like Peter Claffey's portrayal of the main character Dunk. It has sort of changes inherent in it. So one of the biggest changes in it is that Peter Claffey's 10 years older than Dunk is. Dunk is 16 or 17 years old in the book, and Peter Claffey is older. He's also shorter than Dunk.
Yeah, Dunk is almost 7 feet tall in the novella, isn't that correct? And Peter Claffey is, 6'8"? Yeah. I didn't want to say 6'7" for obvious reasons.
Of course not. We wouldn't want any Zoomers getting onto our stream, would we?
No, stay away.
And so
I've got the garlic prepared to ward them off.
Is it garlic or silver bullets for Zoomers?
It depends on which end of the generation they are.
So there are some subtle changes in personality, I think, between the Dunk of the book and the Peter Claffey of the show. I feel like in the show they do a lot of physical comedy with Dunk and a lot of comedic moments where the joke is that Dunk is dumb. And they have a lot of Peter Claffey bumps his head on a lot of doors and Peter Claffey doesn't understand what Egg is talking about. When Dunk's oh, people tell me I'm dumb, and Egg's
fucking hilarious.
So there's a lot of moments that highlight Dunk being a bit of an oaf.
Yep.
In the show. In the book, Dunk has a lot of internal monologue where he's oh, I'm Dunk the Lunk, I'm not very smart. But there aren't as many moments of him being dumb and people making fun of
buffoon.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peter Claffey plays a bit of a bumbling buffoon of a Dunk, I think. So do you see that as a big change? Do you see that as a small change? Do you see that as a good change? Because it's kind of more of the tone of the show.
Yes, and I think, That's so interesting. I think it is good that we have a more fun main character for this more fun show. I like that the show is fun. That's my hot take of the day.
Yeah.
He's not as like it'd be probably impossible to find a 19-year-old actor who can convincingly who is 7 feet tall and is going to play 16-year-old Dunk. Like that person doesn't exist.
I mean, I'm impressed enough that they cast
Exactly.
an actor to play Egg who is actually the same age as Egg. Like Dexter Sol Ansel, the kid who plays the bald kid, is actually the right age, which is cool of them. But yeah, I guess they didn't find a 16-year-old with the acting chops of Peter Claffey.
And we can't blame them for that.
I think that it would be better if the actor playing Dunk was 7 feet tall. And I know that that's an unreasonable ask, but his name is Duncan the Tall. Like, his whole thing...
He's still pretty tall.
He's pretty
He's
tall.
the tallest person in the show.
But he's not so tall that, like, he walks into a room and everyone's like, oh, shit, it's the tall guy, you know? Like, I mean, I feel like they almost could have
I
done
don't know, I
some-
disagree. I
Yeah?
think that he does have that feeling about him. He, like, is clearly way taller than everyone else.
The actors who they got to play the Mountain in Game of Thrones...
Okay.
Like, at least 2 of those 3 actors qualify
Were
in my
enormous.
brain as this person walks into a room and everyone goes, oh,
That's
fuck,
like
it's
an
a tall guy."
arrestingly tall person.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And
But
I would like
thing
if Dunk had that kind
the
of
thing is,
presence.
those actors playing the Mountain didn't have to carry a show.
Yeah.
They didn't have to play the main character. They didn't have to be charismatic and
Yeah.
enthralling in the way that Peter Claffey is as Dunk. I think that Hathor does a great job as the Mountain, but also if the Mountain were the main character of Game of Thrones, Hathor Bjornsson would not have made it a very great show.
Yeah, I'm not asking for World's Strongest Man, have Thor Bjornsson to be cast as Duncan the Tall.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I think that would have been a miscast.
yeah. No,
I wonder if
agree.
Arnie is still taking roles.
Arnold Schwarzenegger
Yeah.
as Duncan the Tall. Yeah, no, I agree that like I think that they prioritized the correct thing. Like I'm sure they could have found a worse actor who is taller, but they chose to cast a great actor who is a little shorter than Dunk should be.
To me, that's priorities in the right place.
Yeah. And I think there's the broader question of like the tone of the show. Like Dunk has a lot of comedy in this show that is about him being a bit of a buffoon.
Having like an awkward body that he isn't comfortable with.
And I think a lot of that's to do with the physicality, which of course isn't in the book because
It's a book.
Because it's a book. It's a book. And I think a lot of the comedy comes from, you know, Dunk is this kind of like naive guy walking into a complicated situation that he's not prepared for. Like that is the like comedic thread running through the whole season. And I think that's something that the show emphasizes a lot. But yeah, I mean, to sort of put a bow on the Peter Claffey of it all, the difference between Peter Claffey and Dunk, I think that the change is not huge. I think that at
Yeah, it's still
heart-
Dunk.
Yeah.
That he's still Dunk.
Yeah, I think Peter Claffey is Dunk. It's not a radically different character.
Yeah. Like when I first saw stills of Claffey in shooting of this show, I said, "Oh my god, that's Dunk."
Yeah.
They found him.
I would have liked slightly longer hair. Might have been nice. The book describes him as shaggy, and like the graphic novel depicts him as having longer hair. I feel like that might be kind of nice, but it's not a big deal at all.
I wonder if they tried that. Maybe like with Dunk being as like dirty as he is, like long hair would have made him feel just a bit too ratty, like as a main character in a TV show, you know?
Oh, it'd be full of fleas, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It'd be all mangy.
Yeah.
We don't want a mangy Dunk now, do we?
Yeah, you wanna like the guy.
Yeah. A certain amount of hair care is advisable for a protagonist, I think, in general.
Yeah, Dunk is sponsored by L'Oreal, as we know.
He's worth it.
Also, Dunk, Peter Claffey's Irish, and as a result, because like they didn't make him do a different accent, Dunk is Irish in the show.
Yeah, I mean that's like a whole broader topic that I don't feel qualified to speak on really, but I think that they use like Irish accents as shorthand for like lower class, and they use like
Yep.
toffee English accents as a shorthand for upper class and rich and educated.
Yes, this
And-
is persistent across Game of Thrones because Davos Seaworth also is Irish.
Yeah, and I'm sure people have written PhDs on all of the complexities and layers and levels of that. But that is something they're doing with Dunk, is having this Irish accent for the lower class Peter Claffey.
Well, he's doing it, everyone.
Was that acceptable? Was
It's
that good?
fine. They're not going to come for you.
All right.
You've gotten away with much worse.
Oh, God, have I? So what if he was Australian?
Yo, g'day.
Me name's Dunk.
Is there a measure of fool that I fail to meet?
What if Baylor Breakspear was like,
Now, I ask you once again, how good a knight are you?
are there no true knights among yous? All right.
Alright, stop spoiling my fan dub.
All right. Yeah. Well, yeah, you did that Paul Atreides.
Oh, that was so fun when he rides the sand
The
dude.
sand ute.
Yeah.
Yeah, go watch that video. All right. So the differences between Peter Claffey and Dunk. How do we rank that as like big change, small change, good change, bad change?
I think it's morally, like, pretty neutral. I would err on the side of a little good, and I don't think it's that big. I think it's maybe halfway down small.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that Peter Claffey's Dunk is mostly the same as Book Dunk. There are little moments like, you know, when he approaches the prince is a sort of a bold, smart move that isn't in the book. But also in some way, like in some ways, Dunk is smarter and more confident in the show, but also in some ways, Dunk is dumber in the show. So like, I feel like in a lot of ways, it sort of balances out.
There's a lot to be said for Dunk's perception of himself as stupid.
Yeah.
Being like invented in his head. It's a justification that lower class people in this world have for themselves being lower class, or that like
Yeah,
everyone
yeah.
has for them being lower class.
Yeah. And also, like, he's 16 in the book.
Yeah,
like,
of course he's
who
gonna be an
among you
idiot.
was not a bit dumb when we were 16, you know?
Looking back on all my behavior as a 16-year-old, I can safely say that I made no mistakes.
Yeah. So like, he's a 16-year-old with no experience in the book. So, like, of course he's naive and makes some silly choices. The key one being assaulting a prince.
Oh, but
But also that's what makes him heroic.
yeah, he was protecting the innocent.
So there is also that thematic moral point of like, yeah, maybe Dunk is a bit naive and stupid, but also that's the source of his heroism. And I'm really fascinated to see if George ever writes the 10 more Dunk and Egg books that
Yeah,
he threatens
with
to
Dunk
make.
as an adult, as a more experienced, knowledgeable individual, does he retain the foolish romantic heroism at the heart of his story?
I think one of the most George Martinian questions you can ask is, how do we keep our childlike romanticism and hope and dreams whilst also growing into adults with experience and pragmatism?
I think that's exactly what Jon Snow, the story of Jon
Yeah.
Snow in A Dance with Dragons,
Yeah.
addresses.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Daenerys in A Dance with Dragons as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's a question that we all answer in different ways.
And even Rob through A Storm of... George thinks about this a lot.
Yeah. I think George talks about this a lot indirectly in his interviews and stuff with the ways that he talks about life and Hollywood and history. But yeah. So is it a good change, the small ways that they've changed Dunk? I mean, I don't think it's bad. I would kind of like if he was a little taller, but you know, that
You're
is a
such a
superficial
stickler.
thing.
Just
I
put the
know.
boy on stilts and be done with
know.
it.
I think that the tone, I think that the sort of comedy of Dunk being a bit of an oaf is good and fun. I feel like maybe sometimes they overdo it, but I think that like Peter Claffey sells it. Like Peter Claffey is fundamentally, he's a great actor, he's a great comedic actor,
Yeah.
and he absolutely successfully embodies Dunk. So like, this is not in any way a bad change, the ways in which Peter is different, I think.
I agree.
So let's just put him lightly in the small good quadrant, shall we?
Yeah. I don't think it's a huge departure, and I also think it's not bad at all.
Hell yeah.
Do you think it's bold to have cast Peter Claffey as Dunk, or is it just like, yep, that makes a lot of sense?
I don't think it was bold, because I think that Peter Claffey walked into the room and they were like, oh, there's Dunk.
Oh, look, there he is.
Yeah, like I don't think it felt like a bold
Actually, the
decision
way
for
they
them.
got him was they just picked up a copy of The Hedge Knight and shook it, and he just fell out.
Fell out, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it was a bold choice at all.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a controversial or bold choice at all. I think that some of the comedic choices are bold, and we'll get to that later.
Yes.
But like the casting of Peter Claffey and his choices as a performer are all legit. I would say that one other very small change between the book and the show is that I feel that in the book, Dunk has a bit more of a brutality to him.
Right.
And this
Dunk from Flea Bottom is still there, just under the surface.
Dunk from Flea Bottom. And I guess this sort of connects more to the flashback stuff because in the books there's a lot of internal moments where there is a violence to Dunk. Like when Dunk is beating Aerion and Aerion is surrendering, Dunk thinks, "Ooh, I would really like to squash Aerion's eyeballs and kill him and mutilate him. I'd really like to do that." And there's a few other little moments in Dunk's internal monologue where he wants to do violence. He has these violent impulses. And that's something that also has roots in his childhood, because in his descriptions of his childhood, Dunk thinks that he was a little monster.
He was the worst of them.
Dunk thinks that he used to beat other boys and take their stuff until Allan taught him not to. And that's very different to what we see in the episode 5 flashback, right?
Yeah.
Because in the episode 5 flashback, young Dunk is meek and shy.
Timid.
He's timid, while Rafe is the one who is a troublemaker and is more bold and rebellious. So I think I guess that's something we'll talk about for the episode 5 flashback bit later. Because the characterization of young Dunk, I think, is very different to the little scraps we get from the book. But yeah, I guess that's kind of a different topic, young Dunk versus big Dunk.
Consider that gun jumped.
Consider that foreshadowing groundwork laid.
It was intentional.
So I think the next change to talk about is one of the first things you noticed when you started watching A Night of the Seven Kingdoms episode 1. One of the first things in the first minute, the first deviations, was these little delightful snappy flashbacks.
The Family Guy cutaway gags.
Yeah, there were these little flashbacks to Allan hitting Dunk, and there's a little flashback to Dunk remembering young Dunk asking Allan if he'd ever knight him, and Allan just spat. There's also a little flashback to Allan with an arrow in his belly. And so that's something that in the first episode very quickly said, hey, here's a stylistic thing that we do that's different, that isn't in any of the other Game of Thrones shows.
Yep.
And I think it right away it told us this show is snappier, funnier, more whimsical, more bouncy. Playful. And it's grounded in Dunk's head.
Yeah. Yeah, what we're seeing is what Dunk remembers, what he's thinking about going back to in his head right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're seeing this play out in Dunk's head as he remembers these things.
Yeah. So the flashbacks are not only funny and fun and playful, but they also ground us in Dunk and his memories and his personality.
Except that one time where we remember Robin Riesling in a joust.
Yeah, that was a choice. Yeah, I thought that was a funny choice that we jump into his head at one point.
I think that's just a more fun way of communicating that information than him saying, "Oh, my eye was poked out by a splinter in a joust."
Yeah,
like we get to see it.
Yeah. So the flashbacks as a device continue through the season in different ways, but it's really prominent at the start with the little clouting montage.
Yeah, and I think they needed to lay that groundwork in the first episode so that when we get to episode 5, we're like primed for a flashback, right?
Yeah. I think one of the other great things that the Allan hitting Dunk flashback does is that in the space of literally like 3 seconds, it gives us the experience of, oh, this is the history that these two characters had together. Yep. Because they needed to give us context for the death of Allan, because that's the first scene.
Yeah, in the novella, you get to read how Dunk feels about it, but in the show, we have to be shown how he feels about it.
So they could have done some extended flashback of like Dunk meeting Allan and put that at the very beginning, but they chose to show some of that stuff later, and instead we just get this quick, like, here's the TLDR, so that it doesn't take away the momentum of the present moment. They don't start with something different. The
effect of this and the pooping that we're going to talk about very shortly is that Allan's burial is a much funnier scene than it is in the novella. It's not funny at all in the novella. Yeah. It's quite sad. Yeah, it's bleak in the first page of The Hedge Knight. Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. These flashbacks really change the tone and the feel of the beginning to make it a bit more fun, which I think, sort of accurately tells us that this is a fun show.
The show is going to go places tonally, because it starts with those shots of the rain over the hill and the horses and Dunk like wearily carrying Arlen's body into a shallow grave, and then it cuts away to this slap montage, and then the pooping, and it's like, okay, this is gonna take me places.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that we said in Dunk Time that like my feeling was that these flashbacks sort of like woke us up, because I feel like when you start with this sad, dramatic,
Slow,
grave in
somber,
the rain, it might make you think that, oh, this is a slow, sad, somber
It's going to be a dirge.
show. It's another like cynical HBO downer, violent slog. But no, the flashbacks are like, hey, look, we're actually having fun, guys.
Oi,
like,
wake up! Get up!
Wake up, we're having fun. Like, it's like they just put a TikTok in the middle of a feature film.
Subway
It's like,
Surfers.
yeah, it's like the Subway Surfers. Like the most cynical
Literally
possible...
Family Guy cutaways.
Yeah. The most cynical possible read is that it's like jangling keys in front of our faces.
I mean,
to
you
make
did
us
say
go, "Oh."
throughout Dunk Time, you said that each episode starts with a hey, an attention-grabbing thing.
Yeah. Which I guess is kind of cynical, but it's almost like YouTube clickbait in a thumbnail for a very legit.
In this stream,
video.
we're going to talk about all of the fucking changes in every change, right? We're not going to talk about every change. Who are you kidding?
Yeah, it's almost like a sort of cynical strategy in what is a genuine and great piece of art.
And they've done it in a way that doesn't come off immediately as, as cynical as it may be.
Yeah.
It's still good.
And I also love how creative the specific contents of these mini flashbacks are. Like, I really like that they had the, like, half-a-second shot of Dunk covered in mud, and in the background there's another child covered in mud with, like, a parent coming to console them or something. And, like, in the space of 0.5 seconds, they're telling a story about, remember that time when Dunk got carried away mud wrestling some kid, and... maybe it was a fight and Allan had to tell him not to. And then it has...
Remember the time Dunk started a fire?
Yeah. And I love how the first two flashbacks are young Dunk, played by Bamba Todd, and then the third flashback is adult Dunk, played by Peter Claffey. And so that tells us...
chronology, there's history to the relationship.
Yeah. It's a time lapse of Dunk growing up with Allan. And so without having to use any words... it tells us, these two have been together for a decade.
Yeah, well, you basically immediately get, oh, that's his dad.
Yeah. It's so effective and it's so concise.
I'm picking up that you like this change. Do you think this is a good change?
I do think this is a good change. It surprised me. It delighted me. How do you feel about how bold it is? I feel like it's bold.
I think it is rather bold, yes.
Yeah.
I'd give it a 7 on the boldness, with absolutely no frame of reference for what 0 or 10 are.
Yeah, no, well, I will discover that as we go along,
we'll fossick around for that meaning.
We'll fossick,
Yeah.
for sure. Let's fossick. Welcome to Swift and
There's a lot
Glider's
of
fossicking.
fossicking in these streams, don't you think?
There sure is. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's fun. I think it's bold. I think it's not big.
You don't think it's a big change?
I mean, in terms of like the style and the tone and the devices of the storytelling, I suppose it's somewhat big. In terms of like screen time, it's very small.
True. I mean, that is due to how concise they are in conveying all that information. But I think it could be considered a major change, because to convey that information in the novella, you write 2 or 3 paragraphs about it.
I think that it makes the show feel different.
Yes.
And that includes like the Allan with the arrow and Dunk and Allan spitting when Dunk asks if he'll become a knight. Like the tone of all of the flashbacks is funny and sharp and surprising. It changes the feel of the show fundamentally, I think. So, yeah, I guess it is kind of a big change. It's a bit of a big change. It's a good change. Do you reckon that's about right up in the left right of our beautiful chart here?
For now, yes.
Yeah.
We may have to recabobble it as the stream continues.
We'll recabobble as we
Who's
go
next?
along.
Oh, it's poop time.
It's poop time. So this is sort of the first big shock of the show, is that Dunk wonders what he'll do with his life. and he picks up a sword, and he decides he's going to be a knight. And the Game of Thrones theme music plays for the first time in this show. And you think it's going to cut to the opening credits, and you think it's going to be epic and cool and inspiring. And then it cuts to Dunk pooping, having a big ugly shit behind a tree.
Yeah.
That was surprising.
Now that's shocking.
That was shocking. It's not often you see on-screen diarrhea in broad daylight.
In the first 2 minutes of a show.
Yes. That is very bold. I remember reading in an interview that Ira Parker pitched this idea to George R. R. Martin. And George R. R. Martin, the author of the book, was, quote, surprised by the change and a bit confused, but Ira was into it, so George was like, okay.
I'm a bit confused.
I'm a bit confused.
He was a bit confused, which is fair enough.
Yeah. I bet Ira had to fight for this change, because no doubt some people hate this.
Oh, I'm surely a lot of people, a sizable portion of the audience, might have just turned the show off.
Yeah.
And thought, okay, I don't need to watch this.
HBO would have a metric somewhere in their filing cabinet, in their Cerebro server office.
In David Zaslav's head.
Yeah, so somewhere in David Zaslav's floppy disks, there is a number of what percentage of viewers switched off the episode when the diarrhea happened. There is there is some thousands of people who did that, surely. There'll be a number of how many people cancelled their HBO subscription after they saw Peter Claffey pooping on screen.
Which is a shame because, I mean, the show turned out to be a hit either way, so who's laughing now, you know?
I think that the argument for the pooping, I think on one level it's funny, poopies, subverted your expectations. You thought it was an epic moment, but it's a pooper moment.
Yeah, we get to make a cute little meta commentary about how people perceive Game of Thrones in general.
Yeah, shitting on your expectations, shitting on the legacy of Game of Thrones. We're irreverent, we're fun, we're different. But also, I think sort of the bigger brained take.
I've had a profound thought, if anyone would care to listen.
That's our latest addition to the soundboard, everyone.
So sort of the more profound thought take is that this is a show about romanticism and idealism clashing with ugly reality. And so Dunk has these ideals of what it means to be a heroic knight, and he discovers that sometimes knighthood is corrupted and difficult and ugly, and sometimes the glory and majesty of tournaments and lords are not as good and proper and beautiful and honorable as they should be. And so interrupting the hero moment with poopies represents that theme at the heart of this story. So I think there is a deep thematic meaning to the poopies.
I agree.
But is that worth the diarrhea in the first 2 minutes of the show?
Look, you could definitely have shot it in such a way that you don't see feces being ejected at speed from Peter Claffey's rectum. You could have communicated the same idea without it being quite so, shall we say, disturbing. Especially to the presumably millions of people who were going to eat dinner while watching the premiere of the new Game of Thrones show, you know?
Yeah, this is not a show that you should watch while eating. Because it's not just Dunk pooping. It is also Plumber repeatedly goes and then spits.
That's a sound I don't even want to try to imitate.
Yeah,
it's honestly disgusting.
That was my attempt to do like a PG version of I really feel like you are right in that actor's sinuses. You know, like you're really experiencing.
They put the lav mic inside his fucking nose.
His entire respiratory system is on sonic display, and you just don't. I don't want that. I don't want that to happen to me ever again. But it happens like 3 times in this show. You have Plumber doing that, and you also have puke. So much puke. Dunk pukes, Raven pukes, Allan pukes, young Dunk pukes, and that's all just in episode 5. There's also ortho farting, which I think is kind of its own topic because it's so significant.
It does have its own circle down there, so don't you worry, we will talk about it in depth later.
And there's Raymond burping. And
the burp. I forgot about the burp.
Raymond also spits in episode 4, end of episode 4, I think.
Okay.
When Stefan betrays. So yes. like there's this ongoing repeated thing of poopy humor. and bodily functions and icky things. And like, I think that, a lot of that can roll into that theme of showing the ugly, messy reality behind our romantic ideals. But do you think they might do it a bit too much?
I think they might do it a bit too much. Like, is Plumber spitting into that cup for the second time this scene really communicating anything of thematic depth that wasn't already communicated the first time?
Yeah.
Or like already encapsulated much more. I think that the initial diarrhea scene, I think it's great. I
Yeah.
think it's fantastic. I think
Yeah.
perhaps it could have been shot more tastefully, as to not disturb Grandma having her dinner. But I personally am not affected by that. My grandparents are all dead.
God.
Fucking hell.
Oh my god.
Sorry, everyone.
Grandma Glider spinning in her grave.
So I think that one in particular is don't touch it at all. But Plumber, fucking okay, whatever. Yeah, I think at a certain point, especially in episode 1, it's like I'm trying to settle into this new show. Can this guy stop spitting?
Yeah. I think that on some cynical level, it's like a deliberate, calculated choice to get headlines. Like, new Game of Thrones show opens with diarrhea on screen. Like, I think that
We're talking about it.
we're talking about
It's
it.
working.
Like, I think it's an attention-seeking behavior by the show. But yeah, I agree
It's
with
also
you.
Ira Parker making it up to George R. R. Martin that Dave and Dan left Daenerys' diarrhea out of season 5.
Yeah, I think on some level, the diarrhea is the show saying Game of Thrones sucked. Because like, one of the greatest like cultural moments of the last 20 years was the ending of Game of Thrones sucked, and everyone knows it. And that is the legacy of Game of Thrones. In a lot of people's minds, the one thing they remember about Game of Thrones is
it the
oh
ending?
yeah, it's that show where the ending sucked. And so like,
Fucking hell.
and so I feel like this is this new show acknowledging that fact. It is acknowledging the fact that, yeah, the legacy of Game of Thrones, that theme music, when people hear that epic theme music, like, some part of our souls experiences the shadow of a profound disappointment.
Yeah. Okay. And Dunk pooping is Ira Parker taking us in and saying, we know.
Yeah.
We get it.
Yeah.
We're here to right that wrong.
Yeah. And I think that, like, it also is showing how this show and Night of the Seven Kingdoms is different to House of the Dragon, the other spin-off show. And House of the Dragon occupies a different place in relation to Game of Thrones,
murky,
right?
shadowy place.
Because one of the most controversial things that I think that I largely, I mean, it's real complicated, but I have a lot of reservations about the way that House of the Dragon connects itself to the Game of Thrones TV show. Because the House of the Dragon TV show, it could have been its own thing that was loyal to the books and adapted the books, but did not reference the Game of Thrones show. But the Game of Thrones show did a bunch of things to connect itself to Game of Thrones Season 8 that it didn't need to do. Chiefly the Valyrian
fucking
steel dagger.
Which, thankfully, no one in this show had on their person.
There's also a flashback to White Walkers.
And you see Daenerys in Daemon's
Daenerys.
vision.
Daenerys is in House of the Dragon. White Walkers are in House of the Dragon. That blade was in House of the Dragon. None of those things needed to be in House of the Dragon. But House of the Dragon insisted on reminding us of the most disappointing season of TV in the last 20 years. And they do that in episode 1.
Yeah,
Episode 1 of House of the Dragon is like, remember Game of Thrones Season 8 and how important and big and good it was?
Alright, listen up. You're here to sit through the new Game of Thrones show. I know that you hated Season 8. We know you hated that. Don't worry. It's a different show made by different people. Anyway, it takes place exactly 173 years before Daenerys.
Well, yeah, no, you're right. The text as well.
Yeah, it's on screen telling you how this connects to that character from that ending.
Yeah.
And also the title music is the Game of Thrones theme.
Yeah, which is cowardly. I mean, that's a whole
That
other
is a
live
cowardly-
stream that we should do.
Yes.
We could do a whole other live stream on House of the Dragon changes. But yeah, you're so right that, like, it is so cowardly that they didn't give House of the Dragon its own identity and its own theme music. They just tried to copy Game of Thrones and remind us of Game of Thrones, which is such a poor decision when so many people hated the ending of Game of Thrones. It feels like House of the Dragon is trying to gaslight you. Because the way that House of the Dragon evokes Game of Thrones Season 8 is so on the nose, and it's so in your face, and it's so, remember that really great season of TV, Game
you
of Thrones
guys
season
want
8?
to be reminded of that.
Yeah, remember how that was so good and consequential? Because all of the references in Hot D to Game of Thrones season 8, it all has this implicit assumption of the ending was really important, and you liked
cared
it,
about
and you
that.
cared about it,
You
and it was a good
care
payoff.
that this plot connects to that.
Like what that dagger and everything tells us is the most important thing about House of the Dragon is that it's leading up to Game of Thrones season 8 episode 3.
Fucking hell.
That is such a poor choice.
So I think A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is doing the bold cut off from Game of Thrones that we wanted from House of the Dragon. And I do want to clarify, after just shitting on it for the past 5 minutes, I quite like House of the Dragon.
Yeah, I think that House of the Dragon season 1 is one of the best seasons of Westeros TV we've ever gotten. And I think that season 2 is rocky, but there's also a lot of good in season 2.
I concur.
But yeah, I think it's boneheaded and infuriating the ways in which...
It reeks of studio oversight. I
Yes.
can't say for certain if that is the case, or if Ryan Condal or Miguel Sapochnik back in season 1 went out on a limb. No, it's got to be the Ramin Djawadi Game of Thrones theme.
Yeah.
But it smells like studio oversight to me. Oh, we gotta remind people of Game of Thrones. That's my impression of your impression of David Zaslav.
I was gonna say I've heard that. I've heard that accent before, and only from us, never from an actual American.
Yeah, that accent doesn't actually exist.
That's not one you're gonna find in the wild.
It's not mid-Atlantic. It's like halfway down the Indian Ocean.
So I love that A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is doing something different. A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is not gaslighting us, pretending that Game of Thrones season 8 was good.
It's sort of winking at us about it. It's like, yeah. Anyway, here's a new show.
Yeah, I think that one of the best things that A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms does is it establishes its own identity and its own story and its own tone and its own feel and its own humor. And I think that the poopies are part of that. So I think that Dunk pooping at the start, I agree that I think it has a purpose. I think that it works. I think that it maybe is more graphic than it needs to be. But I also do agree that I think that all the other bodily function stuff, all the puking and burping and spitting, I think that there's too much of it. I think that if they cut out half the puking and cut out half the spitting and cut out Otho Bracken's fart, I would be happy.
Oh, we're gonna have to throw hands about that later on, but
well, yeah, we'll talk about the fart.
Now.
Don't worry, we'll talk about the farts. But yeah, I broadly agree that the poop is good, and I think that the other functions are not as good. We kind of need.
That's what my fucking GI doctor said. Anyway.
Yeah, I kind of want to rank the pooping separately to the other bodily functions. Honestly, this might
aliens
sound weird
watching humans for the first time.
This might
I
sound.
really like the pooping, but I just can't. Like the other stuff doesn't really do it for me.
This might sound strange out of context. I think that the pooping on screen in the first 2 minutes is a fairly big change.
Yes.
I mean, because it's certainly none of this is in the books. Like, I mean, do the books have a grittiness and an ickiness to them? Not really. No.
No, it is presented quite straightforwardly.
Like
the deconstruction of the romantic ideals happens in the reader's brain, not on the text.
Like there is a bit in the books about that time the young Dunk played with a severed head and put it in a bowl of soup, and there's the bit that says that Allan made Dunk bathe once a month, and Dunk thought that was a lot. That's like the closest thing I can think of to icky humor or moments in the books.
And that's like nothing. I mean, this show does have the severed head in the pigsty.
Yeah, it does have a severed head.
So it takes that and then adds poop, spit, puke and fart.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could rank it separately for the first poop and the other bodily functions, but I think that broadly we like the poop, we dislike the others, and it's a big-ish change tonally.
I don't mind, if we're going to get granular with it, I don't mind Dunk and Raymond's puke at the start of episode 5. Green fucking boys.
Yeah, if we're going to get specific about which puke we want to remove.
And Allan bursting out of the bar in episode 5 and like vomiting while beating the shit out of 2 gold cloaks, that's iconic.
Yeah, I kind of love that one. I loved like Allan drunken master fighting. And
Yeah.
he was just he probably doesn't even remember saving Dunk, and like I found that enjoyable. I guess which puke do we remove then? We could remove young Dunk puking while he's tailing Allan. I guess that's probably
but that communicates something about his status.
Yeah. Look, I think the easiest thing that we can agree on removing is
Plumber's
the
spitting.
I
Yeah.
think one plumber spit would be okay, but
Yep.
plumber spits like 3 times.
Yep.
And the second and third time annoy me.
We did it. Hold on, just pulling the curtain back a bit while you see how this particular sausage gets made.
Yeah,
Pay no attention to the sausage behind the curtain.
we're doing some live editing so that we can rank the Dunk's poop separately from the other functions.
There we go.
I feel that it's important enough to bother doing this.
Just a circle with Peter Caffrey's face, and it's the funniest thing you've ever done.
Hell yeah. All right. What's our next topic? Dexter Sol Ansel, everybody.
Yeah, we're a step up from poop here.
What do you think about Dexter Sol Ansel playing Egg?
I think he's utterly fantastic. I think, like, given the context of him being a wee lad and the magnitude of the role that he was put in the shoes of, I think he did a remarkable job. I think this kid is fantastic.
Egg does a lot more in the show than he does in the book.
Yeah.
Egg gets a lot more characterization. A lot of the little conversations between Dunk and Egg, especially in episode 3,
Yep.
when they're hanging out.
And that's like the crux of their development together is episode 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that the show does a lot to show their developing friendship. And I love all the little small moments they put in there. And I think that Dexter performs a lot of them perfectly. One that really tickled me rewatching was when Egg is going, "Die, black fire bastards," and playing with his sword, and then he sees Dunk watching him, and then he sort of transitions into like holding his little stick and going, "Ew, I thought the jousting was quite splendid," and like there's lots of these little like quirky moments. Like also when Egg is wingmanning Dunk when he's talking to Tansel. And Egg's expressions when he like sees Dunk like totally like flailing, trying to smooth talk with Tansel.
For a kid to perceive the social situation he's in is like incredible in that situation. But for a kid to play a kid perceiving that social situation is a whole other level.
Yeah.
I think that I can't speak for the kid's intelligence, but I am sure that Dexter Sol Ansel is a really smart 11-year-old.
Yeah, you heard it here first. I think that a lot of like the visual shots that they get with Dexter are amazing. Like when Dunk first meets Egg outside the inn, like Egg looking
He's
up
such
with
a little
those,
pookie. Oh my god!
those sad doe eyes, and like when we know the context about like Egg being taken there by Dare and when he wants to be at the tournament, and like all of the sort of sadness and sullenness in Egg's eyes, just it perfectly encapsulates the feel of that. So I think that there's so many moments that aren't in the book that are great and that are really sold by Dexter Sol Ansel.
And that's to say nothing of episode 6, but you can see that we have dark Egg in the bottom left corner of the chart there, so we'll talk about that later.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we're also evaluating like, does Dexter Sol Ansel look like Egg? And like, he's perfect.
He's
right?
perfect. The only thing that they're lacking, and this is because it's a HBO TV production, is the purple eyes.
Yeah. And I think even in the book, like Dunk sees Egg's eyes and he
yeah.
thinks they're like dark blue or whatever. So like they're probably not even brightly purple in the books. So Pluve in the live chat says, "How does this one even chart as a change?" And it's like,
Good point. That's just Egg.
Yeah, maybe this shouldn't even be a change on the chart because like Dexter, he looks just like Egg. I think that he acts a lot
just like Egg.
I mean, like they do add a lot of moments and a lot of scenes, but like do
That's
any
just
of those
Egg.
scenes contradict what's in the books? I don't think so.
The only like major character addition, like thing that may even step, and it probably doesn't even, would be Dark Egg, in episode 6.
Yeah, and that's something we'll get
we
to.
already have that on a separate circle. So if this isn't a change, fuck it.
Yeah,
Get him out of here.
yeah. Maybe he's just not on the chart.
You can put him in the top left corner, just like it's great and it's not a change at all.
Yeah, let's do that.
Just so everyone knows how we feel.
Dexter Sol Ansel is basically egg and basically unchanged from the book. All right, let's talk about food.
Sandwiches are a big change.
Yeah,
It's a huge change, huge, bold change.
Look, you joke, but food is very important to George R. R.
Of course. Poop in the middle of it's going to crack me up the whole stream.
So some of you may have watched our, 20-hour long discussion of the food descriptions in the Game of Thrones books.
In fact, if all of you haven't, I'll be annoyed. I'll be offended.
No, we'll personally put poopies in your mailbox.
I was going to say a sandwich, but...
Okay, that does make more sense. In the book, there are 2 descriptions of food that George is having a great time writing that they didn't include in the show. When Dunk goes to the inn, he has a duck and a chicken. It's a duck and lamb. Duck and lamb, I think.
2 dinners for dinner.
And he has some mead, and he has all this great food, and the meal is described in great detail. But in the TV show, Dunk turns up. He says, "I would like the food, please," and then it cuts to him leaving.
Yeah.
It's almost confusing. Like I remember we were talking about is he not staying? Is he leaving the inn because Darren scared him? It's actually a confusing moment, I think, in the show.
Yeah, because the next shot after he leaves the inn is him showing up at Ashford, and it's the day, but the innkeeper said it was a day's ride away. So did he ride through the night? Did he stay outside the inn? What happened?
In the book, he decides that he'll just camp outside for the night because he wants to save money, so he doesn't want to spend money on staying at the inn. But the show doesn't explain that.
Yeah, it just seems like he's leaving because Darren weirded him out.
Yeah. I just feel like the whole sequence would flow better if they showed Dunk eating the meal that he ordered. And also, it would be an excuse for us to see grease running down Peter Claffey's chin.
Okay. I think that episode 1 has a very strict economy of information that it has to convey, you know?
You know what I want it to be? I wanted it to be like the clouting montage where we see.
Oh, so you wanted like a snap of Peter Claffey chewing his life away on lamb and chicken.
It literally could be a snap of Dunk does a mighty bite into an entire roast duck. And then Dunk does a mighty bite
into a huge leg of lamb. Yeah.
And then Dunk has a big slurp of mead, and then it just cuts to him like after a mukbang.
Then Darren says, "Stay away from me, you bastard."
I think that would have been great. Wouldn't that have been great?
That
just like a bang,
awesome.
bang, like Peter Claffey eating montage. That'd be fantastic. And most importantly, George R. R. Martin would be happy because he put a lot of work into lavishly describing these meals in the book.
Do you think that's true? Do you think he agonized over that food description for like 3 days? Or was he just like really hungry at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday? And he just like wrote that in 3 minutes. And he was like, okay, I'm going to get lunch now because it's impacting my work.
Like it just like flows like poetry. Like he paints for a week over like a paragraph of dialogue with Tyrion. But then he's like, we're at a feast. And then just like pours
page after page of food.
His editor, Anne Grohl, spends most of her working life convincing George to cut out the 17 pages of feast descriptions.
Important.
And then there's another food description when Dunk
is
in
the
cell.
His prison kebab.
His prison kebab. Egg brings him a bunch of food. It's like a skewer of onion and meat that's been roasted and some other food. And it's described in some detail in the book. And they didn't include it. They did show Dunk like hoeing into some bread in episode 4, but they did not include the whole meal.
Oh, Baelor's waiting for me, let's go. And we don't even get him devouring every last morsel.
Do you think that Dunk would have had the strength to beat Aerion into submission if Dunk had not eaten a hearty skewer of onion and lamb the day before?
Yeah, people think that it's actually Allan that gave him the strength to do that, but no, it was the kebab.
It's all the creatine. I think it's a bad change.
But they added the sandwiches.
All right, they did add the sandwiches.
With the goose eggs
like the sandwiches.
and the bacon.
That's true.
And they look so delicious. And they really sold these sandwiches.
You're right, they did. They did have a whole sequence. They added a whole sequence of Dunk going and buying goose eggs.
Does this not add up?
Eating.
Does this not make up for the kebab?
Maybe it does. I think that in the context of him being in prison, Dunk ravenously eating food while he's in prison shows how much it sucks to be in prison and how long he's been in prison, and shows the power dynamic and like. But I guess they did that enough with the bread. I think you're right that the sandwich probably makes up for it.
In the show, when Egg brings the food into Dunk in prison, he does like immediately tear into it.
Yeah.
And only
maybe that's enough.
He brings himself away from that because Baelor is waiting for him, and that is more important to him because he has just put his life on the line by pissing off a prince.
Yeah.
So I think that makes sense.
You know, this ties into something else. That's
crazy.
I know. In episode 1, Raymond asks Dunk, "Are you hungry?" And Dunk says, "Always." And then in episode 4, Raymond asks Dunk, "Are you hungry?" And Dunk says, "No." And that's a whole
storytelling, baby.
story that they've done to show how much of a dire situation Dunk is in and how anxious Dunk is makes him not hungry. And so that is a whole other sort of food journey that this season takes us on. And I think that's great.
Yes.
That's such a tiny, succinct little characterization journey that we go on through the language of Dunk's hunger.
So I think your suggestion of the food montage in the inn, that's a great idea. But I also think that the way food is used in this story is brilliant. It's great. It's very effective, quick.
Yeah.
It's efficient.
And finally, we know that sandwiches exist in my world.
Yeah, he has sandwiches in his world.
All right. You've convinced me. I think that it is net
I think
good.
food is good.
I think that food is... I'm
At least
still putting
better
it below
than poop.
pooping.
You're putting
I think
food
it's
below poop?
I think it's below poop. I think it's a pretty small change. Like, the way they handle food is not as big of a change as the pooping and the Peter Claffey of it all, is it?
I agree. You can put that further to the left.
Yeah, so it's a pretty small change, and I think that it's basically good, even if there's some missed opportunities. That sound right? That's all right. All right. I think our next change is that us done for food.
Yeah, I'm done talking about food.
I think that our next change is in episode 1 when Dunk travels to Ashford. We get this big, expansive, sweeping shot of him looking over the tourney grounds where we're going to spend the rest of the season. And in the books, it's described as being as bright and colourful as wildflowers. There are green tints and blue tints and scarlet and mauve and all the colours of the rainbow, and it's glorious and colourful. And it's beautiful, but it's also thematically important because the whole point is idealism, romanticism, excitement, hope, dreams, ambition. That is colour to George Martin. That is what fantasy is. So why the fuck are all these tents brown?
Well, this is from the opening shot when Dunk first arrives at Ashford, right?
Yes.
He's just shown up. Like, this is our first look. Boy, we are zoomed in. This isn't the tourney knights' tents. It's not their pavilions. This is like the town that crops up around the tourney, which, like, logically, it would make sense for the people working and living in these tents to have more drab, less effervescent lodgings.
Effervescent lodgings.
You know what I mean.
Bloody
you know
hell.
what I mean.
This guy.
Throwing around his $5 words on shit like this.
Yes.
So, like, I completely understand what you're saying, and I understand what I'm saying. And I think that it's a matter of the logistics of Dunk arriving at the location visually, right?
Yes. Yes. I think they made a decision that, like, he's coming in the back way through, like, the working staff merchant quarters rather than the fancy knights quarters. And we do see colourful knights tents later. But I think that it's just the wrong moment for this particular shot, because this is the establishing shot. This is looking out on the hill and the castle in the distance, and this is where I'm going to achieve all my great things.
It's the location of the entire show.
Yeah. And we don't get many shots that do show us the colourful tents in, like, a broad, expansive, sweeping way. You know?
Yeah.
I just think it's a change from the book, because the book does give us that big, sweeping, colourful moment. And so the show takes that away, and, like, yeah, there's a logic to seeing the other side of town, that there is value in that, but I don't think this was the moment for that. I think they needed to give us the color before they show us the drab. They need to give us the inspiring hero theme before they give us the diarrhea. You know what I mean?
Yeah, give us the romance before you give us the cynicism so that we can rebel against the cynicism with yet more romance.
Yes. So, yeah, I dislike this. It's literally like this one shot that I'm talking about. But I just like it.
It's made it onto the list.
Yeah.
You really know how to pick your enemies.
Yeah,
one shot.
I feel like I'm really going in on some extremely minor shit.
Oh, yeah. Like, I'm sure someone out there probably cares about this as much as you do.
Well, I think that might be you.
But I really don't.
Let us know if the audio levels are okay, by the way. Someone's saying that one of us is quiet in the live chat. Let us know.
I
if
think
there's
we
any
all
audio
know who
issues.
they're talking about.
Oh, no. All right. So
You
Dunk...
come onto my channel, you're going to be a little quieter than me. Those are the rules, all right?
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll be loud on my own channel. So we've talked about some extremely minor nitpicks. How about something more significant?
Okay.
So Dunk rolls into town. He's looking for... Well, Plumber's first, isn't he? We should talk about Plumber.
All right, fine. We'll talk about Plumber first.
So Dunk wants to participate in the tournament. So he goes and sees the steward, the master of the games, Plumber.
Wacky Plumber.
And so Dunk has to convince Plumber that Dunk is a real knight because only knights are allowed to compete in the tournament. And in the book, this scene proceeds in a very straightforward manner.
Yeah.
Plumber's just like, yep, you sure you're a knight? Okay, well, you need someone to vouch for you. Next.
Yeah, it's an exchange of information between a bureaucrat and a client.
Yes. Plumber does not have much personality in the book. In the show, they gave Plumber a lot of personality.
Yeah, that pendulum swung hard the
Yes.
other direction.
And, they also give Plumber all these other scenes, like the match-fixing thing in episode 3 and being in the background and doing stuff when he meets Baelor and Maker. But I think, like, sort of the topic here is Plumber being all wackadoodle and Plumber, like, spitting and dunking and catching a fly.
And fucking with Dunk with the Ashford chair thing.
Yeah, the Ashford chair thing, the monologue about doing bad things to Dunk.
We
if he
mutilate your
lies.
bum hole if you lie to us.
Yeah, like that was a lot. like for me, that sort of connects with the sort of gross out humor, the sort of ick humor that they do.
Yep.
I feel like the Ashford chair goes in the category of it's a bit much.
Could have done without, perhaps.
Just like cumulatively, it's a bit much. You
Yep.
know? But I don't know. How did you feel about Wacky Plumber? Like, is Wacky Plumber funny? Or just annoying?
I really like Plumber in every other scene except this one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's
Yeah.
not to say I hate the guy in this scene. Like, I see what they're going for.
Yeah.
But the Ashford chair and the spitting and the would you just get on with the scene?
Yeah, I agree that, like, my journey with Plumber
I
was
really
that-
like him in episode 3. And he pulls a lot of funny faces that make a lot of sense in episodes 2 and 4.
Yes.
He's not in episode 4. What am I talking about? Is he in episode 4? No, he's not.
He's in the background with episode 2 and
Yes,
Baelor and Maker.
that's what I'm talking
And then
about.
he's in the match-fixing scene in episode 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love him in those episodes. I think it's great to have a Wacky Plumber in those episodes.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the feeling, I mean, similar to my feeling about the gross out humor in general, is that occasionally the show is trying too hard to be wacky.
Not your
and
granddad's
icky.
Game of Thrones. Yep.
Yes, and I think that, like, this scene where Dunk meets Plumber, where Plumber is so, like, spitting and dunking and then Ashford chair, and he pulls all these faces. I'm like,
I think that the two children beating the shit out of each other in the background is enough irreverence for this scene, like, to communicate that, like, lack of decorum.
I think the idea that Plumber is eating while he's talking with Dunk works, but because, like, there is a purpose to Plumber being, like, spitting and wacky and weird, is that he does not respect Dunk because Dunk is not important.
He's just
and
going to go
so-
about his business as if he's not even there.
Yeah. Dunk is not important to Plumber, and that is part of the point of his behavior, because we see the contrast of that in episode 2 when Plumber is in the room with Prince Baelor and Prince Maker, and in that scene Plumber is being super quiet, super
He's a deer in the
super
headlights,
respectful, yeah. And so that contrast is fantastic. I really like that contrast. And, like, also in episode 3 when Plumber's talking to Dunk, Plumber suddenly shows so much more humanity, and he's sympathetic to Dunk. He's like, my lord wants to do this dishonorable match fixing, and, like, yeah, it's messed up, but that's what we're doing. and he shows this sympathy for Dunk. So I agree. I love Plumber in episode 2 and 3, but episode 1 is just trying too hard. It's
a bit much.
Silly.
Yeah.
And I think we said that it reminds us of Game of Thrones season 6 episode 10 when the Maester is wacky.
Yeah. The guy when Sam first arrives at the Citadel.
Yeah, it seems like a very sort of similar moment where it's a bureaucrat who's like, "But I'm a wacky bureaucrat.
I was doing something when you got here." Ooh.
Yeah. So I feel like Wacky Plumber in episode 1 feels like a mildly bad change to me, and I would say that Plumber overall is a good change.
I agree with that assessment.
Yeah. So let's put Wacky episode 1 Plumber in the lightly bad small change.
And then we'll just give him a different rating when we get to episode 3.
Yeah, let's do that. All right, so Plumber says you need to find someone to vouch for you to show that you're a knight. And so Dunk decides to go and find Manfred Dondarrion. But Manfred Dondarrion is asleep, and outside his tent, Dunk meets the women Red and Beanie, and later he also meets Daisy. And they are sex workers, and they're having sex with Manfred Dondarrion. And they're also repairing someone's pants occasionally and eating chicken.
You got to do a lot of jobs to get by in this economy.
Dispensing wisdom
Such
to
as
young
eating
head
chicken.
knights. There's more to life than any one thing, and I think that Red and Beanie and Daisy are like one of the biggest changes from the book to the show.
Yeah.
Because Red, Beanie, and Daisy don't exist in the book, and they have like multiple big scenes. And Red has this whole plot line where she hooks up with Raymond.
Yeah,
in the end.
Red is probably in like top 7 characters of the show in terms of screen time, right?
Yeah. She's one of the most significant characters, and she doesn't exist in the book.
She's like part of the second tier of main characters after Dunk and Egg, right?
Yeah. So it's a big, bold change. And so what's the purpose of them? I think that the purpose of them in episode 1 is that they are like bullying Dunk and like disrespectful to him in the same way that Plumber is. And so the point is showing how Dunk is like at the bottom of the social hierarchy here. No one knows him. He really needs to prove himself.
Over the course of their scenes, both the Plumber scene and the Red Beanie Daisy scene, Dunk's honesty elicits sympathy from these people who otherwise think him below them.
Yeah, it's a really cute pattern that happens over and over. Like, Plumber rejects Dunk. Dunk sadly walks away. Plumber has sympathy for Dunk and says he can find someone to vouch for him. And similarly, like, Red and Beanie are kind of mean to Dunk, but then Dunk shows his sincerity. And he does the sort of sad puppy eyes at them. And then Red and Beanie dispense some sincere advice. And Pate says he asks for a high price for armor, and then Dunk does the puppy dog eyes and walks away slowly, and then Pate is like, oh, okay, if you trade in the armor, I'll give you a better price.
I love that it's never manipulative. Like, Dunk's never going out of his way to, like, maybe if I make my cute little face at them, they'll lower the price of the armor. No, he's just being himself.
Yeah, he's utterly gormless, and that contrasts with every other character. He is sincere. He's not playing big mind games. And like, as we'll get to, that's why I dislike the change where Dunk deliberately approaches Prince Baelor with a plan to ask about Allan.
Right.
That's why I dislike that.
Because it conveys a bit too much gorm.
It's too much gorm. It's inconsistently...
A bit of cun.
It's gormful. It's perhaps not cunning, but there's some cun in him, you know? Cun.
Stop saying it.
Cun. It's also similar to the moment with Lionel, where Lionel is trying to mess with Dunk.
Yeah.
And Lionel's like, have you come here to kill me or fight me? And Dunk's like,
food.
supper. Come for
food.
supper. And it's like, so I like how they repeat that over and
Dunk
over.
wins every battle of wits by not participating on account of his lack of them.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that that's great and fun, and that's something that they do with Red and Beanie. Dunk wins them over by just being sincere. I think that, like, obviously, like, they've made a choice to put some women in the show, because there aren't any in the book.
Are zero... Well, there's Tanzel in the book, and that's it. And Tanzel doesn't, like, really do much.
She has one conversation in the whole book, right?
Yeah.
And they're also choosing to show, like, sex workers as part of the
fabric of military society in Westeros.
Yeah, which is something that the books do a lot as well.
And was never quite touched on in Game of Thrones, aside from, like, Shay, I guess.
Roz.
Oh yeah, Roz was a character in Game of Thrones.
Roz, like Red, is another redhead sex worker. Because, like, the one line that kind of evoke Red and Beanie in the book is that Dunk sees a red-haired whore walking through the camp.
And being a George R.R. Martin character, he thinks that is a hot redhead.
Well, he sees her breasts breasting breastily, and that's what...
That's enough to do it for him.
We know that George Martin is a boob guy.
Yeah. For good or ill.
I like the scene where Dunk is in the tent with Red, Beanie, and Daisy because it's a scene about death.
Death, yes, and how it relates to both of their professions and how it's exploitation in service of people higher up the social ladder. Yeah, all that good stuff.
And it also, like, in just a very simple, direct way, is telling Dunk, hey, Dunk, if you go and ride at an armored knight who's pointing a stick at your heart, you might die.
That's one hell of a way to die.
And it very directly tells us of the danger. And it kind of mirrors the scene where Dunk holds the Florian puppet's head in later on to sort of confront death. Just so things don't get too whimsical, things don't get too silly. It's like, yeah, but remember you might die tomorrow.
Yeah, remember the stakes here.
And like you say, the idea of like knighthood being dangerous, like sex work being dangerous, also like pays off at the end when Red becomes Rowan and marries Raymond Fossaway. And I really, really, really like the parallel of Red's journey to Dunk's journey.
Yes.
Because Dunk lies about being a knight and he changes his name to Duncan to get a better life. And Red lies in order to get into Raymond's bed and changes her name to Rowan to get a better life.
Yep.
And I think it's really fun how those two things parallel in a way that you don't expect, but it kind of makes perfect sense in retrospect.
Something that I don't think we touched on in Dunk Time, which is crazy because it's so fucking long, is that in that scene where Dunk's meeting Lady Rowan, Rowan gives Dunk a look and says, Sir Duncan, as if to say hey, I know your shit.
Yeah.
You know my shit. Yeah. Let's just play along. It's all going to be good.
Yeah.
I'll scratch your back. I'll scratch Raymond's whatever he wants me to scratch. And, it's all going to be fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Dunk has the social tact to understand what's going on there. I really like it.
Well, because here's the thing. Dunk doesn't understand lords and fancy knights because he's never met lords and fancy knights before. But Dunk has absolutely met prostitutes before. Dunk has absolutely met other people who are doing what they have to do to survive in Flea Bottom. Just like him.
Red's like the one person he can understand in this story.
Yeah.
And like he understands Egg, or at least he thinks he does before he realizes he's a prince.
But I really like that idea that, yes, like Dunk made these wonderful friends among the rich and powerful. He made friends with Lionel, he made friends with Raymond, and they are good friends. Or at least Raymond is. Maybe not
Lionel might not be a very good person.
But there's still like a class difference that divides Dunk from people like Raymond. Like Raymond is the sort of guy who can just buy a horse. And to Dunk, that's like, I could never just buy a horse. That's like a year of income. That's crazy. And so like somewhere deep down... Yeah, somewhere deep down, Dunk will always have more in common with Red than he will with anyone highborn.
Yeah.
They are in a more similar social class, more similar like financial, feudal class. And so that on some level, Dunk will always have more solidarity with the sex workers than he will with the lords. And I think that that's interesting.
I think for all of these reasons, the addition of Red mainly, and also Beanie and Daisy are here, is great. Yeah. I think it's a great change, and it's also rather large.
Yeah.
Rather large.
Rather large.
Now, we'll talk about Allan later.
Yeah, I think that it's one of the boldest changes that they make in the season, and I think that it works on a lot of levels. I think I like the sort of thematic thing about lying and identity and class. I think that, the characters are also fun to be around.
Yeah. Every time the camera cuts to Red, you're like, yes, it's Red, let's go.
And it's cool. Like, remember in Community when Abed has that little, like, sea story in the background of an episode where, like...
Doesn't it go across, like, a whole season?
Is it, like, a whole season?
In season 2? Are you talking about, like, where he ends up delivering a baby?
Yeah. Yeah, Abed has, like, a whole arc that exists in the background.
So fucking funny.
And Red is kind of similar here because she's just kind of in the background. Like, we see her in episode 5, like, cheering for Dunk, and she's sitting next to Manfred, and, like, Manfred is cross that Red is cheering for Dunk.
Yeah.
And so you can kind of make this story in your head where, like, does Manfred, like, reject reject Red because he's annoyed that she was cheering for Dunk when he rejected Dunk? Or like, did
Also,
Red
Red has to go out on
decide-
a limb to find someone else, and that's how she ends up with Raymond.
Yeah, or
I
maybe
see.
Red decided to dunk
because this guy's
Manfred,
a dick. Yeah,
and
yeah.
like she was genuinely inspired by Raymond and Dunk, and you can sort of imagine, like, because there's a lot that's unexplained, you know, with the Red and Raymond situation, and I guess that's kind of a topic we can tackle later as well, but I think there's lots of like spaces to sort of figure out what Red's journey really is, because like we don't really know, like, is Rowan Red's real name, or is that just like made up? Does Raymond know?
Well, it is her real name. It's the actress's name.
Well, the actor's name is Rowan Robinson. So, yeah, overall I like Red. I like Beanie. I like Daisy. I think they add something.
Have we said a negative thing at all in this multi-minute discussion of these characters?
I think they're a bit mean.
I think it serves a purpose. I think it makes sense, and then when they realize that he's just a poor little baby, they start being nice to him.
It is, like, I am still, like, shook by how, like, profoundly, creatively, linguistically mean it is to call Dunk it.
Yeah.
They call Dunk it. And, you know, I think that you could write an essay about how, you know, it's about objectification and sex workers being objectified, and that's why they refer to Dunk as it. Like, I think that's what they're
Especially
doing there.
in this scene, they draw an equivocation between sex workers and hedge knights.
And it's part of a pronoun game that they play throughout the season, like when Robin refers to himself as we. And, like, I think that it's relevant.
Well, that's because he lost his eye.
Oh, he lost his eye, so he says we.
It's the second time you've gotten that joke.
The great thing is I just forget jokes after we talk about them, so you can just keep using it on me. And I think, like, the power of language connects to the whole idea of Dunk changing his name and Red changing her name, and so that's why language is important. It's a signifier of class. It's a signifier of your place in society. So, you know, I think it makes a certain amount of sense. So I like Red. I think it's a good change and a big change.
I agree.
Yeah.
And also rather bold.
I also love how Daisy wears those, like, Deathstone eyes.
Yes, as a positive reminder of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, exactly. Like, instead of calling back to the widely reviled Game of Thrones Season 8, the Deathstone eyes remind us of John Arryn's Deathstone eyes in Game of Thrones Season 1,
And
Episode 1.
Marcella's in Season 5.
Hey, true. So it's that's a positive reminder. I also really enjoy that we get to see Daisy really humping onto a leg of chicken.
You're a big fan of that shot.
I am a really big fan.
Bring
of
it
that
up at
shot.
every possibility.
Well, I get, like, the food thing's important, you know, and we finally get to see some grease running down a chin, finally. So I think that was wonderful. What's next? What are next?
Well, you've got Arlen's penny there next, which is interesting because that was in the plumber scene, which we've already talked about.
All right, yeah, we're slightly out of order
We've
here.
bonked the chronicity here.
We've bonked the chronicity. Stand back. So when Dunk's talking to Plumber, Dunk presents Arlen's sword and says, "This was Arlen's sword."
That's his penny there. It proves it.
And in the book,
That's the sword, all right.
it's that for a certainty. And in the book, Arlen's sword has, like, a black stone for a pommel, but in the TV show, there is a penny lodged into the hilt. And that's because Arlen comes from a town called Pennytree, which has a tradition of nailing pennies to a tree. And that's only revealed in episode 6. And that's something that we don't even know in the books. That whole story of nailing pennies into the tree was only revealed here in the show. And I think it's beautiful.
I think it's awesome.
It's so beautiful, and it's inserted so naturally, and it gives it, and it fits in with this, like, humanization of Arlen that they've done, where like they've made Arlen, they've given us this whole, like, backstory. Like, we've learned that he knows Dothraki. We know that he has a 12-inch penis. We know that he, like, has this whole world to him that didn't exist in the books, and a lot of it is, like, wacky and eccentric and ridiculous. But there's also a deep, like, humanity and pathos to Arlen. And I love that relating to Arlen's childhood and his hometown, it so beautifully evokes all of that and connects to Dunk's past. And it all is tied up so beautifully when Dunk hammers Arlen's penny into the tree at the end of the season.
It's such a gorgeous ending.
Yeah. So it's all very simple, it's very subtle, and it feels so meaningful and powerful, and it's not in the book.
Yeah, this is one of those changes that makes you think, oh, that should have been in the book. A lot of the other ones we've been talking about, it's like, okay, yeah, that works in the show, that's cool.
Yeah.
This one is like, oh my god,
Yeah.
how is that not from the book?
Yeah, this is the sort of thing where, like, surely when George Martin was reading these scripts and he saw...
He, like,
and Allan
slapped
has a
his
penny in
face
hilt.
and said, dough.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's a change that absolutely is for the better. And is it big? It's medium size.
I think the penny in the hilt on its own is rather a small change.
Yeah.
But Arlen telling the story is a medium change.
Yeah.
Actually, it's rather big.
Yeah, yeah, and we'll get to that separately. But I think that the idea of the penny and Dunk hammering the penny and how it connects to Allan is one of the best things they've added, for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, wasn't Lionel Baratheon fun?
He was a lot of fun. He was a hoot and 3/4, I would say. He was almost 2 hoots.
Almost to 1.75 hoots?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever given that many hoots before on a live stream.
I am a harsh critic, it is true.
This man does not give out his hoots so easily.
Hoot.
Quite miserly with your
Yeah, so
hoots.
from me, Lionel gets hoot hoot.
He gets a hoot hoot.
Yep.
Well, obviously he's the funnest part of the show.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. He's so funny and he's so charismatic.
And whenever he's not on screen, every character should be saying, "Where's Lionel? What's Lionel up to?"
Yeah. And like in the book, Lionel has no personality.
He's like not a character, he's a name on the page.
He has zero
you know?
personality.
He might as well be Robin Riesling.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
for as much character as they have.
Yeah. I really can't emphasize enough how boring a lot of the side characters are in the book.
They're
And
not even just boring, they're nothing.
They're nothing.
Like, you couldn't even call them boring. For something to be boring, it has to at least try to present something.
Like, the book is about Dunk, and the book does a bit of characterization of Egg, a bit of characterization of Maker,
A little bit of Baelor.
a little bit of Baelor. Arian's kind of a 2D villain.
There's a bit going on with Darren. That's it, really.
Yeah, there's a bit going on with Darren, but that's kind of like it in terms of characters. And so it was so shocking when the show's like, hey, remember Lionel Baratheon? No. Well, you're gonna.
Oh, you're gonna.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. I think that you could say that they may have been a bit indulgent with our Lionel time. Like, there's a lot of Lionel screen time.
There is.
And a lot of it is not important for the plot.
No, I think it's all critical. The tug of war especially.
Yeah, I think yeah, I mean, we'll get to the tug of war. I think the tug of war is like the most useless scene in the entire show.
Yeah, but it's great.
But it is fun. It is fun. So yeah, I mean, like with the party scenes and stuff, I think that it's very fun. Does it mean anything for any of their characters? I mean, it's important for the sort of like class thing. Like they have that conversation where Lionel's like, haha, life's a party. You do what you want. Just have fun.
You
fight
can't even
people,
afford
it's
to buy
great."
a horse? Oh, you're so poor.
Yeah, that's kind of the great thing that like you really want to like Lionel.
But he's actually an ass. He's
Yeah.
such an ass.
Like, I mean, Lionel could have said, hey, Dunk, like, I'll buy your horse back if you lose.
Do you need new armor? I'm extraordinarily wealthy.
I'll vouch for you.
Yeah,
So
I
that you can join the tournament.
Lie and say I knew Sir Arland.
But he does none of those things because there is an unspoken boundary between the rich and the poor and the powerful and the powerless. And I think that they evoke that really well with Lionel. But of course, that's only a minor part of the Lionel scenes. Mostly the Lionel scenes are about... I mean, I think that the placement of the party scenes in episode 1, it sort of falls into that category of let's tell the viewers that this show is fun. And this show is not like the last 6 seasons of Game of Thrones in which fun is not allowed.
Yeah.
Like, so much of Game of Thrones, and to be fair, Ice and Fire, are a brutal, cynical slog. I mean, alright, cynical is the wrong word, but there's a lot of darkness and dour
I think you
tone.
could say A Song of Ice and Fire presents a lot of cynicism.
Yeah.
But the message is in response to that cynicism.
And seeing Daniel Ings and Peter Claffey whirl about and dance while Humphrey Beesbury does the splits in the background,
Incredible.
it sends such a powerful message.
And there's so much
of, like,
food and
we're
music
here
and
to have
fun and love going on. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah, we got diegetic music going on. We got food. Lionel's rambling speeches about jousting. And
He's incoherent. It's great.
the dialogue where he's trying to bully Dunk is so funny.
This
and
character
so ridiculous.
apologizes to a chandelier.
But not to Dunk.
No. But like, what fun? Who in Game of Thrones would apologize to a chandelier?
Yeah.
No one, I say.
I guess, like, I mean, we should note that something that Lionel does do in the book that he doesn't do in the show is that Lionel has some fun, charismatic moments when he's jousting. Lionel Baratheon is known as the Laughing Storm because he loudly laughs while he's jousting. And he knocks the crests off his opponent's helmets and throws them into the crowd, which makes him popular. So there is a bit of fun to Lionel in the book.
Yeah, so they're like... that didn't make it into the show, probably because it would be insane to film something like that.
Yeah.
And also, there's a lot less jousting in the show than there is in the book, which is like one of the few things where there's less of something in the show.
Yeah.
So I think what happened is they took that idea of Lionel being wacky and insane and like fun for everyone, fun for the whole family. He is not fun for the whole family. And they put it into these other scenes to communicate the same idea of a man. Because you could absolutely picture this guy doing those things. It's just that they didn't show us him doing that.
Yeah. I think one of the other themes that they're playing with Lionel is they have a lot of juxtaposition of dancing and stomping and fighting and fucking.
Yeah.
And love you like a brother and hate you like a brother. And Lionel wants to be Dunk's friend and also wants to fuck him. And there's a lot like going on there where Lionel just embodies life, exuberance, energy, and that sort of equally applies to combat and sex and drinking and dancing, and like he is just all of those things rolled into one. He's this big rollicking storm of humanity for all the best and worst. And
if Freud was alive in Ice and Fire, my God, don't let him near this one.
yeah, it's like life, death, good, bad, fighting, fucking, D, all of the above, you know? He embodies that.
What fun!
What fun. And he's got a big hat. So I think it's a great change. It is a big change.
He's so into antlers. It's crazy.
It's so
it's
on
so
brand.
awesome.
This guy understands branding. So I think he's fantastic. I think the biggest criticism of Lionel is that like a lot of his scenes just aren't necessary or thematically relevant all that much a lot of the time. But he's so much fun and no one's
that
unhappy with
upset.
it. Yeah, no one's upset about Lionel's presence in the story, I don't think.
Look, I think that the party scene in episode 1 and the tug of war, obviously, like the show could have done without those scenes. But he does say some things, like this character of Lionel that they've created is important in communicating a lot of thematic information about the show. In episode 5, he says the thing about being loved like by a mother and how those neglected by their mothers fight like rabid dogs, and that is the crux of that episode, right?
Yeah. I think we've got that as its own separate
Oh,
topic
never mind
in here.
then. Forget that I said that and pretend that I said it 2 hours from now when we get there. Let the record show that I said that in the future.
We think Lionel's great. What do you think of Manfred Dondarrion?
I really love the presentation, the delivery of all of his lines. Oh, I know him not, brother. Begone.
I think that something that I love about Manfred in the show is that he's a snooty fancy boy. Like, I think that something I dislike about this show is that many of the knights and lords are very coarse and irreverent and gruff.
Yep.
Like, Makar swears like a sailor.
Longthorn spitting everywhere.
Longthorn spits and chews sour leaf and is rude.
Every other word out of Lionel's mouth is fuck.
Yep. Yeah, he says the C word constantly.
Yep.
The one word we're not allowed to say on
the
YouTube.
one word, like, you best believe we would be saying it if we could.
We'll see you next Tuesday. Stefan is very sort of gruff, and he has that sort of low-class coded accent. And, like, Raymond is a furtive little weirdo. And I think that cumulatively, it makes all the knights kind of like a similar feel. They're all coarse, they're all irreverent. And I dislike that. I think that it would be better if more of the knights were a bit snooty.
You want a bit more
fancy, high-class lad.
depth to the field of knights.
Bit of
right?
variety.
Yeah.
Bit of diversity.
Baylor provides that as well. He's a completely different variety of non-gruff, swearing asshole. He goes in a different direction than Manfred, which I think is good.
But I think it's important to show that you can be a knight who is snooty and a corrupt asshole. And Manfred is the only one who is that. So I think for that reason alone, he's important. And this is a change from the book, because in the book, Manfred does reject Dunk, but he doesn't have much personality.
Not at all.
In the show, we see that he's a bit, fancy, I'm better than you. But also, he's like a hedonistic party boy.
He likes fucking other people's wives.
Yes.
That's his thing. He sleeps in because he has gouty toes.
Yes. Another of life's little cruel ironies. I don't see how gout is ironic, but... Isn't it?
Is it because it's a disease of wealth, typically?
Yeah, perhaps.
And it disables you from doing activities?
But it comes from eating. Like, having gout doesn't stop you eating, necessarily. Doesn't make much sense. But, yeah, look, making him a hedonistic party boy, I think just sort of shows the injustice. Like, Manfred is spending all this money on, like, partying and sex when, like, Dunk is struggling to get enough money to survive. So sort of the privilege is part of it. But, yeah, I think that he's fun and he's unique and he serves the purpose. It's also interesting seeing, like, Red with him in the background. You know, it sort of continues her background story. So, yeah.
Yeah, I like hedonistic Manfred.
Yeah. It's also fun that, like, Manfred is friends with Lionel. And it's kind of like, Lionel has some shitty friends.
Yeah, right. Lionel even says, like, he's willing to entertain people he hates because they do the feudalism thing. Like, Lord Catherine gave me this bauble, so sure, he can hang out.
Yeah, it's, I think it's something that's true about the world, is that powerful people who value their power and their status make friends with some really shitty people.
Yeah.
And, like, powerful people fraternize with other powerful, awful people, which is something we've learned in the news.
What the hell is the news? Lionel Baratheon even said, it could be treated as a throwaway line, but he says to Dunk, Lord Catherine over there, his people starve every winter. He's late to pay his rents, and yet even he showed up with this knife. Like, I'm willing to hang out with this guy whose people are starving because he holds on to money.
Yeah.
Because he gave me this knife.
I think that Manfred and Lionel's hedonism sort of shows the existential horrorness. The existential horror
Add
of
it to the
their,
dictionary.
of their, like, fancy rich lifestyle. Like, Lionel complains about how his life is boring. He's like, Storm's End is brutally dull. And it's like, Lionel, you can do whatever you want. You're so rich. And you're complaining about things
You're
that are
complaining
boring.
to Dunk, who is currently dying next to the elm tree that he calls home.
Like Lionel is so rich and privileged that he's so bored that he's like, let's start a war. He's literally so bored that he wants to start a civil war, having nothing to do. So I think, like, showing, like, the moral emptiness of people like Manfred and Lionel through their hedonism is powerful. And it contrasts so much with Dunk, who is content with his simple, humble lifestyle. So I think all that hedonism that we see serves a purpose.
Good change, medium change. Hedonistic Manfred.
I agree wholeheartedly. It is a good medium change. So our next change is a eggplant emoji.
That's an eggplant emoji.
So we've made it to episode 2. And how does episode 2 begin, Gladys?
Episode 2 begins with Dunk extolling the virtues of his father figure. He tells the people that he's talking to, Allan meant to be a benefit to the people around him. It didn't serve him well. He never accumulated great wealth. He never had a great family that he could call his legacy. He just got on with it, even when he was dying. He was a great knight, not because he won a tournament, but he never shamed himself, and he held the values of knighthood, and that's what Dunk hopes to carry on, and Allan had an enormous schlong.
He sure did. What a schlong it is. The showrunner Ira Parker said that everyone has something special about them, and Allan has a quiet confidence, and perhaps that quiet confidence comes from his mastodonic member.
Allan knows Dothraki. Allan has a horse cock. Allan is a horse.
Allan is a horse.
QED.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. He's like the love child of a Carl and a stallion. Allan is the stallion who mounts the world.
It's the most compelling theory I've heard in years.
Glidus, do we like the penis?
Now, hang on a moment. Because you've designed this to be taken out of context.
Clip it.
The answer is yes. Big fan of cock.
I think that a cock-a-bridge. I think that it's
That's
sort of,
one cock that's never going to get finished.
It's the bridging continues. I think that it sort of falls into the category of trying a bit hard. Like it's kind of related to all the bodily functions we were discussing with all the puking and the spitting and stuff. Because it feels like they're trying really hard to shock us by opening the episode with a penis that takes up 40% of the screen. You really need like an IMAX screen to see this entire penis from top to bottom, you know? I've also got to say, there's a lot of pubic hair going on there.
I hadn't gotten to that yet. Maybe I'll pick up on it on my 7th rewatch.
Is that what your pubic hair looks like when you're 60? You just got like this grey afro? Is that what I've got to look forward to?
When you turn 60 next year.
When I turn 60 next year? That's what I was noticing on my 4th rewatch.
Okay.
What have we got to say about this penis? I think that...
It speaks for itself, mate.
I think it adds to the feeling that Allan was a unique individual.
Yes.
I think that's kind of what Ira Parker was going for. He's unique. He has a source of inner spiritual strength. He has a quiet confidence. And he doesn't feel the need to talk himself up.
Arlen's not compensating for anything.
I think what we're describing is what's called big dick energy. Allan has big dick energy.
Allan has big dick energy.
Allan is the kind of guy...
not in like an aggressive, dominant sort of way. He's just calmly got a huge dick.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, Allan's the kind of guy who looks out a window and sees a kid getting bullied and decides to murder 2 cops.
Yeah.
Allan is the kind of guy who will put down a beer and pick up his sword and kill 2 corrupt
and vomit
policemen.
up that beer while killing those 2 corrupt policemen.
Like, I think that is what big dick energy means to Allan of Pennytree. And
Ira Parker.
Yes, I think that's what Ira Parker's going for. And I think that, again, it's kind of one of those, like, headline-snatching things. Like, I think that their thinking was the same as they were like, let's put diarrhea in the first 2 minutes of episode 1 to get some attention.
Let's put a giant old man cock on screen in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah. I guess it's also, like, it's an answer to, like, the nudity in Game of Thrones, which is a bit of, like, a think piece topic over the decades.
The sex position.
Yeah, because I think Game of Thrones in its early seasons was notorious for having women topless and a lot of, like, women being nude on screen. And there was no reason. There was not...
For no reason.
There was not as equivalent...
a thematic purpose to any of those breasts.
Well, there's also, like, a gender to it in that it was almost always women naked and almost never men naked. And so I think that, like, they occasionally are like, oh, well, let's get some men naked. I mean, it's like when they had, like, Hodor's giant penis, which echoes this giant penis. And so I think they're sort of like self-consciously addressing that by being like, let's put some like sort of cartoonishly, I mean, it's not sexualized, but it's like cartoonish nudity, cartoonish full frontal male nudity.
Sort of to counter the ideas of Game of Thrones' sex position.
I think they're sort of lampshading it. They're addressing it in the same way that they were like pooping on the Game of Thrones theme music in episode 1. They're now kind of parodying the nudity of Game of Thrones in episode 2. I think that might be part of what they're doing here. I think, look, you could write as long an essay as the schlong itself is long, but I think that it's time to rank. It's time to rate this penis.
It's gonna happen someday. We're gonna do it.
Glidus, how do we rate this penis?
Put this penis in the top right corner.
It's a big change.
It's a big change.
It's a big change.
Yeah, because there's that passage in the book where George actually explicitly tells us that Arlen's not packing heat.
Yeah.
That's made up. That's not true. I'm being silly.
Well, the appendix of every Game of Thrones book has a complete listing of the penis length and girth
in millimeters.
In millimeters of every Ice and Fire character, and believe me, there's a lot of Ice and Fire characters.
Length, circumference, and yaw.
Yaw is important. People underestimate the yaw. Yeah, well, it's a very big change. Is it a good change? Is it a bad change? I don't...
Okay. Before you speak, I want you to picture the same scene, but Allan has a regular-sized dick.
Well, it wouldn't be funny or profound.
Exactly. It doesn't say anything if he has a normal dick.
Does it make the story better? I think it also has... Look, I think that it also has that, like, grandma stopped watching factor to it.
Right.
Like... The penis is definitely.
I think Grandma started paying more attention.
Yeah, Grandma just sat up in a chair when Danny Webb hanged dong. I think that it definitely will turn some people off. I mean, there's a whole other.
Heaven knows why.
There's a whole other conversation you could have, which is like, why is the giant penis notable and the gratuitous beheadings and stabbings are not notable? I mean, that's a whole other conversation. Which this is almost commenting on, you know. Look, I don't know. I think it's fine. I don't think it makes it a worse show. I don't think it makes it a dramatically better show. I don't think it really says much.
Can you just put the eggplant emoji square in the middle of the chart?
Well, it's a big change. Let's just leave it there.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. We'll just leave
It's
the
a big
eggplant
change.
looming over the rest of the chart.
Yep. All right. So. Dunk needs someone to vouch for him. And so he talks to lots of knights, asking if anyone remembers Allan, so that then hopefully they will verify that Allan was a real knight who knighted Dunk, and so Dunk can participate in the tournament. And one of the people he asks is Lord Leo Tyrell Longthorn, Lord of Highgarden, Protector of the West. Is
no,
he?
that'd be
Warden
probably Daemon Lannister at this point, right?
Oh, probably. George kind of forgot about...
Lord Paramount of the Mander or Lord Paramount of the Reach would be his title.
Titles. But, like, when I was talking before about... I like that Manfred is, like, a snooty fancy boy. I'm disappointed that Longthorn is not.
Oh, yeah, he's Warden of the South.
Boy.
That's right. The Tyrells are Wardens of the South.
Are they?
Yeah. Most of the time, I think. God, the whole Warden, Lord Paramount thing is all over the place.
Yeah, George makes it really important in book 1.
And then never again.
Kind of forgot about.
So I think that Leo Longthorn, the way he's described in the books is that he's a slender greybeard and he's the Lord of Highgarden and he's got the golden rose and he's the most skilled jouster in all the land. I feel like that character should have been a fancy, oh, I'm so lordly. Because, like, we know the Tyrells from Game of Thrones and they're the flowery Lord of, like, the Knight of Flowers, Leo.
Who wants a rose? Loras.
And Marjorie and, like... And I mean...
Olenna Tyrell is quite gruff.
She is.
She talks about poopies and, well, probably not poopies, but, you know, she's quite vulgar sometimes.
But she also
she's
has,
like irreverent.
But she's like weaponizing her old womanhood, you know, in a way that's fun and real.
In a way that, like, I can get away with this because I'm an old woman.
Yeah, I'm sure we've all met people like that, like old ladies who like are using their status as an old lady to say things that other people aren't allowed to say. You know,
she's basically Lucille Bluth.
Yeah, imagine a world where she played Olenna Tyrell.
Oh my god, that would have been awesome.
That would have been.
I mean,
cool.
Diana Rigg. You can't replace Diana Rigg.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Unless, like, we swap them and Diana Rigg plays Lucille Bluth.
Just alternate each episode.
Yes.
Who plays Olenna?
Right, Longthorn. So you were saying, like, in comparison to the Game of Thrones Tyrells, we haven't seen any House of the Dragon Tyrells, so there's nothing to speak on there.
Yeah, look, I just feel like it would be more consistent with the Tyrell vibe for the Flower Lord to be flowery. And maybe that's why they decided to do the opposite.
Yes, I don't care if it's consistent with his descendants from 100 years later.
Yeah,
because,
no, that's fair.
Like, I'm probably not very much like my great-grandfather, you know?
That's fair. I guess just thematically, like, I feel like the point is that fancy lords and knights are superficially honorable and fancy and look important and look powerful and noble, but beneath the surface they are sometimes corrupt and cruel. Like, I mean, Aerion embodies that in the books, but Aerion they also made less pretty and less colorful and less shiny and less fancy and more sinister. So I dislike how this show in general takes away from the superficial veneer of fancy nobility, and just makes everyone in general more irreverent and gruff and coarse. I think that in general is a bad change.
I think in Longthorn's favor, he's not corrupt, he's not an asshole, he's not cruel and vain like Aerion is.
Yeah, true.
He's just sort of like a gruff, honest bloke, you know?
Yeah, you're right. There's nothing to suggest that Longthorn is a bad guy. I mean,
the only thing he does is not remember Allan, which, fair enough, honestly. He's Lord Paramount of the Reach.
Yeah.
Like, would you remember one guy who worked with you presumably, 10 years ago?
Yeah, and it's not reasonable to expect Longthorn to vouch for Dunk, who Longthorn has no idea who this guy is.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. Longthorn is not a bad guy. So I guess you could argue that Longthorn, by being gruff and moral, actually kind of reinforces the theme of sort of humility and irreverence is associated with morality, and fancy snobbiness is associated with arrogance and cruelty. I guess it's sort of consistent in that way. I don't know. It's still it's just one of those situations where the picture in my head of who Leo Longthorn Tyrell is really clash with what we saw here, which was this gruff guy wearing leather, spitting sour leaf.
And then he's completely badass in the joust later.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's kind of inconsistent because in the joust, he's being a showboat and he's fancy and he's all dressed up and colorful, and it's a very different picture to what we see.
That's a performance.
Here. Yeah.
He's backstage in this shot.
Yeah.
And then we see him as part of government in episode 4. In that scene with Baelor and Maekar and Dunk and Lord Ashford. And he, both here and in that scene, he's, ineffectual. He doesn't do anything.
Wouldn't it be cool if in that scene with the lords, he was wearing, resplendent green and gold lordly clothes?
Although, to be fair, it's the middle of the night.
Yeah, he should be in his little pajamas.
Yeah, his little Tyrell pajamas. He's a rose tappel, wearing a night.
Little monogrammed breast pocket.
LT.
I think that most people who watch this show did not get the impression that this guy is one of the 8 most powerful men in the realm.
No, I wouldn't blame someone for not picking that up.
And that is important. This is a political world, and we should know that Leo Tyrell is powerful and important for the same reason that we know that the Targaryen royal family is important. I think that it would have been better if we got at least some moments where we saw him looking dressed to the nines. Remember that shot in GOT Season 1 where Tywin Lannister is wearing all the Lannister armor regalia?
Oh, with the lion heads on the pauldrons. Oh my god.
It looks incredibly badass. And I think that in general, this show did a pretty good job with the armor. I loved the Kingsguard armor. And I liked Arion's armor.
How sigils appearing in other mundane objects like the Ashford door hinges we went on about in episode 6.
Yeah, I think in general, they did a great job with props and armor and clothes and banners, with some exceptions. But I think that Leo Tyrell was a missed opportunity. I think one of the other issues is that Leo Longthorn does all that cool jousting tricks in episode 2 where he falls off and gets on another horse and he picks up the shield and he does all this cool stuff.
So fucking awesome.
But I guarantee 90% of first-time watchers did not know that the guy doing the fancy jousting tricks was that guy Leo Longthorn.
It took me a while to pick that up.
Because you don't see his face.
Yeah.
And even...
why would you? He's wearing a helmet.
Yeah, and even...
But the helmet should communicate who he is.
And also, there should be a shot of him putting his helmet on. It would have taken 5 seconds. There should have been a shot where we see Leo Longthorn's
Actually, all the
face.
shots in that scene are 0.2 seconds long.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason why that nerd Alt-Shift-X... the reason why people watch Alt-Shift-X's videos... is because watching a YouTube explainer is the only way you can find out who the characters were in the Night Joust in episode 2.
That's why people watch.
I assume so.
I finally get it now.
It's not possible to know otherwise.
Yeah.
Unless you're pausing and trying to figure it out, it's really hard to know who's who.
Especially when the web player you're watching it on doesn't have a fucking frame-by-frame tool.
Oh my god, that's true.
Ugh.
Yeah. So I feel like there are multiple missed opportunities with Longthorn. I feel like the character, I mean, I guess it's not bad that he's gruff, but it conflicts with my image of what he could have
Oh, and we
looked like
can't
and
have
should
the
have looked
little
like.
prince have his little image upset, can we? We
Look,
can't have little Swifty disappointed.
it's true. You're right. This is a me problem.
This so doesn't matter, man.
It's a me
No
problem.
one cares.
I care.
I'm kidding. It does matter. Like, the things build up, right?
Look,
Camel's backs are broken by single straws.
my camel hump
Or something.
is very sore from all the straws that Ira Park has been putting on it, okay? This is one grumpy dromedary,
I mean,
alright?
it's a lot better than Ryan Condal dropping anvils on it.
Oh, yeah, look. I mean, look. yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, let's zoom out for one goddamn minute. We've done a lot of griping.
Oh, dude, so many of the things we complain about in Dunk Time. Like, I hope people don't get the wrong impression. We know we're nitpicking. We know it doesn't matter. We know that it's like the most minor shit no one could ever possibly care about. We're aware of that, and we love the show.
The only reason why we're even doing this stream is because we love talking about this show, because this show is great.
Yes.
Like, can you imagine if we tried to do this live stream for, say, Game of Thrones Season 7?
We would be here for hours, and it would suck.
We'd be miserable
We would
the entire
hate it.
time. So yeah, like, please know that we are nitpicking with love. This is nitpicking with love. Do you think Longthorn is a good change, bad change, big change, small change?
I think it's a small change in how little it affects anything.
Yep.
And, like, I think it's morally neutral.
Yep.
Can you change the good, bad axes to lawful, chaotic?
Yeah, I would like to just change the labels of the axis midstream just to fuck with people. I do...
Someone should screenshot the chart as it is, like, at the end of this stream, and just put whatever they want as the labels of the axes. I think that'd be good.
I mean, make your own version. Like, edit it, add to it. We were talking about, like, should we also do ratings of, like, boldness, funness, joyousness? What other, like, axes can we rate all these changes by?
Dissonance, consonance,
Consonants.
vowel.
All right. Here is an actually significant change.
What's that then? What have you got there? I didn't see.
So, Aerion Targaryen is played by Finn Bennett.
Right.
And in the books, Aerion is the same age as Dunk, or around the same age as Dunk, which is 16 or 17 years old. And he has long, luscious golden locks. And he wears brightly coloured flame clothes in yellow and orange and red. And he is more talkative, and he laughs to taunt Dunk. And he makes all these comments, and he sings, come out, little knight."
Oh,
And
he does that in the show.
He does do that in the show. But Aerion in the book is more colourful, more flamboyant, more expressive, more cartoonishly evil. Whereas Aerion in the show is older, he's got short hair, and he has more of sort of a sullen, quiet cruelty to him, like a shark. He's cruel like a shark.
What are you saying about sharks?
Well,
Leave sharks out of this. It's more like an otter, I think.
An otter?
Yeah, otters are quietly cruel.
Are
You
they?
haven't heard about it.
What's cruel about an otter?
Look into it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you the war crimes that otters have been up to.
This is what Big Otter doesn't want you to know.
Exactly.
How do you feel about Aerion?
I love Aerion in the show. I think he's decidedly different from Aerion in the book, but I love them both the same. I'd probably have more love for show Aerion because there's more of him. I think Finn Bennett is incredible. I think he does a great job. I think he's great. Look, I love my long-haired Targaryens. I love my long, luscious blonde locks. But I understand what they're going for with the short-haired Targaryens in this show. I think it makes sense as a like sort of more refined display of power. Like that's what the Targaryens are up to at this moment. Whereas in House of the Dragon, they're all like, we have long hair. So I think that's I'm not like huge about that particular change, but it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that there's a sense that the long, flowy, showing off your long Targaryen platinum locks, that can be a way of showing, like, confidence and political confidence. And I agree that, like, House of the Dragon was a time when they were more powerful and they were more showy. Whereas the short hair, I think, suits characters like Baelor Breakspear because he's a bit quieter, less confident, and he doesn't have the platinum hair.
Yeah.
But
so
here's
that
the
works
thing.
for Valar as well. But you
Works
think
for
that
Valar as well.
Aerion should be hearkening back to that
Yes.
era of Targaryen supremacy, of draconic supremacy.
Yes, I think the whole point of Aerion is that he's the one ostentatious...
Hey, let's be Daemon again. Let's be Daemon
Yeah.
Targaryen,
Yeah.
the rogue prince.
And I think that there are things that they did do with Aerion in this show that did not in that direction, like the dragon skull helmet on the horse.
Yeah,
That's
Daemon would
awesome.
love that.
Yeah, Daemon would love that. I think that we have to imagine Aerion politically as a Daemon Targaryen stan, as a King Maegor Targaryen stan. Like, I love the little idea that Aerion is a fan of Maegor, and that's why Aerion demands a trial of 7, because
Yep.
the last trial of 7 was fought by Maegor. And we won't spoil you, but there's something in the
There
later
is
family trees
evidence.
that suggests that Aerion
Is just a
fan of
Maegor stan. And by the way, being a Maegor stan, red flag.
Big red flag. And I also think that the ending for Aerion in the books connects with the idea of a expressive, wild, flamboyant, noisy, ostentatious
Like
Aerion.
Targaryen revivalist Aerion.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I really think that Aerion, like, his name is the Bright Prince. He
He's
should be
Aerion
bright.
Targaryen. He
He's
even
Aerion
rhymes.
Targaryen.
Yes. Okay, so he should be more of an explosive presence.
Beware of Aerion, the scariest Targaryen.
All right, ease up. Not everyone's warmed up yet.
So I think it's bad that he doesn't have long hair, that he doesn't wear as colorful, flamboyant clothes, that his personality is not as expressive, not as big in its emotions. Like, I agree. I think that Finn Bennett's performance is great. I think that his quiet, subtle, understated cruelty is great and effective. I especially like the scene where he's just been hit by Dunk and he's sort of in an understated way. He's going like, why did you throw your life away? I'm going to remove all your teeth. Like, I think that works because it's terrifying.
I think that's scarier than someone screaming at you.
I agree. And I think
Because, like, cast your mind back to Viserys Targaryen in Game of Thrones Season 1 when he's screaming at Daenerys.
Yeah.
That's actually the most pathetic he's ever looked, right?
Yeah. I think that, like, I'm sure the writers would have
And
had
I love that,
these
by the way.
conversations that we're having right now,
Yeah.
because I'm sure that one of the concerns is it's really easy for flamboyant and ostentatious and highly expressive and big emotions. It's really easy for that to come across as comical or goofy instead
Ridiculous.
of threatening.
Yeah.
And I think, funnily enough, it's the same choice that they made with the Baron Vladimir Harkonnen in the recent Dune movies, where the Baron Harkonnen in the books is described as being big feelings and talkative and flamboyant and colorful, but in the new Villeneuve movies, he is understated, quiet, dark, muted, and that's the same choice they've made with Aerion here. So I guess that's a common thing, to try and keep villains understated instead of over the top. But I mean, he's Aerion Targaryen!
I think that the effect of him being this relatively muted villain, it comes into play at the story's climax, when Aerion screams, "He's dead. It's over." Like, I think that the dragon waking up has to come from the dragon having been asleep. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, but we don't see the dragon wake up with Aerion.
That was it. It's him screaming at the top of his lungs that he's killed Dunk, and it's over, and he's won, and I'm the dragon, and fuck you all.
That moment was awesome. I did love Finn Bennett's delivery.
It's awesome, and it makes you feel like Dunk has defeated a dragon when he does.
Yeah. And seeing, like, Aerion's performance break, seeing a genuine expression of emotion after all of his, like,
Yep.
oh, I'm just a sullen teenager, I don't care, man. And actually
I'm just gonna
seeing
smash
him-
walnuts. Can you pick that up?
Yeah. Yeah, I think seeing that expression, that was cool. And that was earned. So look, I do not dislike Finn Bennett's performance as Aerion, but, like, in my heart of hearts, I wanted to see the Aryan of the book, which is a bit more expressive and big and cartoonish and like it's also the same thing they did, at least with the hair to Joffrey. There's a lot of similarities between Joffrey and Aryan.
You don't say.
And it's like they made the same choice with Joffrey, where Joffrey in the TV show has short blonde hair instead of his long flowing curls. And it's just if I had a nickel every time, I'd have 2 nickels, which is weird.
They keep changing people's hair. Like, why isn't Sirio bold? Just give me a bold Sirio. That's all I ever wanted.
I mean, the real thing that keeps me up at night is that they did it to Valar as well. Valar also has short hair. The books don't say that he has long hair, but the books do describe his streak of platinum blonde hair.
Baby, show that off. You gotta show that off.
And it's politically important.
And they just hid it in the show.
Hair color.
Why not film him from the other side so we can see the hair?
Yeah, it's so bizarre. like the first 5 episodes of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, we only see Valar from the side of his head that you can't see the blonde streak.
Is the most important thing about him.
Yeah, it's bizarre. And
then it gets to episode 6 and you see the streak and you're like, oh, that's cool. Anyway.
Wish we got to see that during the show.
Yeah, maybe 2 hours ago.
And like a part of the plot line of this whole story is that Baelor has dark hair and people don't trust him because the Martell connection and the prejudice, whereas the blonde hair is like a 1,000-year-old marker of Targaryen privilege and dragon riding ability. So like this is like politically important for the world building. And they're just like, no, let's hide the hair. You're not allowed to see the hair. And it's a wig, by the way. Finn Bennett is wearing a wig. That's not his real hair. They didn't bleach his hair. That's a wig.
Yeah.
So they went.
Of course it is.
So they went to the effort of creating this elaborate wig. It's like, if you're gonna do a wig, why not do a wig that looks cool?
Because maybe it looks really stupid.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe it just looked really fucking goofy. And I think this Aryan fits the show they were making.
I'm not going to stop being angry about it. but I think I've said my piece.
Okay.
I think I've said my piece.
Okay. We're going to disagree on this. We can't put this in the same place as each other.
Do you think that Finn Bennett as Aryan is a good change?
If we're just talking about Finn Bennett, if we're not talking about the wig, then absolutely.
Even wearing the chainmail like a t-shirt, are you okay with that? Do you think it's okay?
It's a cute look. It's a cute look. You're going to see Sabrina Carpenter doing it next summer.
His poor nipples. Can you imagine just walking
Beauty
around?
Beauty is pain. And also, you wear something under the chainmail.
Is he wearing something under the chainmail?
Unless it's really hot.
I don't like it. Well, why do you think he wears chainmail? Like, is Aryan the kind of guy...
It's like, I'm prepared for anything.
I think that's the thing. I think Aryan is the type of guy who just walks around looking to start fights. And he's just like, well, maybe someone will stab me today. I better wear my chainmail. Like, I don't think Aryan makes a lot of friends when he's walking around town. Maybe people have tried to attack him before, and he's like, well, better wear chainmail.
Aryan doesn't have any friends.
Yeah.
Isn't that sad?
Yeah. Maybe if he wasn't so awful to everyone, including his own family, his life would be better.
Why would he ever need friends?
He's got walnuts.
He has a horse dressed like a dragon. What more could you ever want?
You know what would be hilarious is if they showed us a scene of Aryan talking to his horse.
The way Dunk does.
Yeah, because like the whole season we've seen Dunk having these beautiful conversations with his horse. And
right, and that's humbling and it makes him relatable and cute.
Like, what if at the end of episode 6, Aryan's like talking to his horse, like, why
don't
doesn't
worry,
anyone like me? Why
you like me, don't you?
Why were they cheering when Dunk defeated me? Don't they know that I'm the prince? I like this. Yeah, I like this sort of like emo boy, like sullen emo boy energy. Like, I don't.
We haven't really gotten that before, except from like Jace in House of the Dragon. Except like he's not very villainous.
Yeah. No, I think if you go to like a My Chemical Romance concert in 2008, you'll see a lot of people.
You will see
exactly like
Finn Bennett. Finn Bennett was there. Yeah,
probably wearing chainmail
with his bleached wig.
Hair. Yeah. So it feels authentic. I feel like I've met some Aryan Targaryens in the same way that I've met some Olenna Tyrells.
We've all met a handful of Maekars.
All right. Well, I think that we have to split the difference and put it in the middle
Okay.
between good and bad.
Okay.
Because in my heart of hearts, I still feel a bit disappointed. But is it a big change, small change? I guess it's lightly small.
I mean, you've been talking about it like it's the biggest deal ever. You've been talking about it like it's bigger than Allan's cock.
Look at this trend line we're
I know,
creating here.
interesting. Did you see the line of best fit that someone made for our alignment charts?
Yeah? What was it?
Oh, there's a Reddit post, I think, on the Glidus subreddit. That's a Glidus subreddit, by the way,
my
everyone.
goodness.
Heaven knows why. And yeah, someone analyzed our data. Did you know? We've been making data, and you can analyze it.
I
Isn't that
don't
fucking
make
weird?
data, I only make data.
Ah. Data? I hardly know her. Anyway, thanks for tuning into our comedy podcast.
Alright, that's enough puns. No more puns.
We haven't even got to Raymond yet.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to Appleboy yet. Yeah, isn't that interesting that the trend line is the bigger the change is, the more we like it? Isn't that insane? We'll
No.
see if that trend continues.
We shall see.
Alright, so semi-related topic is heraldry. So Game of Thrones is full of house heraldry and sigils, the Lannister lion, the Targaryen dragon, the Stark dire wolf, and some characters have personal, unique heraldry, unique sigils. In the books, Aerion has a unique heraldry where he doesn't just have the usual three-headed red Targaryen dragon. He has a Targaryen dragon with 3 different coloured heads. One yellow, one red, one orange, and the flame that it breathes is golden. And it's part of his colourful, flamboyant vibe as the Bright Prince. And in the TV show, they gave him a sort of a yellow Targaryen dragon.
It just looks like it's been through the dryer a few too many times.
Yeah.
Like you put it in with a white t-shirt. Ah, shit.
And there are some other changes. I think that it's only in the graphic novel, but in the graphic novel, Maekar has a unique heraldry of 4 Targaryen dragons because he's the 4th
He's the
son.
4th son.
And Darren
Has a backwards Targaryen dragon because he's a bit of a backwards fellow.
Yeah, I really like that one.
Yeah.
'Cause
This
it's
is goofy.
Darren just wants to show that he's different and a bit lost.
I'm sort of going the wrong way.
So I like that one. And also Valar, I think, has like a border around his shield. And all of that is like barely canon because some of it's only in the graphic novel. But Aerion at least is in the book with this unique heraldry. And I like it because it gives Aerion his own distinct thing.
Yeah, and like this stuck-up teenager would come up with his own Hot Wheels design of the Targaryen sigil, right?
Yeah. Although, I mean, his armor looks incredibly sick.
In the show.
Yeah. I love the helmet. I love the spikes. Like, yeah, I am complaining that we don't get as much, like, color from Aerion in the show, but, like, his armor does look incredibly cool, so there's that.
I think what you're experiencing is, like, for the first time ever, they're finally giving us a taste of what we could have, you know, just like, please, sir, can I have some more?
Yeah. Well, this is one of the ways that...
Like, we were thirsty men in the desert for years, and now we're getting a little bit of water, and it's like, oh my god, Immortan Joe, just let it go.
Ira Parker as a Morton
Yeah.
Joe is not something I was expecting to imagine.
Well, you never know what you're going to get on these streams.
But, like, you're right. Like, I still wake up furious with cold sweats at 3 a.m. because I remember that Dan and Dave never gave us Daenerys Targaryen in armor.
Yeah, what the fuck?
The fact that Daenerys Targaryen
What
never
the
wears
fuck?
armor when she's riding into battle on Dragonback is insane. It could have been the coolest thing in the world.
And, you know-
Seeing Emilia Clarke in full plate black Valyrian steel dragon scale unique awesome Dragon Queen armor would have been the best thing that's ever happened.
That
And
is
they could have
true.
done it and they didn't do it.
That is true. They could have done a lot of things, actually, and they didn't do them. And so, yeah, Ryan Condal earns a lot of free brownie points just by virtue of putting Eve Best in armor on a dragon.
Yeah, that's something that, like, both House of the Dragon and A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms have repeatedly shown us all the cool armor that should have been in Game of Thrones and wasn't.
Just a lot of cool things in general.
And I think, like, one of the things that people said was, like, oh, you know, you don't want armor and helmets on people in Game of Thrones because then you can't see their faces. And it's like...
Myth busted, motherfucker!
Yeah!
Because, oh my god, I haven't talked about this. Oh my god, I finally get to talk about it. Oh my god. So, we recorded all of Dunk Time, like, before the show started, right? So, I haven't had a chance to talk about this show live on the internet for fucking ages. So, here we go.
Yeah.
In episode 5, Dunk wears his helmet through most of the fight, and it's awesome. In fact, most of the combatants wear their helmets the entire time. Arians comes off at the end, Dunks comes off towards the end, and the reason they come off, I mean, it makes sense. You want to see your actor's face during the emotional climax of his story. Of course. But you have to, well, I guess you don't have to. In Game of Thrones, characters didn't wear helmets at all for no reason. But in A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, they worked Dunk taking his helmet off into the narrative of the fight. It makes complete sense.
Yeah.
He has a dagger shoved into his eye. His helmet's full of blood and mud. He can't see through it anymore. He has to take it off. And that lets us look at Peter Claffey while the narrative is reaching its zenith. It's perfect. It's genius. We get to see the guy in the helmet during the fight, which makes fucking sense. Why wouldn't you do that? And the show proves that Dave and Dan, the whole ethos of you can't have the character in the helmet because the audience needs to see their face. They were so obsessed with actors' faces in that show, and I get it. But also, let the visuals speak. Let the visuals speak.
I have never heard you this animated before.
He takes the helmet off, and it makes perfect sense.
It does
It's
feel
great.
It feels grounded and real and logical in a way that none of the fights in Game of Thrones ever did. And it also, the concern with helmets in other shows was always how are we going to see the characters' emotions? How are we going to know who's who? Was that a problem in this show?
No, actually, the character kept the helmet on the entire time, and it's the best fight in the franchise.
Yes, and they succeeded so much in showing us his emotions by giving us close-ups inside his helmet, hearing his vocalizations. They did things.
They use the helmet to convey his emotion. We see through his visor, and we get to see his narrow. We experience his perspective.
We see his wide blue eyes through the tiny visor
it's
slit.
beautiful.
It's powerful. And is there any trouble recognizing the characters through their helmets? No, because they have unique armor and unique helmets.
Except for the Kingsguard.
Wow.
But we weren't going to gain anything from distinguishing them anyway, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, that I am still a bit mad that Donald was not ginger, because in the book Donald is ginger,
Fucking
and
hell.
I know this is
Man.
this is splitting hairs, but the red hair would have made Donald recognizable in the trial scene, and so we saw
with the helmet.
Well, here's the thing: we saw Roland putting on his helmet in the episode. And so we could have seen, even if it's from a distance, we could have seen Donald's red hair as he's putting on his helmet. And then we would have known, oh yeah, it's that guy who we met earlier who was nice, but now Dunk has to fight him to the death. Isn't that interesting?
Okay.
I think that is something that is interesting about the fight and about Donald and Roland that 90% of viewers would not have even picked up that those same guys were fighting Dunk. Most people, they wouldn't have even noticed, and they could have made it more noticeable if Donald was ginger.
Man, or you could just see the guy's face.
or that.
Do you recognize people only by their hair?
Yes. I really recognize people.
Is this the Aryan problem?
I only see people from the forehead up. Although, isn't there a live stream where you and Alt-Shift-X wrongly thought that Helena Targaryen
Hey,
Alice?
whoa. Are we digging into old live streams now?
Alt-Shift-X live stream. There's a solid 10 minutes where you two
And I think
fools were wrongly saying
she
who was
looks
who.
a little weird in that shot. It's
How
through the
did
veil.
you not
It's through the
recognize
veil.
Thea
And
Saban?
then we looked at the live chat, and everyone was saying, "You guys are such idiots."
I would never make that mistake. That's a common Alt-Shift-XL for sure.
I agree.
So don't you throw any stones in this glass house.
Anyway.
What were we saying? Heraldry.
Right, yeah. So this is something that, if it was there, it'd be great. And it's not there, and it changes very little.
I think Ira Parker said as much in the Reddit AMA. That
He was like, oh yeah, shit.
Yeah.
Whoops, we should have done that.
Yeah. I mean, there's sort of a whole other topic of errors in the show. We could talk about the continuity error where Dunk has his shield after he gave his shield to Tansel.
We might as well talk about that right now. Hashtag Shieldgate.
Well, I feel like it's kind of a medium-sized change because it's very noticeable. A lot of people noticed it. Because he's got... And the shield is, blacked out, which kind of is oh...
It's awkward. It's weird.
It's awkward and unfortunate. And I'm sure they could have like tried to digitally remove it, but they didn't. So
Well, it probably looked worse than not doing it.
yeah, so that's an unfortunate error.
It appears to be, like, I think it's a continuity error born from rearranging the order of scenes in that episode, because it is different to how it plays out in the novella, the order in which Dunk drops the shield off, goes to Pate, goes to Henley, the horse trader.
Yep.
Yeah, that order is all jumbled up in the show, and that might have been for, like, reasons of narrative flow after they had already shot everything in the editing room. They were trying to, like, make that flow better.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if it's a situation where, like, they didn't know exactly how long all the episodes would be, and they decided they had to rejig the order of some things. Like, I think one of the strengths of this season is that I think they did a really, really, really good job of splitting the book up into 6 distinct episodes with 6 distinct arcs and themes and topics. I think they did a great job of that, and I guess, like, part of the work that they did in order to make that happen was that they had to rearrange some stuff.
Yeah.
Because the order of events wouldn't have worked the same way to achieve the same arcs and flows and themes otherwise. So, you know, I guess if they managed to plan it better, maybe they wouldn't have had that error. But yeah, he's got the incorrect black shield. Wait, is that episode 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoopsie doopsie.
Yeah, count that as a whoopsie doopsie.
Yeah, but, like, it really doesn't matter, right? It's a continuity error. It's a visual thing that's just there. It doesn't impact anything. It's just, you know, it'd be great if it wasn't there, but it is, and it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's a whoopsie doopsie. There ain't much to say about it other than that. You can critique a choice. You can't really critique a whoopsie doopsie. Who's Roland and Donald?
They're the Kingsguard knights that Dunk talks to when he first rolls into Ashford Castle.
In the book, Dunk deliberately approaches Roland and Donald to ask them about whether they're competing in the tournament.
One knight speaking to others, you know? You're allowed to do that.
And when I realized that, it kind of changed my opinion a tiny bit about
The Baylor thing?
the Baylor thing.
Yep.
Because one of the big changes, in my opinion, is Dunk deliberately approaching Prince Baylor and Maekar in the show, when in the book he only accidentally blunders in. And I think that that's a change that makes Dunk more, like, confident and assertive. But, like, now that I realize that in the book he deliberately approached Roland and Donald, it's like, okay, that's kind of
They're
like...
sort of just, like, trading the way that works out.
Yeah, there's kind of an equivalence there. So maybe that's kind of their justification. I still kind of dislike the Baylor thing. But,
We'll get to it. Don't you worry. Do you like that Roland asks Dunk if there's a good place to shit?
You know, I kind of do like that one, yeah.
Good.
I on the record, I do feel like they try too hard to be coarse and shocking and poopy.
Yeah, it would be nice if... So, Donald sort of presents himself as the ideal of a knight. Like, he presents himself as a social climber who has risen from, you know, Crabber's family to the heights of the Kingsguard, and, like, he's trying to be a good person. Like, he comes off to Dunk as, oh, sorry that Roland is a dick. I'm going to talk to you as if you're a real person. And that's really cool. And Roland is sort of like, you could substitute him with any of the other gruff dick knights, right?
I think that he does talk in a fancy hoity-toity way. And
so he's sort of like Manfred Dondarrion if he were more poop.
I was complaining about the dearth of hoity-toity, fancy-wancy, knightly lads earlier. And I think that Roland does sort of fit that bill. And I do think it is inherently funny and thematically appropriate for one of the quote-unquote best knights alive, Sir Roland Craycall, to be asking where he can do a big crap. And I think that does fit with the sort of de-romanticization, or like questioning the romanticization and idealism of knighthood. It's a nice reminder that everybody poops.
Everyone poops.
No matter how fancy of a knight you are, you still got to poop somewhere. And I think puncturing that sort of mythology, that idealization of knights is what the story's all about. So yeah, I do like that poopy bit.
Okay.
We're really just ranking poopies, aren't we? Also, it goes without saying that we love the white armor.
Scrumptious. Although you didn't like the helmets very much.
I thought that the little spike on top of the helmets looked a little bit goofy and impractical.
I think I agree with you these days on that one.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool helmets in this show, and I feel like the Kingsguard helmets are not cool. But yeah, I mean, the Kingsguard armor, like, you really got to file that under things that should have been in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the Game of Thrones Kingsguard armor, like, transitioned from gold to silver to black by the end. What's that all about?
And, like, it's fine to take artistic liberties with the color of armor, except in the case of the Kingsguard.
Yeah, the Kingsguard.
Because the whole point
the whole fucking
is that
point.
they are the white swords, and the white symbolizes their purity and honor, which contrasts with the reality of their corruption and incompetence. So, like, there's a very
And
specific
also,
purpose.
like, got a white monastic order in the Kingsguard, mirroring with the black monastic order in the Night's Watch.
Yeah, it's all very deliberate, and it's like it's not complicated. Like,
It's very straightforward.
This is not
Like,
a secret.
A kid would get it.
Yeah, like it's not a secret that George deliberately made the heroes the knights the dudes in black and made the assholes the knights in white. Like, that's not a subtle
Yeah,
thing
and they're like
that George is doing.
ethereal white ghosts who are like extraordinary combatants. They're obviously paralleled with the others.
Yeah, so like it's
It's pretty fucking important.
it just makes me angrier in hindsight that Game of Thrones was what it was, you know?
I'll have to add that to my list of visual edits to do on my Game of Thrones re-release.
Your Game of Thrones re-release.
I'm talking shit though.
When
but like,
can I buy
imagine
that on VHS?
I'm able to remove Daenerys's hair.
Yeah, how many hours did you spend recoloring all the Targaryens' eyes purple again?
So that was when I was a lot worse at video editing, but it did take me like an hour for every minute.
And how many minutes did you edit the eye colors in?
Daenerys is on screen for roughly 40 minutes in season 1 of Game of Thrones, and then there's a little bit more for Viserys. So yeah, around probably 50 hours I spent doing that.
This guy is the reason why Alt-Shift-X releases weekly videos, I've heard. Holy moly. What do you think about Donald's whole arc where Dunk says, how did a lowborn crabber get onto the Kingsguard? And Donald's like, same way we
became crabbers.
became crabbers.
Mate.
And then Egg says, humble crabber, his father
His father owns half the crabbing fleets in Westeros! Thank you.
So what do you think of that?
I'm still a little confounded by it to this
Me
day.
too.
I'm like, what was that getting at?
I still don't know what the point is, because
Like, we can do a lot of speculating, and we did speculate a lot in Dunk Time episode 2, but we didn't really come to any conclusions.
I think one read of it is that Donald is privileged and he's got a rich daddy, and, and due to nepotism he got the Kingsguard job. And I think another interpretation is that Donald reckons he's really competent and he got the job by merit, and that's the same way that his dad became a powerful crabber, was by merit.
Yep.
And those are
Like, maybe that's what Donald thinks he's saying, but what he's actually saying is the other thing about nepotism.
Yeah, I guess the correct answer is probably both, right?
Yeah, neither, it's both.
Like, because there's no way that Donald was telling Dunk, oh, I have a rich daddy and that's why I'm on the Kingsguard. There's no way he would say that to Dunk, right?
Yeah.
Like, Donald will want to think that he got there by merit, whether that's true or not.
Most Nepo babies do like to think that.
Yeah. So I think we've just solved it. I think the answer is that Donald thinks he got the Kingsguard job by merit, but he might actually have gotten the job by nepotism and privilege.
And political back-scratching.
All right. I don't know if that's the answer, but I'm choosing to believe that's the answer.
Sure. What do we think of... What are we here to do? Roland and Donald.
Yeah,
Good change, big change.
I
Bad
mean,
change, small change.
In the book, they have no personality. Barely any personality. They just seem to be like nice, decent Kingsguard knights.
Yep.
Whereas in the book, they are humanized and they are different to each other.
He means the show, don't worry.
In the show, sorry. And I think that makes it more meaningful when Dunk fights against them. But I think
that's
it
not
would
really
be...
used in episode 5.
Well, yeah, that's the big missed opportunity. I think it would have been so much more powerful if there was 1 second of shots of Roland and Donald seeing their faces, putting on their helmets as they're facing up to go against Dunk.
You know what else
that would have been powerful.
I would have loved? A 3-line conversation between Donald or Roland, probably Donald though, and Dunk at the Beesbury funeral in episode 6.
Yeah.
Because one of these guys killed Humphrey, you know,
Yeah.
Beesbury or Harding.
No, you're right. That would have been a great moment to do it. Like, it
Because
would
they're
have been...
there, they're in the scene. Maybe they
Yeah.
did do that and they just cut it.
Yeah, I would love to see if there's a deleted scene. I think you're so right, because I think that one of the things that I like about episode 6 is that Dunk has just gone through this life-changing, traumatic nightmare experience, and Lionel is like, oh, that was a fun party, let's go home. And I think it's really interesting how it shows, like, it's connected to, like, the class and also just, like, Dunk is a morally thoughtful, caring person, that, like, some people are totally unscathed and thoughtless about this whole experience. It means nothing to them that all these men just died, but to Dunk it means everything. And I think that they could do another similar moment if Dunk approached Roland and Donald, and Dunk is like, wow, that was fucked up.
Yeah.
And Roland and Donald are just like, yeah, it's just another Tuesday, this is our job. And that would have been like, oh.
We think it sucks that Arian dragged everyone into this, and we killed 2 people because of that.
Yeah.
And, like, we're going to try to not think about that. Because if we think about it too much, then our entire lives are drawn into question.
Yeah, I think that there are kind of moments like this in the books. Like, I think of, like, fucking Preston Greenfield, the Kingsguard Knight, just witnessing and participating in the abuse of Sansa.
Yeah.
And, like the way that Sansa describes some of the Kingsguard Knights is... I think Meryn, like, she describes Meryn as being someone who just has no emotion or humanity in his eyes.
Nothing behind them.
Like, Meryn is terrifying because he's just a killing robot. He's just a robot that kills. And it's like, there's no humanity in being a death robot for a king. And somehow that's even more terrifying than the other Kingsguard Knights who are, like, corrupt or cruel or venal. The ones who have no humanity to them whatsoever. And, like, wouldn't it be... we could have seen some of that in, like, Roland or Donald or bloody Willem Wilde after the fight, you know?
I do know. That's why I said it.
I think that with so many of the side characters, it's really great when we check in with them in the early episodes and then we check in with them afterwards to see how things have changed them or have not changed
How has this story affected Red? How has this story affected Donald? How has this story affected fucking Gwyn Ashford?
Yeah. So episode 6, I think, is my favorite episode of the season, which is crazy because almost none of it's in the book. But it's great because we get to see the journey of Red, of Gwyn, of Lionel.
It's the morrow.
We're
checking in. It's the day after the party. Everyone's going home. Everyone's changed because the party was wild.
And Raymond. So, like, wouldn't it have been nice to check in with Roland and Donald in some way? Maybe there was a missed opportunity there. But I think overall, like, what is in the show, I think it is good. Like, just this one little scene, one little conversation, I think it's cool because we get to see some different kinds of knights, and we get to raise some questions about privilege and about, like, romanticization versus grimy reality. It evokes some of the themes. The armor is cool. It's a good scene.
Yeah.
And you know, and obviously they contrast with Dunk, because Dunk is someone who is looking up to the idea of knighthood. These guys embody the ideal of knighthood. It's like, could Dunk become like them someday? And those who have read the books might know something about that. So there's a lot that's good here in this one little short scene. So yeah, it's good.
Good change, small change.
I agree. Good change, small change. So
Put
our
it,
next
like,
topic is
halfway
Gwyn.
into that quadrant there.
Yeah, good change, small change.
So Gwyn Ashford is... that's the big change corner you're putting it into there.
Sure is.
Put it elsewhere. Don't do that. Stop doing
Put
that.
it over there.
Gwyn Ashford in the book is not even Gwyn Ashford. She's the Ashford maid. And she doesn't do anything. She doesn't... she's not a character. She does not exist. I mean, she exists, but not as a character.
Yeah, I mean, I think the purpose of Gwyn in the book is that she embodies the ideal of the fair maid.
I mean, she doesn't. Because Dunk looks at her and thinks, that's not a fair maid. I've seen fairer maids than that.
Yeah.
Come back when you're fairer.
Yeah, so the whole story of Lady Ashford is she's meant to represent and embody the beautiful maid, the prize who is won by the heroic knight. And Dunk notices, fair maid ain't that fair. In the same way that Dunk realizes,
Those knights aren't all that knightly.
that prince ain't that princely.
Yeah. These heroes aren't very heroic.
Yeah. So it's just part of the story of questioning our romantic assumptions. Whereas the TV show asked, but what if Gwyn was a person who had thoughts and feelings and a personality? And they did that, and it's great.
It is.
Because Gwyn has her cheeky moment in episode 2 where she
It's so funny.
runs up to Dunk and she's like, oh, the princes are dead. You're big and stupid.
My birthday's interesting now. And then she runs off. I saw a comment on the Dunk Time video saying that feels like a Smiling Friends moment where some weird character emerges from the wall to say something insane and then scurry off. And I thought that's perfect.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, she just like leaps into the story and just ruffles Dunk's hair and runs out again. I was like, huh? What?
It's great. It's so silly.
So yeah, I
Pour
think,
some out for Smiling Friends, by the way.
yeah. Well, I mean, respect to the Smiling Friends creators for like deciding to end on a high note instead of like doing 9 seasons that outstay their welcome, like Rick and Morty, like that.
Or The Simpsons.
Seems like a good choice.
Game of Thrones.
And I love how that they put a bow on it at the end when Gwyn comes up and says, "Hey, I feel upset that my birthday party turned into a 7v7 WWE Raw Showdown Spectacular bloodbath. But I think that you were morally in the right."
Yeah, I'm not mad at you that my birthday was ruined.
So she starts out as a chaotic, silly child, and she ends it by being thoughtful and empathetic and wise. And all of that takes place in what, like 30 seconds of screen time?
Yeah.
20?
I think that speaks to how effective all of these additions are.
She also has a pretty dress that has Ashford symbology
Sunbursts.
on it.
Yeah.
And she has a crown of flowers and jewelry.
She's the birthday girl, and she looks the part, you know?
She has more pretty jewelry than most royal princesses do in the
In Game of
previous
Thrones,
2
yeah.
shows.
What a shame.
So I think that Gwyn is a small change. I mean, sort of medium, because she is like a whole character who gets a couple of scenes. But she's...
I would say, like, put her above where we just put the Kingsguard.
Yeah.
For how good it is. It's just great.
Yeah, I think Gwyn is great and fun and simple and absolutely worthwhile. And it's sort of emblematic of the approach that this show took to adaptation, which is let's take things that are nothing burgers in the book and
Just blow some air into them.
and just what if they were human? I think it's kind of a great question to ask in like all scenarios. Is like, I mean, like
What if they were human?
what do the Green Brothers say? Like imagining others complexly.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of the whole point of art is to say, what if there was a crazy situation and there were people in it? That's what a story is.
Yeah, man. I mean, a lot of stories are, what if there was a, like, pretty mundane situation and
Yeah.
people were in it? Because that's what we find interesting about stories. Isn't situations, it's people.
Yeah. That's so well said. So Gwyn is that.
Yeah, and, like, all of these expansions, it is just, like... Robin Rising is the example we kept coming back to in Dunk Time because there's a single line. It's how many words? Robin Rising prayed. 3 words in the novella. And Robin Rising is not a big character in the show. He doesn't do much, but he's there. He's a human. You can look at him and be like, okay, I have an idea of who this is.
Yeah.
That's all just done by taking those 3 fucking words and giving him a bit of screen time, imagining if he was a real person.
Yeah. It shows so much reverence.
Such a
for the
great
book.
ethos.
It shows so much reverence for the book that they take one sentence and they turn it into this whole colorful, memorable human being. And it contrasts so much with like the adaptational style of Game of Thrones, where like Game of Thrones, instead, like, I mean, the books A Song of Ice and Fire have such a rich like treasure trove of fascinating little side characters that could have been adapted into major characters. But when the Game of Thrones was making the show, instead of taking the book material and showing reverence for the book material, they're like, what if we had Carl fucking Tanner? Because this show doesn't have enough murderous rapists in it, right?
Take this. What if Euron Greyjoy was just Ramsay but stupider?
What if Ed Sheeran? like this TV show is over here going like, you know, what if Robin was a person? What would he be like? If Gwyn was a person, what would she be like? But Game of Thrones was like, what if we shoehorned Ed Sheeran into this? That's the different approaches of these two different adaptations, you know? I think this one might be better.
Oh, and he sings Hands of Gold, and it makes no sense because, like, that song, it's about... We're not...
It's a very dark song.
We literally said earlier that if we sat here and talked about all the changes in season 7, it was season 7, episode 1 that Ed Sheeran is in, that we would be here for hours and hate ourselves.
We shan't. We're doing the fake Ed Sheeran another day.
Oh my god.
So one of the changes between the book and the show is that in the book, Dunk accidentally blunders into a Great Hall conversation with Baelor Breakspear and Maekar and Plumber and Lord Ashford and others. And in the book, it's a comedic Mr. Magoo situation.
Fucking hilarious.
Where Dunk is just trying to find Plumber, and he accidentally ends up in a conversation with the heir to the throne. And it's funny, and I like it. And in the TV show, Dunk deliberately sneaks into the castle, specifically to find Prince Baelor, who he has already seen and recognized, because he hopes that Baelor will remember Allan, because Allan talked about jousting against Baelor at a past tournament, and it's a plan for Dunk to try and get Baelor to vouch for Dunk so he can join the tournament.
Yeah. That's it. That's the size
of it.
Is that it?
And I dislike the show change because it feels a bit out of character for Dunk that he's so assertive and bold and strategic and planning, which kind of goes against most of the rest of his character, I think. So I dislike it.
Okay. Here we go. So the Targaryen princes arrive. Dunk's like, what's going on? What's all that about then? And this guy says, can't you see, you gaping word I can't say? It's the Targaryen princes. And he's like, oh, hold on a minute. Allan jousted against Baelor Breakspear once. I wonder if Baelor Breakspear's here. And the previous scene, the scene just before this happens, we see Dunk exhausting all of his other options. He's out of other options. There's no one else. He just tried talking to Leo Longthorn. Like, he's already gone out on a limb talking to the Lord Paramount of the Reach. I don't think that Baelor Breakspear, like, as far as Dunk is concerned, I don't think that's that much of a step. I think that it's logical. It's the only thing he can do, really. Is, like, he knows that Baelor did know Allan, and it's the only risk is if Baelor remembers him.
It is logical, and it does make more sense in the context of Dunk, where, like, we see Dunk talking to Longthorn and Hayford and Estamont,
yeah, so I think the show did a lot to justify it, to make it make sense. And also, there's something to be said for the cosmic coincidence aspect in the novella, that Dunk happens to stumble into a conversation with the one guy who happens to remember Allan, right?
And it is consistent with the idea of brave foolishness.
Yes.
Dunk is a brave fool who is lying about being a knight and barging into a situation that he has no right to be in. Like, he barges into this conversation in the same way that he barges into the tournament itself. So I guess in that respect, it is perfectly consistent. Perhaps
you still don't like
me.
I have? That's crazy. Remember in Dunk Time episode 6 when you were like, can you, like, fucking Darren changes Dunk's mind with an argument? He says something that changes his mind. That's crazy.
Yeah, when Darren says that Arian used to be a glad child.
Oh, what a great scene. Are we going to talk about that later? Is that there later?
Well, yeah.
It is a big change. It should be there.
I think that sort of folds into Dark Egg, perhaps.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk about that then.
Its own separate,
no, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. I don't care. We'll make it work.
I care about the chart. All right, you've convinced me. It is a mildly good change, and I think it's a big change.
It's a huge change. I think it might be as big as Arlen's dick.
But
that's our yardstick in both senses.
Our yard dick. Our imperial yard dick. Yeah. I'm still not convinced that it's the greatest change in the world, but yeah, I think it is consistent and fine, and it is pretty big.
By the way, we'll get to super chats towards the end of the stream, or if we need to take a break at some point.
So, at this scene, Dunk speaks with Prince Maekar Targaryen, the fourth-born son of King Darren. We should have a whole other separate circle for the fact that the Herald says Mirka.
Mirka. He also says like Beerlaw Targaryen.
And because the only time Makar's name is said in that episode is by the Herald saying Mirka, we had to say Mirka for the entirety of Dunk Time episode 2.
That was really funny though.
Such a good bit. I'm sure all the comments are people saying, why are you saying meerkat?
I don't think we had any. I think everyone was on board. They were like, yep, that makes sense.
Meerkat. So Makar stood out to me because he curses like a sailor. And he's very blunt and very rude. Like, in the book, he is harsh and blunt. But they really turn up the dial on the swearing and the harshness and the coarseness in the book to a point that I felt was excessive.
I understand that.
It just felt like a bit much. And it does contrast nicely with Baelor. Like, the point is that it contrasts with Baelor.
Yes. And then we see Makar stepping into Baelor's shoes a little bit after Baelor dies, which I think is really nice.
Yeah. And, I think that Makar's harshness obviously is part of his terrible parenting. And it's part of how he sort of fails to connect with Egg and with Aerion and Darren and Aemon, is that he's someone who pushes people away or is prickly or is rude or blunt, and that just doesn't connect with these kids. So like there's a meaning to it. I just feel it's a bit cartoonish. It's just a little bit much. I do like a lot about his performance. Is it Sam Spruill, the actor? I
really like him.
Yeah. I do think that like his performance overall I think is great. Because he absolutely does capture the sadness and the humanity and the vulnerability. Like when he's telling Dunk, like, Egg is my only son, my last son. Like he really sells the pain there. So I do love a lot of the performance. But I think the coarseness is a bit much, and I also think he looks too old. Because it is...
Go on.
Well, I think that one of the foundational defining parts of his character is that he's the little brother. He's the younger brother of Baelor. And on screen, he does not look like the younger brother.
But
he looks like the older brother.
You would look like that too if your kids were,
Yeah, look, he looks like...
a nerd, a drunkard, a fucking emo, and a communist.
Look, he's here's my headcanon. Makar had black hair until his children started growing.
Yeah, he looked exactly like Baelor.
Like 5 years of parenting Aerion
until Aerion turned 13.
Yeah, it's all stress. I still don't like that he looks a bit too old because he doesn't feel like the little brother. He doesn't feel like the little brother to me in the way that he should. I do like that he has like pockmarked cheeks because the pockmarked acne scarring in the book is something that he has, and I kind of like that as someone. I don't know. It feels like someone who feels a bit hard done by fate.
Yes, and it's just a great detail that they really didn't have to include, but it's loveful that they did.
It's a roughness. It's a literal coarseness.
Yeah.
I like that. So I think that I like Sam Spruill as Makar. I think he does a great performance.
It sounds like you have more of an issue with the writing, giving him all of those fucks.
Yeah, I just would like a little bit of a dial back on the swearing. Watching episode 2, I really enjoyed a lot of Makar, the little subtleties of his performance, some of his vocalizations that he made, some of his scowls, some of his sighs, the sort of tired old man noise that he made when he sat down in a chair. He's like, like there's a really like kind of eccentric, quirky... little vocalizations that he makes.
I do want to put it to you that Makar has white hair and Baelor has black hair.
Yes.
And it's impossible for someone in that situation to look younger.
It's tough.
Because he's just going to look older because he has white hair.
Yeah, it's tough. I know. Yeah, look, I won't complain about this one too much because the actor's great and it's what it is. But, in the same way that it would be better if Peter Claffey was a foot taller, it would look better if Sam Spruill was a decade younger. And I know they can't change that.
So, take them back to the lab, try again.
Yeah. my other beef with Sam Sproul is that he's going around in interviews to the press and he's saying that, well, now that Baelor is dead, Maekar is the heir to the throne, and so perhaps political ambition is part of why Baelor died. And I'm like, Sam Sproul!
No, there's no way they cut Aerys and Rhaegal from the show continuity.
Well, also Valar and
Valar.
Mataris is the bloody problem. This guy
that's
Sam
that's
Sproul
crazy. Scrub up on your book lore.
calls himself an actor. He doesn't even understand
Targaryen
primogeniture in the Andal fashion of succession.
You can't be a real actor unless you know all about those things.
It does make me slightly sad when the actors haven't read the book. And I know, look,
Although,
full
hang
respect.
on. I
if
do
they
want to
don't-
afford some benefit of the doubt. We have read those books a shitload. We oftentimes misspeak about them.
Yes.
We sometimes get things wrong.
Yes.
Perhaps he got it wrong all those times. He said that same thing over and over.
I think he got it wrong multiple times. I've read multiple
Okay.
interviews where Sam Sproul got it wrong. But look, fine. Like, you do you, man. You do you. You've got more important things than to read novellas from the 90s. I get it.
We'll take it from here,
Yeah,
Sam.
we'll take it from here. I get it. You got your job, we got
Yeah,
our
we got
job.
ours. You get paid way more, but that's fine. You do a great job.
You ride a horse and complain about your kids. We'll talk about a book from the 90s. It's fine.
And he looks great doing
He
it.
does look great doing it. I love Maekar's armor. It's so spiky and angry, just like Maekar is spiky and angry. It's a good performance.
I think he's wonderful.
So, I mean, is it...
God, this show's so fucking good.
It's so fucking good. I mean, something that I mean, there is a big change that I dislike.
We'll get to
about
that in
Maekar
episode
that
6.
We'll get to. But I think that aside from the big change of Maekar not agreeing for Egg to leave, I think that overall, I think Sam Sproul is great. I think making him coarser is a detail that I kind of dislike too much swearing. So, like, I guess overall, it's like a net slight positive.
Because I don't really care about the swearing as much as you seem to. For me, it's not slight. It's just positive. But yeah, that's do what you're gonna do.
I mean, it's barely a change, is the thing.
Yeah.
It's barely a change. And it washes out to good, so I guess we'll put it here.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. Can we talk about Lord
Ashford.
Ashford? Can we talk about Lord Ashford? I feel like this is something that most people like. This is
Yeah,
not
who's
a big
ever talked
deal.
about Lord Ashford?
Yeah, no one cares about Lord Ashford, but I care about Lord Ashford. I love Lord Ashford. He's my favorite. He's not my favorite, but I like him a lot because in the book he's like kind of a non-entity, but in the show there's a lot of like quiet characterization that goes into this grasping buffoon. Like, it begins in episode 1 where Plumber says, yeah, for some reason Lord Ashford thinks he's important.
Yeah.
And he thinks of himself as of great import, and he only wants fancy people in his tournament. And just Plumber's, like, open disrespect to his boss tells a whole story in and of itself.
Yes, if Ashford were to be taken seriously, Plumber would not be speaking like this to a random hedge knight he just met.
Yes, and we see we see Lord Ashford in the episode 2 scene, where Lord Ashford is, he's welcoming the princes. Like, this is the most politically important day of Lord Ashford's life. This is his big chance to impress. Look at this giant gold chain that Ashford is wearing. He is compensating so hard, desperate to look rich and powerful and important.
Hey, man. This man has custom personalized door hinges.
Custom door
He
hinges.
doesn't have to compensate for anything.
Like, this guy has like a custom number plate on his Holden Corolla that says ASHFRD.
The car people are going to kill you.
It's Westeros. They've got different cars in Westeros.
Well, we do know they have the Ahura Mazda.
And he makes that. Yeah.
Zoom zoom.
Zoom zoom.
Zoom zoom zoom.
No one knows what we're
No
talking
one
about.
knows what we're talking
If you want to know what the fuck we're talking about,
Yes.
you're going to have to sign up to Nebula and watch the extended version of Dunk Time number 5?
It's 6, I think.
6?
Just watch all of them.
But watch all
You've
of
got
them
the
to
time.
find
Look
out.
at you.
And then Lord Ashford is like, you have a sword, but a sword and an armor doth not a knight make. Am I right, guys?
Yeah, and he
It's like
tosses it like
crickets.
any follow-ups from the punches in the crowd. It's like, No one looks at him. It's great.
He's trying so hard to like fit in with the cool princes and he's totally failing. And then during the night joust, in like the opening ceremony to his personal Olympics hosting,
Lord
situation,
Ashford fucks his sheep.
and it's like, oh, wonderful. Even his own peasants are openly disrespecting him like Plumber does. And it's like, it just tells this incredible story. Like, it makes me feel like he's like a principal. You know, the kind of principal who is disrespected so much that his own, like, students will openly bully him,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Like the kind of, like, high school boys who'll give a noogie to their own principal. Like, that is what Lord Ashford embodies. And again, this is a character that I feel like I've met in real life. And he's just walked into this show, and I'm like, yeah, I know this guy.
I know that guy.
You know, like, this is like...
I gave that guy a noogie in year 12.
This is like the boss who, like, comes and tries to make small talk.
Oh my God,
with,
he's
like,
Michael Scott.
Everyone in the office. He's fucking Michael Scott.
Oh my God.
Like, he just really wants people to like him, and he tries so hard for people to like him that no one respects him. And it's so real. It's so real. He is like Michael Scott because like he's the assistant to the regional manager and he's hanging out with like the corporate guys from the paper company and he's Michael Scott.
Fuck.
They should have got Steve Carell to play Lord Ashford.
Oh my
Wouldn't that be
God.
awesome?
Okay, that would have been a step too far, I think.
And also like the fact that like Lord Ashford seems to abandon his daughter Gwyn.
Yeah, she's just running around the castle doing whatever the fuck she wants.
It's
which like we love, but he may be as poor a father as Maker.
And also the disrespect when Aerion forces Lord Ashford to pick up a walnut.
That's great.
Like Aerion forces Ashford to crawl on his hands and knees to pick up a nut in front of a room of the most powerful men in the realm.
And then when he picks the walnut up and he bashes his head on his own table, Aerion's already been dragged off by Maker. Like, he did that for nothing.
Yeah.
He did that for nothing. And he, like, he looks at Dunk, he's like, oh, you want this walnut? It's like, oh, man, how embarrassing for everyone.
And that wide shot at the end of the scene where it just, like, is this still shot where Dunk is looking, he's like, oh, shit, this is my government.
That's the government,
My
baby.
government is, like, the nut guy on the ground.
Longthorn
like,
doesn't want to be here.
Leo, the, like circus performer who's, like, great at doing flips on horses and nothing else.
And then Baylor, who's, like, dying trying to keep it together.
The one rational man trying to hold the world together whose brain is about to fall out of his cranium. What a world. It's great that our governments aren't that comedically dysfunctional in the real world.
Oh man, if any of my local representatives could do any cool horse tricks like Leo, they'd get my vote for the rest of my life.
Hell yeah. Longthorn is a horse.
Different jousting.
Different jousting.
Where'd you put Ashford? I didn't see. Oh, there he is. Okay, cool. That's fine.
Yeah, that's right, isn't he? I think it's very good,
Yes,
and it's
and
also
very
very
minimal.
minor.
Yep.
All right. Now let me just perform a little bit of
Oh, he's doing some...
movie magic.
He's doing movie magic, everyone.
Oh, it didn't work. All right, disregard.
Some movie futzing.
So let me give you a list of some of the cool shit that happens in the jousting in the book that does not happen.
You mind if I go get some water while you do this? Because I've heard all this before. Or do you need me to be here for this?
You need to be.
Okay,
no,
I'll
it's
be.
okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. You can get what you can.
I'm thirsty.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm thirsty, like Lionel in the tug of war, right? Right.
Thirsty.
Yeah.
See you next
Yeah, he
Tuesday.
gets it.
All right. So here are some of the things that happen in the book that don't happen in the show. Humphrey Harding defeats Lord Medgar Tully, the guy who bites the head off the fish, on foot in hand-to-hand combat. And then Lord Leo Tyrell knocks off Lord Daemon Lannister's helmet right off his head. That's the Lord of the Reach and the Lord of the Westerlands jousting against each other, doing crazy tricks. Sir Tybalt Lannister defeats Andrew Ashford. Lionel Baratheon defeats Robert Ashford on foot. The Laughing Storm battles Lord Ashford's second son on foot with his sword against Robert Ashford's mace. And then we see Lord Karen, the Harper Lord, fighting against Leo Longthorn on foot with long axes. And then Tybalt Lannister fights Jon Penrose on foot, and Tybalt loses his sword, but he defeats Jon Penrose using just his shield alone to bash Jon Penrose into submission. And then Robin Riesling rides against Leo Longthorn, and Riesling loses his helmet, but he keeps on fighting even though the splinters of wooden lances are exploding in front of his unprotected face with his one remaining eye.
I want everyone to know that Alt Shrift X is currently playing with dolls while describing all of this.
I borrowed George Martin's collection of little knight miniatures. Humphrey Harding defeats no fewer than 14 knights in the tournament, in both jousting and occasionally on foot. Lionel Baratheon, the Laughing Storm, is enormous fun. He's laughing while he's defeating people. He's knocking the crests off their helmets and throwing them into the crowd. Doesn't this sound cool? Don't you wish you saw some of this stuff in the show? They didn't include any of that stuff. There was so much stuff going on that they didn't do. Seeing the combat on foot would have been so cool. The Harper Lord. Tybalt Lannister. The Lannisters are like fan favorite family, and we didn't get to see all their cool shenanigans in the show. So I feel disappointed that there's so much rad stuff that wasn't included. I guess that, obviously budgetary concerns might be part of it, and stunt issues and stuff. And I guess they might have also wanted to avoid showing combat on foot during the jousting, because it might have confused people about what are the rules of the jousting? Are you only allowed to knock people off horses on lances? Why are you also fighting on foot? Maybe that would have been confusing. But I just feel like that's a lot of rad stuff that might have been cool to see.
Counterpoint. In the novella, the following things do not happen. Leo Longthorn jumping onto someone else's horse while the horse is in motion and he's already been knocked off a horse.
Yeah.
And he picks up a shield while the horse is... It's the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen.
It is extremely cool. And also in the show, we get to see Medgar Tully bite a horse.
Ozzy Osbourne moment, bites the head off a fish, throws it into the crowd. Brilliant.
So they did add some very cool stuff in the show that we didn't get in the book, and that does help. It's also a night joust for the start of the joust.
For some reason. Now, I think that this is something that would never happen in real life.
Yeah.
Prior to the modern age. What do you mean, why?
Because people can't see it.
People can't see. I mean, we can see because we have modern industrial cinematic lighting on the scene. But I'm pretty sure that the people of medieval Europe or analogous settings such as Westeros would not have access to such technology.
Yeah, imagine how dark that scene would actually look if it was lit entirely by those braziers around the edge.
Yeah, and the moon.
Yeah, I guess it was a full moon, but then you couldn't see any of the color of any of the nights, so what's the point?
Yeah, there's a reason that jousting typically happens at day.
Yeah, I guess that's probably true. I think in the press they were like, "Ooh, you've never seen a night joust before. This is a cool."
And I want to be clear,
thing.
It's awesome. I love it.
Yeah,
I think it's sick. It's just ridiculous.
I think that there would have been a risk of feeling like it's the same thing over and over again. I mean, even George Martin,
Absolutely.
Of course, in the book, he doesn't describe every single tilt. He doesn't say that knight rode against that knight, then he did it again. Then he did it again, then he did it again, and on the fifth tilt he fell down. There's no point describing it all in immense detail.
I also think you just described all the cool things that happen in the book. None of those characters are characters. They're just names on the page. Right? Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yes. I still think people would be tickled to see a Lannister doing some stuff.
I agree. And there is a Lannister doing some stuff in this scene. It's very unclear.
We don't even know which Lannister is which.
Yes.
There are two Lannisters. We don't know which one is Lord Daemon and which one is Sir Tybalt, if they
Would have
are
loved
those
to know.
characters at all.
So I agree. So just as those are names on the page, those are just, not even faces on the screen. They're symbols on the screen.
I think it just would have been good if we got to see Longthorn's face before he was jousting, so we knew who he was.
Yeah, but it wasn't him. It was his stunt double.
And also, I mean that is part of it. I also would have liked to have seen Harding's face before the night jousting, because Harding actually is a significant character, and he is in this night jousting, but you can barely identify that it's him. So it's they could have done a little more here.
Also, we should probably mention here, I think, that the Battle of Humphrey is a huge thing in the novella, and it's 3 seconds in the show.
Yep. Yeah, which is unfortunate because Humphrey Harding and Humphrey Beesbury are both champions of Dunk.
Yeah,
who
they're both relevant characters.
Well, they both die for
Yeah.
Dunk. So it's like we really should have... I mean, Beesbury especially only gets like one line and he never gets named.
To be fair, that's hilarious.
It is kind of funny. It is funny for like the Beesburys to be like the glop shittos of Westeros. They're just like they're always...
They
the
show
glop
up, say
shittos.
one thing, and then die.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
everyone loves them for, like, from the outside, you could never understand why, but as soon as you're in the know, you're like, oh, fuck yeah, the Beesburys.
I mean, it's a tragedy that there's no Beesbury in the original Game of Thrones show.
Yeah, what was George doing?
What was he doing?
Maybe he's working to it in the Winds of Winter with Euron in the Reach, you know? Because the Beesburys are vassals of the Hightowers.
Yeah, you might get... Look, honestly... If we get wins, it might have a Beesbury in it because there's no way George isn't.
It's actually
tickled by
all
this.
Beesburys. You
It's
know
all
how
Beesbury.
like the Feast for Crows exploded with the Greyjoys and Martells? Winds of Winter is all about the Beesburys.
The Winds of Beesbury. I heard he's gonna
A buzz
write
of bees.
a buzz of bees. He's gonna write a 100-year history of House Beesbury entitled "Honey and Hives," like Fire and Blood, but it's gonna need a part 2 because he doesn't want to spoil.
Yeah, of course.
Honey Hall, where all of the bees died in a mysterious beehive fire. That's what I heard.
Where'd you hear that?
Oh, I heard it. Heard the buzz in the
Okay.
hive. You know. I was just trying to think of more bee things. But
What
like,
do bees do? Buzz.
Bees, hives, buzz.
And then you just
queen.
started
What other
droning.
words are there? Hey!
Oh, go off, Queen. Anyway, what do we think of the different
The
jousting?
different jousting, I think that it's a net negative. I think it's a net negative. I think it's a slight net negative.
I think it would have to be very slight if we were to say that.
I do think it's very slight, but like it's a jousting tournament.
It is. This
It
is
should
the
have
jousting show.
jousting
This
in
is
it.
probably the last time we're ever gonna get like, you know, joust. I mean, the third novella. It's probably not very spoilerific to say he's also said at the tournament, but it's gonna have less jousting than this, right?
George wrote this book because he was inspired by the jousting in the movie Ivanhoe. And he thought it was cool. There's all the colorful knights doing all the cool heraldry and the cool jousting. Wouldn't it be cool to do something like
And it
that?
bears mentioning again that fucking sick moment when Ivanhoe rides past all the champions and bashes all of their shields. Oh my god, it's the coolest thing.
It's badass. And this show had a lot of extra screen time. They added a lot of farts. They added a lot of puking. They added Allan's penis. They added a whole 20-minute flashback to Rafe and Allan.
Right,
They
okay.
added Gwyn.
Okay,
They added...
yep.
And they didn't have time to see Lionel Baratheon, the Laughing Storm,
Okay.
laughing. They didn't have time for Lord Karen or Tybalt or Daemon or...
Or John Penrose.
What about John Penrose? Tybalt Lannister defeated him with just his shield.
We see Dunk defeat Aerion with a shield.
Yeah.
Doesn't that count for anything?
Look,
I think that all the other things you described as them adding to the screen time are variety. They contribute to the narrative and the themes. And 20 minutes of jousting would do none of that.
yeah. No, I think that's true. And we do get, like, multiple big jousting scenes. Like, the Aerion Harding thing is done well. And the night jousting is cool. And also we get
The
those
trial
shots
seven.
of... the trial... I mean, even just those shots, like, from Dunk's POV when the 14
I
knights are
think-
charging in.
If none of the other jousting happened in this show, I mean, that'd be ridiculous. Of course, there had to be other jousting. But if all we got was only the trial, that'd still be worth it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that the jousting in this show is good overall. I think it is good overall. It is different, but it is good. Would it be cool to get some Lord Karen?
That's most of our arguments here, is you just saying, but it would have been cool. Which, like, you're right about.
I feel like George Martin would feel the same way. I think that George Martin is sad
More
about
jousting.
Lord Karen. But
John Penrose.
But mostly, look, I think what they do is good. I think they add some things that are cool, like Longthorn's acrobatics. And I look, when we watched episode 3 and we saw Dunk and Egg watching the jousting from the crowd and having fun, like, I think we said that I was like, this is the first time that I've felt like watching jousting might actually be a thrilling thing to watch.
I really want to go watch some jousting
Yeah.
at some point soon.
Yeah. So, I think it's a slight net positive.
I argued him from slight negative to slight positive.
Yeah, no, you did.
I love my job.
Yeah. And I think it's, like, what is it? Is it a lightly small change?
Yeah.
Because, it's not...
Although, like, I
enormously
completely
different.
understand for people... I'm sure people were like, oh my god, they're adapting the Hedge Knight. I'm finally going to see all 14 tilts of the Battle of Humphrey, or however many it is. And, like, it's the most disappointing thing you, like, ever encountered when it only happened, like, you see a single tilt and it's over in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I understand that, and I'm sorry for you.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty small audience who demand to
I'm
see
sure
all
they're out there,
14
though.
tilts
I'm
of the
sure
Battle
they're
of
out there.
Look, I do think it's a missed opportunity that we didn't see Humphrey Beesbury's face, and more importantly, his moustache, jousting. We didn't see that. And I think casual viewers wouldn't have realized that it's the same person.
He's also not really, like, pointed out when he appears in Lionel's tent in episode 1.
They never say his first name, do they? I mean, he's got the same first name as Harding, so I guess that would be confusing. But I mean, look, they did add Humphrey Beesbury dancing in the tent, which was cool with Lionel.
It was awesome, actually.
Yeah.
I think you'll find.
No,
if you consult the chart.
That stands.
Speaking of the chart, we've got to work through this, man.
All right. Let's
Unless
rock.
we're trying to set a record for longest stream.
Why not? I'm free. Episode 2 has an arc to it where Dunk is examining the legacy of his father figure, Allan.
Yeah, it's one of those cool framing devices they use to split the episodes up, well, to split the novella up into 6 episodes.
They did a great job of telling a unique story in each of the 6 episodes, which doesn't really exist in the book. And so, Allan has just died. Dunk's dad, symbolic dad, has just died.
And Egg says that he keeps having to revisit his master's death when he is describing him to all those lords who don't remember him.
He's grieving Allan, and he's forced to confront Allan's legacy, and he's forced to realize that Allan is not as great as he thought he was. And it makes sense. Like, in the book, Dunk kind of already knows that Allan wasn't much good, but in the show, it's a process for Dunk to realize that, and that feels very authentic to me, and it's very relevant because Dunk is very much defining himself and, like, building his morality and his principles with Allan as his reference point. And he decides that, yeah, like, Allan wasn't a great knight, but he did teach me some moral values that I believe in, and I'm gonna try and be like him in some ways and better than him in other ways.
And we'll see what his hand has wrought.
And we'll see what his hand has wrought. Like that's a whole thing, a whole journey that Dunk goes on in the show that doesn't exist in the book, and I think it's great.
Yes, I agree.
And I think it sort of continues in episode 5 when we get the flashbacks to eccentric Allan and, like, all of that, and the flashback, and, like, there's a whole story with Allan in this season, which is awesome, which is not in the book at all.
Yeah.
And so I think it's wonderful.
I think it's a great change, and I think it's pretty foundational to the structure of the show. I think it's a huge change.
Yeah. We get so much more insight into Allan than what's in the book, and I think that it's really layered in a way that the book is not. Like, because the book never gives you the impression that Allan was a fucking weirdo, but the show most certainly does.
Yes.
And I think it's really cool how each episode you're sort of like, oh, like, I mean, we're introduced to Allan as the guy who hit his young squire.
But mostly only when he deserved it.
Yeah. And then it's like, oh, Allan taught Dunk good moral values. And also Allan had an enormous penis. And also Allan was a drunk. And also Allan... And
he happened to like whores.
It's just...
Sorry, that's a Simpsons reference. That's a really couch Simpsons reference. That's from Frank Grimes Jr.
That's from Frank Grimes?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Frank Grimes Jr.?
Yeah, when his son comes back to kill Homer.
Sequel?
Yeah.
They did what season is that?
Oh, it must be. It's a teen season, I think.
I haven't seen the teens. It's a fascinating mosaic of Allan, where it's like each episode we get one new tidbit about who Allan was.
And in episode 5, the floodgates open and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ugh. That guy.
Yeah, it's a complicated portrait, and it's part of how Dunk defines himself, and I love it.
It's great.
It's great. And it's a pretty big change.
It's a pretty big penis.
It's a pretty big penis. It's a pretty big change. So I'm going to put it up in the big
Top right
and
corner.
good.
Top right corner, please.
Right next to the eggplant, really.
Yep.
Yeah. I think it belongs about there. All right, so now we're on to episode 3. And episode 3 begins with a whinny. Excellent.
Thank you.
We should add that on the soundboard,
Yeah,
shouldn't
that's
we?
good.
That'd be fantastic.
What a crazy decision.
So episode 2 was very much focused around Dunk examining the legacy of Allan. Episode 3 focuses a bit more on Egg, because the episode ends with Egg revealing that he's a Targaryen prince. So the opening scenes are scenes which are not in the book, which has Egg sneaking out with Thunder to practice and to train Thunder so that Egg can do his job as a squire. Because this is Egg's whole ambition, is to get to be a squire, and we start to understand what that means to Egg. And that's something that we don't get in the book. We don't really get much insight into why Egg wants what he wants and what it feels like to be Egg.
The through line from Egg, like, miming the lance in episode 2 during the jousting, he's like, oh, I don't know if I'm really up to this, to him training with Thunder, to him actually handing Dunk the lance in episode 5. Wonderful. Invented from whole cloth for the show. Great.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's wonderful. Remember that It's Always Sunny episode, Charlie Day?
Oh, man.
Charlie
Do
work?
I remember Charlie work?
Like, you take a
Holy
secondary
shit.
character.
What a great episode. Can we stop this stream and just go watch Charlie work?
Charlie work is fantastic because it takes a character who we think we know, but then it's like, what if we saw from his perspective and saw what a day in his life is like? And it's like, oh, it gives you a radically different perspective on what you thought you knew. And so, yeah, this like Egg perspective is really fun in an otherwise Dunk POV show. And it's also the most adorable shit I've ever seen.
It is. And also, the shot of Egg and Thunder walking through the woods on their way to this training yard is just like stupidly gorgeous. It's outrageous.
Yeah, with
How
the light through
Sarah
the trees.
Adina Smith, like, that's illegal. You're not allowed to make things that beautiful.
But then like the shot
Yo,
where
Queen, what's up?
Egg is carrying the lance in front of the sheep. And it's
It's
this tiny little
fucking
child
adorable.
carrying this enormous lance. And then when he's doing all these tricks and stuff, and like the director, Sarah, in the inside the episode was saying that, yeah, the actor Dexter, he was so excited to like show me that he could run really fast and shit. And it's like, oh yeah, this is just Dexter being Dexter.
Yeah, this is
you
a
know?
kid having fun.
This
And like
isn't-
that's
yeah.
what the show is trying to portray, and that's what it is. So that's brilliant. It's great.
Also, like Thunder
What
suddenly...
a great horse.
Yeah, Thunder suddenly becomes a character when he's like nodding along with Egg's dialogue.
So I
and-
looked into it. Horses do nod, like, as a method of communicating.
Yeah.
Usually it's like wariness, but it appears as though this horse has been trained to nod to communicate with its trainer, which is probably just off camera.
This is probably like a BAFTA-winning horse. Like this is
At least it should be.
This is an actor horse. They also have some pooping, of course.
Oh, of course.
Thunder poops.
I mean, horse poop, a lot more palatable than human poop.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't think.
I mean, not like, don't serve it to me, but you know what I mean.
Sure, phrasing. It's funny. Like in Dunk Time, this didn't. The thunder pooping didn't even really register to me as a gross out moment in the same way that all the human puke and human diarrhea.
Well,
and
yeah,
human
it's
spitting
horse
did.
poop.
Because it's an animal.
It's a
Animals
horse.
poop.
It's a
Horses
horse
poop.
poop.
Like so that to me didn't really register as like a yucky gross out moment. But I'm sure it depends on your perspective. Daltha says you eat poop.
I don't eat poop. Don't read that message
Gladys
out.
eats poop.
Daltha, what the fuck? I thought we were cool.
Now everyone finally knows.
I'm not a coprophage. Don't ask why I know that word.
Isn't there a character in Elden Ring called the Dung Eater? I believe that's a true fact.
Right.
And George R. R. Martin, author of Game of Thrones, wrote the lore for Elden Ring.
There we go. See, I'm just embodying a germ archetype.
The Poop Eater.
Don't eat poop. Stop. No.
So, did you like the Egg and Thunder scene?
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah. I thought it was so wonderful. And it really, like, giving us a sense of Egg's perspective before Egg chooses to side with Dunk against his own brother Arion is really valuable. And really worthwhile for the storytelling.
Can you put it next to Gwyn and Arlen's penny, like in that little nook there? Oh, you want to make it bigger than that? How big do you think this change is?
Well, it's one scene. And I mean, it doesn't like deviate from the book, I guess. Because there's sort of two kinds of bigness. There's how much does it go against or change or add to the book, and there's also how much space does it take up.
Oh, okay, yeah. Like Fun Lionel.
So we really need a three-dimensional, like Allan's cock. You got to consider the yaw. You got to consider the yaw, Glidus. All right, and so then Egg gets approached by Robin Riesling, the maddest knight in the Seven Kingdoms.
It's so fun that he just says, "You're the maddest knight in the Seven Kingdoms," and Robin's basically like, "I'm the maddest knight in the Seven Kingdoms."
That's what it
it's just
says
great
on his
when,
business card.
When characters just like have that like status to them.
It's just I just wish we lived in a world where you can have epithets.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
Like Lionel is the laughing storm, Valar is the young prince, Maekar is the anvil, Baelor is the hammer, Robin is the maddest knight.
Duncan is the tall. Aegon is egg.
Bring back epithets in the real world.
So much more fun.
Yeah. So Robin walks up and he's like, "Yep, I'm crazy. I'm an avatar of God, and I'm here to do cool shit. Deal with it.
I'm one-eyed and creepy and don't think about what that might mean.
Also, I don't wear shoes and I'm a horse cop. Did you steal that horse?
You have a license for that horse."
It's fucking crazy. And
wacky stuff.
And so it means something when Robin decides to fight for Dunk. In the book, we barely know who Robin is. We know that he's a brave jouster, but that's all we know.
And we know that he prays.
So, and it also adds to the idea that it's a real motley crew of weirdos and underdogs who are riding with Dunk.
Yeah, Dunk basically has the 6 like most out-of-pocket people who could possibly have.
Yeah. So, like, you know, it's a bold change. It's a surprising and unusual change that he's a religious nutter. But like you said, like, it's based on a line on the book which says Robin prayed, and that's like one of 2 things we know about him. And they turned that into this whole colorful, memorable thing. So I think it's a bold change. I think it's a good change. I think it's not like a huge change because it's such a minor character.
It's not very girthy,
in a short scene. So yeah, good small change.
Harmonious change.
Harmonious change. What is it there?
I'm beginning to notice a trend.
What's the trend?
We've got a clump. We're clumping. Our changes are clumping.
Well, there aren't many changes that we dislike. There's some that are sort of middling, but
I love that the thing it appears you hate most on this chart is the tents. That's great. That is so you.
I mean, it's like there's no argument for the drab tents.
Stop and count the hay bales in the fake Jon Snow.
I sweat the background details. I sweat the details. And like so many of these like big changes, there is an argument for and against it. And that's why this stream is so long. Is that often you're changing my mind with like a different perspective on it. Whereas like the drab tents, you can't tell me that less color is better than more color in a George R. Martin story about the colorful romanticism.
I do mostly agree, yeah.
Almatari says Swift needs a job as a LARP tent inspector. I got fired because I was too fastidious in my inspections of the LARP tents. My standards were too high.
I didn't know there was a too fastidious at the LARP Tent Police Academy.
They call me Swift the Fastidious. That's my epithet.
That's your epithet.
Yeah.
Good for you, man.
Is it epithet or epithet? We don't know how to say your word. Mirka! Okay. Episode 3 has a lot of friendship, banter, relationship building.
It's made up.
Fun chats.
It's made up.
It's all made up. It's not in the book. And I think it's great.
Yeah, especially this scene here where Egg is saying that he's puny and he's wondering if he's ever going to be a knight, and Dunk says, everyone says I'm stupid. And Egg says, yeah, and it's so good. It's so good. And it has the gif where Egg does the 6-7 thing. It's fucking hilarious.
It's also the same scene where Egg, you don't even notice it, but Egg is like drinking a cup of cider, and he's like, ugh, yucky. And then he like spits it out back into the cup, and then he puts it down on the table.
So much fun happening in the background of this show.
So it's also the episode where Dunk and Egg like mimic each other, and they're like, "Oh, I'm Egg. I only like fancy grapes and fancy food.
I drink disgusting ale."
It's so adorable. It's so authentic. It feels so real, and like it's the sort of scene where it's like, why wasn't this in the book, George Martin, you buffoon?
Well,
George Martin.
Well, The Hedge Knight is such a tightly written novella. And this is, like, it's slice of life. It could be removed. I think that's why it's not in the novella.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've said before, like, they could have made a 90-minute faithful adaptation of the book with no extra scenes.
I'm so glad they
focused
didn't.
on Dunk. It could have been fine. But yeah, I'm so glad they made a less faithful adaptation that added more stuff, because it's great.
Is it less faithful? It's less textual. It's less, like, one-to-one.
It's less of a copy.
Analogous?
It's more of an expansion.
Yeah, it's less of a facsimile. But I think it's still very faithful. I think that all of these changes, it's an adaptation. It's going to have adaptations. That means change. I think that all of these changes are faithful, except for the tense.
Yeah.
Except for the tense.
But it's not... But it's not as faithful as a manga that is adapted one-to-one into
Right,
an
yeah,
anime.
where literal panels from the manga become shots in the anime.
When are you going to watch Attack on Titan?
After this stream, I'm going to go home and watch Attack on Titan.
I think
Yeah,
this
yeah,
stream might be longer than Attack on Titan.
Shit.
Comment what anime we should watch next.
When are we going to sit through Dragon Ball and me explain everything to you?
That sounds awesome. Tomorrow?
I'm free. Wait, no, I'm not.
He's not free.
I'm still doing this stream tomorrow.
Oh, it is? Alright. So, I think the scenes with Dunk and Egg are great. They're like, there's this little disagreement where Dunk is cross at Egg for running off with horses, but then Dunk forgives Egg and teaches him how to stitch.
After Effects autosaves.
And then Egg asks Dunk about why there's hair on his balls, and it like shows their closeness and trust. And like there's just lots of little fun little moments where it's like, oh, these guys are best friends now. And the book does not do the work to establish that. There just is not as much relationship building with Dunk and Egg, and so it's not as powerful as it is in the show.
You know, the newest JoJo's Bizarre Adventure starts today.
Does it?
Yeah. Yeah, the Steel Ball run is starting today. We should be talking about that instead of this.
I just started the Trey the Explainer video.
Me
about
too.
him doing the actual Steel Ball run.
Me too.
I would like to watch JoJo. It sounds.
Yeah, I think we should do that.
It sounds fun and deranged. I feel like we'd enjoy it.
Yeah. Anyway, what were you talking about?
Egg and Dunk. Dunk and Egg.
Dunk and Egg. Yes.
1,000 years Dunk and Egg.
It's great.
It's
all of the added banter that they have.
See our show. It's great.
It's great.
That's like my favorite background moment in like episode 3. You can't really hear it very well, but one of Tansel's puppeteers is trying to get people to come to the show. She's like, come see our show. It's great. And I love it.
And it works. Like, that's what entices Egg to go watch the show, which leads to the whole thing with Arian.
Yeah, true. True. So I think that the banter is great, and it's a big change. Because it's multiple scenes. It's multiple scenes with the main characters that aren't in the book.
It constitutes like half of the episode.
Yeah, it's like half the episode. And it really pays off in a significant way, giving weight and insight and meaning to Egg's choice to stand with Dunk. So, big, good change, right?
Yes.
Big, good change. And one of the other scenes added by episode 3 is the tug of war.
The tug-o-war.
What's with the tug of war?
I mean, it's the most vacuous thing they put in the show, isn't it?
I think it is the most pointless addition to the show.
And it's still fun. Like, no one was annoyed watching the tug-of-war, except for the people thinking this could have been more of the Battle of Humphrey.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anyone's mad about the tug of war. Like it's like if you want to try to give it meaning, I guess it's about, hey, look, we do pointless competitions because people like fighting.
I think it's good for the show to demonstrate how strong Dunk is.
Yeah, that's true.
Because aside from this, up to this point in the show, there actually hadn't been anything to demonstrate that. Except for like the very quick cutaway where he's dueling in practice with Allan.
Yeah, that's true.
Here, like, we basically see Dunk wins the tug of war on his own by digging his heels in and just leaning back.
Yeah, it says a lot about Lionel and Dunk.
What a
in
great
that
shot.
Lionel drags Dunk into this. Lionel
Yes,
starts this, and
yes.
Dunk finishes it. And Dunk isn't showy like Lionel. Like, Lionel's attention-seeking behavior in this
Oh,
scene
he's
is
so annoying
funny.
in this scene. He's so annoying
just-
and bisexual in this scene.
He's just crowing. He's just, look at
Like,
me,
I've
look
started
at
the tug
me.
of war. Everyone, I'm thirsty. I can't do my own
Yeah.
tug of war.
Oh, you need me. Oh, but I'm gone. Oh, please beg for me to come back. Like, it's just, it's crazy. While Dunk is just quietly doing the work. He's just doing the job. He's doing the thing. And that's what Dunk is. And that's who Dunk is. And so, like, it does have characterization in it. And also Dexter kept saying in the press that he
That it
had
was
a
the most fun
wonderful
day of his
time
life.
'cause he got to dangle from a rope and it was the best day of his life. So I'm happy for Dexter.
Oh God, he's so good.
So I guess it's a good change. It's pretty minor. There's really not much to say about this one. It's fun and it's fine and it's small.
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk about it I mean, it's so fun. It's so stupid.
Beach in the live chat says that Lionel calls them dandelions because there are Tyrells on the other side of the rope.
Yeah, it is a Baratheon versus Tyrell duel.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not exactly, but loosely.
Because Longthorn's bloke, the bald guy,
Yeah.
is on one side, yeah. So, yeah.
I think one of the other guys is also wearing some green and gold and flowers. I'd have to look again though, and I'm not gonna do it. Got better shit to do.
I think that one of the things that I think was cool about the jousting in the book is that Lord Daemon Lannister goes off against Lord Leo Tyrell. So there's some kingdom v kingdom beef. One of the things that I like that they added in the show was like Plumber says, "Oh, Riverlanders aren't as good as us Reachlanders."
Yeah.
And Lionel's like, "I'm a Stormlander, and that means something.
We
I'm
do
cool."
this and that.
So like, it's cool that there's like this sort of
And
regional.
then there's the moment
loyalties.
at the end where Egg points out all of the regions of Westeros.
Yeah, so that's sort of a neat thing. And so the idea that the tug of war is like a
regional beef.
regional
Yeah,
beef,
yeah.
it kind of feeds into that. Although, like, I didn't notice that.
Oh, it's extraordinarily minor background.
Yeah.
But I do really love how this show, more than any other so far, seems to be cognizant of and trying to work in regional differences across Westeros.
Yeah, that's something that, like, Game of Thrones never seemed to care about.
Obviously, like, they made the North distinct from the rest and Dawn distinct from the rest, but as I've said before, everything in the middle is basically just a monoculture, just one thing.
Which is kind of how non-Europeans see Europe.
You got Spain, you got England, and then there's some other stuff.
So it's always funny to me when like American systems list addresses and like they'll list locations or like you look at like tour dates for a band traveling internationally,
Right.
And they'll say the city and then the state abbreviation for each American city, and then they'll say the city name and the country name for each
Yeah,
European place, as though like American states are equivalent to European countries.
A lot of Americans believe this.
Yeah. I guess, I mean, in some ways, I suppose they are, but, like, in other ways, it's like, Missouri's not the same as France, bro. Like, it's just not, I'm sorry. Like, North Dakota is not equivalent, to,
on
like,
a jurisdiction level to Germany.
Like, there's a bit more, I don't know if it's the same thing, but, like, alright, like, you do you. So then, after another delightful Dunk Egg scene on the grass, where they're talking about the future together, we have Plumber approaching Dunk and saying, "Hey, do you want to do some illegal match fixing for this tournament? Do you want to be do you want to defeat Andrew Ashford so that we can all make money? All you have to do is sell your morality and be forever tainted. Your first entry into a tournament, and you'll
Don't
win
worry.
by lies.
All we're doing is extorting your fellow man."
Yeah. So this is a whole little subplot that doesn't exist in the show. And it's a little odd because it goes completely unresolved. Like, Plumber brings it up, but then before the joust can happen, the Aryan fight happens, and so all the jousting goes out the window. So it's a sort of like weird vestigial thing that they sort of chuck in there. And it's odd because it also echoes a plot line in the third Dunk and Egg
It's
book,
sort
The
of
Mystery Night.
Borrowed from that novella.
Sort of preempts that a bit.
Which is going to be interesting when we get to that novella and this plot comes up.
Yeah. So it feels a bit sort of redundant to me in that respect. However, I like that it brings up the themes of morality and honor and like, will Dunk do the pragmatic thing that will get him his desperately needed financial security at the cost of his abstract moral principles? Like, those are all interesting, relevant questions that are worth bringing up. But also, yeah, it is kind of vestigial. I really like how Plumber is sympathetic to Dunk here.
Yes.
Because in episode 1, Plumber was so
love
rude.
the line where Dunk says, well, I don't want a victory I haven't earned. And Plumber says to him, haven't you earned it?
Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's like, I mean, Dunk is harder working than most of these, like, privileged knights who have never worked a day in their life. Dunk is more deserving of a win than fucking Manfred Dondarrion, even if Manfred might be better at couching a lance. So it's like, yeah, it does raise a lot of questions around, like, what does it even mean to deserve something? Like, is it okay to cheat? I mean, it's kind of like, you know, Dunk and Rafe came up by scavenging and stealing.
Yeah.
And it's like, was it wrong for Dunk and Rafe to steal? They had to. They were kids on the street. And so, like,
would it be wrong for Dunk to accept this offer?
Yeah, and like, maybe, you know, some people lose some money in gambling, but, you know, you'd hope that it's that they're all richer than Dunk. Those people losing money on gambling.
Is it wrong for Ned Stark to lie about what his actions surrounding Joffrey and Robert if it saves Sansa's life?
Yeah.
Is it wrong for Jaime Lannister to kill Aerys Targaryen? It's all the same question.
Is it wrong for Ned to lie about Jon's mother to Catelyn? Like, those kinds of moral questions are at the heart of the story, always. And so I think that offering another little sort of moral quandary to Dunk is interesting. And I like how, in the later scene with Raymond, Dunk is like, yeah, maybe I will go against Andrew.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
So Dunk is tempted. But they decided not to have a moment where Dunk absolutely rejects it. Like, Dunk sees Plumber later, and he kind of avoids him.
I think that is him saying, no, I'm not doing it. Especially to the audience, because at that time, isn't there a line where he's saying, well, I don't want to be a thief? Yeah, that's right, because he's talking to Egg about his father, and he says that the pot shop owner, Cook, said that his dad was a thief, and Dunk says he wouldn't have been a very good thief if he was as big as me. And then he looks at Plumber, he's like, okay, yes, I'm not going to do thief stuff. And then the fortune teller comes up to them. And then I don't know, I sort of read that as the fortune teller approaching because Dunk says, no, I'm not going to do that. Let's sort of like, we're about to get into the fortune teller soon. Bloodraven seeing, okay, I can work with this guy.
Like Dunk has passed the moral test by rejecting
That's
Plumber.
Sort of what I'm thinking.
That's why Bloodraven in drag chooses to tell Dunk his future and decides to spoil book 13 of the Dunk and Egg saga.
You've been a good boy. Here's some spoilers.
You've been a good boy.
Here's how you're going to die!
Well, I think that it's after that Dunk talks to Raymond and Dunk says he might challenge Andrew.
Oh,
Ashford,
it is. Yes, true.
So
okay, maybe that isn't a definitive. Yeah.
Yeah, they never quite answer it, and like, I guess because that is something that's sort of ongoing. Like, I don't think this is the last time that Dunk will face a moral temptation. You know, so I think leaving the Ashford match fixing thing unresolved kind of works.
That does make sense, because if he's already answered that question, then it's going to be a no-brainer when it comes up again later on.
Yeah. So is it a good change that they added this subplot?
Minorly, yes.
Yeah. I like it.
Sorry, taking it nice and smooth now for everyone whose eardrums we burst just earlier.
Oh boy, we did adjust the audio settings, so let us know if anything's amiss. I think I likely like it as well. Partly, if only because Plumber, I love seeing Plumber's humanity. Like, after he was so rude and weird in episode 1, he's much more nice and quiet and thoughtful here, which I enjoy. So yeah, I think it's mildly good, and I guess it's mildly small. It's, it's kind of just like one scene and a little thread.
Yeah, it's mildly mild.
Mildly mild. So it's
Put it in the clump.
put it in the clump. There's a big clump of like small okay changes.
Yeah. I just think it's neat.
So then we see Aerion jousting against Harold Harding, and Aerion is a dick, and he deliberately wounds Harding's horse, and the small folk don't like it.
No, they don't. Not a fan.
So like most of that scene is the same as in the book, but the change is that the commoners run the grounds and like try to attack Prince Aerion.
They throw rocks at him. Some guards smash in some small folks' faces. There's blood flying out of a guy's face in one shot.
Yeah.
The Kingsguard ride out to quell the situation because cops always reduce tension.
Always. So combined with Raymond's anti-Targaryen rant and Lionel's anti-Targaryen talk, and the Blackfire Rebellion Redgrass Field flashback that we get, the show adds a lot more like political insecurity, where there's a lot more people who are going, "Ooh, we don't like Targaryens," which is not a thing in the book. Not in the original Hedge Knight book. It's only later that George expanded the world building, added the Blackfire Rebellions. So it's like kind of like a retcon to patch up the old lore.
And as we've said 1,000 times before, it makes so much sense to integrate all of that into this telling of the Hedge Knight, so that when we get to the following novellas, it's not just coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's introducing some world building that will be relevant later. So it makes sense. It's a good change. And I think it's fun for like Aerion's characterization as well, because seeing Aerion smirking satisfiedly while all these hundreds of people are pissed off at him, it just says so much about what he wants, which is to act out to get attention. And he likes playing the villain, and he enjoys the sense of power, pissing people off and being defiant. So I think it's good all round, and it adds a sense of sort of like danger.
Yeah, as though what's going to happen could happen.
Yeah. Aerion's really like stirring the pot here. Like his actions don't just harm Humphrey Harding; it harms the whole Targaryen family and their standing.
And it lays the groundwork for a moment that ends up not happening in the show, with the small folk respecting and gathering around Dunk.
Yeah, well...
So, like, if that ended up actually happening in the show, then it would be a great change, whereas I think it's a good change.
Yeah, I agree, because there's that moment in the book where the small folk thank Dunk for being a knight who remembered his vows for protecting Tanzil, and wouldn't that have been a fantastic contrast to this scene where the small folk are pissed off at Aerion? It would have been so good if they were pissed off at Aerion and thanked Dunk, but, yeah.
Oh, well. We'll get to that.
So
we'll get to everything. We're doing everything this stream.
We're doing everything.
We're doing all of them.
So I think it's a lightly good small change. It belongs in the clump.
Add it to the pile. Melt it down and add it to the rest.
Oh, it's really clumpy in here. We're gonna have to make the circles smaller. So then, after the horrifying horse murder riot scene, we get a song about a girl called Alice who sticks her hand in people's bums.
Yeah.
And Egg says that this is a tale of honor and
her
humility,
name is Hope.
tenacity,
It belongs to all who invoke it.
and it's kind of beautiful.
Is that not the act of a dogged spirit? What brilliant writing.
It's memorable. It's like shocking in a fun, crass, creative way.
I think this is the best that this show's tone concerning vulgar material ever gets.
Yeah, because it's vulgar, but it's also genuinely meaningful at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, it's about how even if you've got a job that is so unglamorous that you're literally sticking your arm inside people's lower intestines, you still got to, like, do your best and get by,
Give it
as
your
must
all.
we all.
Get up.
Get up.
Get up, Alice.
And so I think that, like, they expand the definition of heroism and tenacity in the same way that they're like, Red is also a dogged hero, and mad one-eyed Robin Reisling is also a dogged mad hero.
And they all are fools, they all are heroes, they all are knights.
Yeah. So like there is greatness in all of us, even if what we're doing isn't cool and sexy, waving a sword around. Sometimes you got to do the dirty work.
Yeah, it turns out that what's really beautiful about the human spirit is trying, our capacity for tenacity.
Our tenacity capacity.
That's right.
It's also obviously hysterical to see Daniel Ings
make this face,
swinging off a chandelier, making this face, singing terribly.
Now, I don't know if anyone saw my tweet, but I'm pretty sure that he's staring at Dunk here as someone is miming anal fisting.
Do you think Lionel's trying to tell Dunk something?
I think... Now.
It's very subtle, but what message do you think he's trying to get across?
The thing is, Dunk's just never going to pick up on it.
He's the most heterosexual man in Westeros. He just can't put two and two together.
I don't know if it's that he's just so heterosexual. I think he just would... If this were a woman doing this, he still would have no idea.
Yeah, that's true. It's sort of like the creators talked about Raymond's naivete about sex with Red. Like Red says, "I'm pregnant," and Raymond's like, "I guess you are." It's like, after one night. Yeah, it's delightful. In the background of this scene, you can see Stefan Fossaway holding up three fingers and dancing around.
Really?
While
I
they're
hadn't
singing
noticed
about
that. That's
three-finger
awesome. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, no,
I
he's in
love
there.
this show.
Yeah. Also, I didn't notice it at first, but in the background of Raymond's tent this episode, inside the Fossaway tent, they've got like multiple bowls just piled with apples.
Yeah, of course. I love in the Sweetfoot scene in episode 6 when when Dunk says you can keep Sweetfoot. Raymond just like has an apple loaded. He's just ready to fire with an apple.
Hell yeah.
I own a horse now. Well, shit. Here's an apple I had
That's true.
prepared.
Like, how many apples does he keep in his
On
pockets
his person,
at any one time?
like it's just like Aryan with his chainmail. He has to be prepared for any apple-related situation.
I always wonder how tennis players can fit so many tennis balls in their pockets.
And they're always coming out of nowhere. It's like Hammer Space in a cartoon. It's like, where did you get that tennis ball
Like, are they
from?
collapsible
Did
tennis
you put it
balls?
in
Like, how does that
Alice's little
work?
pocket?
I think Raymond must have a similar bag of holding for all of his tennis balls and apples. Do you think that Raymond like changes his preferred color of apple now from like
Yes.
a red variety to a green
Because
variety?
in that scene, it is a green apple that he hands to Sweetfoot.
Yeah. Like, that's a big deal for Raymond. Like, he is just, like, going from,
I'm
like,
the green apple guy. It's done. We're
Pink
happy. It's
Lady
happening.
to Granny Smith, just like that.
Blink of an eye.
It's a big deal. Three-fingered Alice is one of those things that's, like, bewildering the first time you see it. And then it's like, yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yep.
Like, Egg's little speech and, like, the connection to ideas of heroism and humility and tenacity. It's like, oh, yeah, that...
Oh, wait a minute. This is epic.
Yeah.
This is gold.
Just like when Darren changes Dunk's mind. Egg changed my mind. I see the heroism. So I think it's a good change. It's fun. I think it's also cool how, like, you know, it cuts from a really sad, miserable, violent, dark, scary moment
to the most ridiculous thing possible.
Which is something this show does a lot. Is it like juxtaposes the fun and whimsical with the horrific, and I think that's something that's also very real. You know, like, you know, the day that your loved one dies, you will step out onto the street and you will walk past people who are thrilled to be pounding some beers at the footy,
giggling to each other,
and that's just like one of the
whispering
things about...
sweet nothings about the footy.
Yeah, it's like, however miserable you are, somewhere someone is having the best night of their life, and vice versa.
Yeah, it's like in episode 6 when Dunk has his flashback about his dad dying and not answering his existential questions, and then we cut to how do they make the bees swarm around the coffin?
Fucking
bee
magic.
Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I think the showrunner Ira Parker said somewhere that nothing is more absurd than real life. Like, he was talking about the pooping scene in episode 1, and it's like, yeah, it is ridiculous to have diarrhea in the heroic moment, but you know what? People have diarrhea in heroic moments in real life.
Yep.
You know how much diarrhea there was in World War II?
So much.
So much.
Like swimming pools full.
They don't include that in the movies so much. But I mean, because that's one of George Martin's big things is that he's like, yeah, like I want to show the heroic, glorious, noble knights, and I want to show all the diarrhea that they do. Like, that's George's thing. So I think Three Finger Alice is wonderful.
More venereal diseases.
More bloody pox. The more she drank, the more she shat.
Poetry.
So I think it's a good change.
It's not very major, I don't think.
Yeah, it's not very major. Maybe it's about there. So after Three Finger Alice, we meet the fortune teller.
The innkeeper.
Yeah, played by the same actor who played the innkeeper. And so that raises some questions.
Some eyebrows.
Maybe the innkeeper has a twin sister who is a witch.
Oh, that must be it.
I wish I had a twin sister who was a witch.
That does sound really cool.
I think I do. Her name's Alt-Shift-X. The alternative is that she's like an innkeeper by night and a fortune teller by day. It's like a Jekyll and Hyde situation.
A fortune teller, an attorney that's a day's ride away from her inn.
Yeah, she'd have to ride fast. So the fortune teller has a red mark on her cheek, just like our Bloodraven has a red mark on his cheek. And Bloodraven is Egg's grunkle and is a sorcerer and is an important political figure at this time. And Bloodraven can change his appearance magically. So I think it is a good theory that the fortune teller is Bloodraven.
Yeah.
I also saw Ira Parker saying that, oh yeah, I've seen that some people online have been like changing, like they've been turning up the brightness and looking at the fortune teller's eyes.
We're doing it live, baby.
And like, yeah, like I made sure that if you like zoom in on the eyes, you can see the stuff. So yeah, people should zoom in on the eyes and stuff. But like, if we turn up the brightness and look at the eyes, oh shit, yeah, one of our eyes is, oh yeah, it's Bloodraven.
You actually hadn't done that yet?
No!
We're finding out for the first time?
One of the eyes is like half closed. It's Bloodraven. Shit. Alt-Shift-X didn't realize that.
Oh, wow. Didn't put the work in.
Common Alt-Shift-XL. One of the eyes is half closed. And Bloodraven also has one eye. So it's Bloodraven.
Yeah, it's Bloodraven. This shouldn't have been, like, obviously it's Bloodraven.
It's so funny that, like, we've spent most of the last 5 years, like, pointing at every blurry JPEG saying, it's Bloodraven in disguise.
That one's just Bloodraven, yeah.
We're not even being conspiracy theorists anytime.
Just this once.
Bloodraven on screen.
Isn't that cool?
That's awesome.
Now, does that mean that the innkeeper herself is this same Bloodraven, or is Bloodraven taking the form of that innkeeper to be the fortune teller?
That's a great question.
Because that innkeeper had children.
Yes.
And we saw one of those children.
Yeah, that is like the most Bloodraven question ever, which is like, he's a whimsical magical trickster who is maybe saving the world, but also, did he murder that mother? And make orphans of her children? Maybe. Because, like, that's Bloodraven's whole thing. Like, he's trying to save the world from the White Walkers, but he also turns Jojen into a paste and feeds him to Bran. We can't explain all the Bloodraven lore in this stream.
No.
But Bloodraven's, like, low-key the coolest character in the books, and this fortune teller is him. And he is her.
Don't worry, you'll get your fill of Bloodraven at some point.
So as for the fortune teller's
Ooh,
prophecy, the fortune teller tells Dunk that he'll know great success and he'll be richer than a Lannister. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because, like, we won't give any big spoilers, but there's nothing in the books about Dunk becoming rich.
Yes, so people have debated what the meaning of rich means. Actions, friends, experience.
You think friendship was the real wealth all along?
Well, yeah. What Lannister has any friends?
So there's that bit in Game of Thrones when Dunk is mentioned and Jaime has less than Dunk has, and people think it could be a reference to that. I think that's possible, and but I don't find that all that compelling personally.
Yeah, I think that is less captivating an explanation for this line.
George Martin has plans for like 10 more Dunk and Egg stories. And Lannisters are involved in Dunk and Egg's future. So I think that there might be ways that Dunk might literally be richer than a Lannister in some sense in the future, but I guess we'll have to wait for another Seven Kingdom Season 7.
You know, he loses it all on gambling or whatever.
Classic. Loses it all on the craps table. So the fortune teller tells Egg that he's going to die in a fire and everyone who knows him will be happy that he dies. And I mean, I feel like most people listening know the spoilers, but I don't think there's much point.
We probably shouldn't.
Yeah, all right, we won't spoil you. But
just in case.
Some of that is new. The idea that everyone will be happy when Egg dies, that's new information.
It's also confirmation of things that previously were not confirmated.
Yeah. Do you like the addition of the fortune teller?
Right? Not really. I don't like the character coming out of nowhere to say, here's some shit that'll happen at a question mark. But like it's sort of fucking crazy, isn't it? When does that ever happen?
Yeah.
And like, if we didn't know anything about these characters' future, I still wouldn't know what to think.
It's kind of like how House of the Dragon has some moments where characters just like spoil events in House of the Dragon, and it's like, what? Why? Because like prophecy has a purpose in the Game of Thrones books. Like it's about
Character motivation,
anxieties, and hopes and dreams and fears. But like, does any of this fortune teller's predictions really connect deeply or meaningfully or in a relevant way to what's happening with Dunk and Egg now?
It definitely shakes Egg momentarily,
yeah.
And like it influences his decisions in the coming minutes when Raymond Fossaway shows up and Egg's like, I want to watch the dragon puppet show to like calm myself down after learning this ridiculous information. But I don't like, does it really come into play at all?
And like the only way this will be relevant to this show is literally like in season 10. like we're literally gonna have to wait 10 years for any of these predictions to happen on screen, if ever. And I mean, I do like the idea that like Egg is shaken by the prophecy thing because Egg is a Targaryen and Targaryens are interested in prophecy. So like I kind of like that as like a little hint that he's a Targaryen.
And it is very funny how Dunk says, all right, that's good, now do the boy. Like, he's completely dismissive of the whole thing.
Yeah, showing the different reactions of Dunk and Egg to the fortune teller is fun. I do like the idea that, like, it's a little reminder that, like, hey, this is still a magical world. Like,
yes. Yeah,
there aren't dragons and White Walkers, no one's casting spells, but there is an undercurrent, a latent undercurrent of magic, and Bloodraven is around, and, like, it's kind of cool. I do think, though, that, like, Bloodraven as a character, he does things for a purpose. Like, I won't spoil anything, but like in book 3, Bloodraven is around, and he has very specific goals when he's doing stuff. Bloodraven is never just like, here's your future, tee-hee, bye.
Yeah.
Like, that's not really Bloodraven behavior.
The mark on the cheek. Otherwise, I would say Shiera fucking around. But it's Bloodraven.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird. The fortune teller is weird. It makes me feel weird in a way that none of the other changes do.
It feels thrown in willy-nilly without much concern.
My nemesis, William Nilliam.
Not William Nilliam of the New Jersey Nilliams. It just feels like that they didn't have a lot of thought about character. Like, it doesn't really mean much for, like, the character arcs of Dunk and Egg. It doesn't really make sense for Bloodraven's motivations. It just kind of feels like it's chucked in there. And it is intriguing, and it gets people talking.
Yeah, we're talking about it.
I mean, this is aimed at nerds like us. This is aimed at the book nerds. Because obviously only the book nerds know who the fuck Bloodraven is, or are going to zoom in and see the eye. Like 90% of people are just like, huh?
I think it's just weird to have a character in the 3rd episode of the show say to one of the main characters, "Here is how you're going to die," for like no discernible purpose.
Yeah. I am titillated by getting new information about these characters for the first time in 10 years. That's kind of titillating for me as one of the aforementioned tragic book nerds. But I agree that it doesn't really fit in the story that well. So I it's small. It's, do you want to put it in the middle? Well, lightly bad. Let's make it lightly bad.
Yeah, that's where I'm comfortable with it.
Small and lightly bad. Yeah, I think that's where it goes. I don't hate it, but yeah, it doesn't really add that much to the story, does it? So then Dunk goes and has a drink with Raymond Fossaway, the Apple Squire. And in the book,
The fucking apple boy.
Raymond invites Dunk for a cup of wine in the book.
What was George thinking?
This is honestly, I don't think George is ever coming back from
It's a
this.
generational fumble.
Because in the show, Raymond offers Dunk cider, which makes so much more sense because the Fossaways grow apples, so they make cider. It makes so much sense. They're the apple people.
They're the
If
apple
they
guys.
don't do anything that's
Why the
not apple
fuck?
related, they're not going to drink grapes.
Grapes? Are you kidding?
What?
Why grape when apple?
Exactly.
We
That would
could
be
apple.
like a beesbury catching like butterflies
sugarcane.
or any sugarcane. It'd be like stevia for a beesbury instead
Get
of
that
honey.
shit
It's like, what are
out
you
of my
doing?
face.
So I think that is like an absolute unambiguous improvement on the book. It's the smallest thing possible. But anyway, like the character of Raymond in the book, he's a bit more confident. He's a bit more normal. He's a bit more fancy.
He blends into the typical knight character archetype going on.
He's just like another one of the fancy knights. But in the show, Raymond's a bit of a weirdo. He's a little bit awkward. He doesn't appear to have any friends. He
has a neck beard.
He has a neck beard. He burps. He sniggers inappropriately at Egg. He's also like great and heroic and a great friend to Dunk. And he really wants to be Dunk's friend, which is cute. And he has this sort of gormless naivety to him and hooks up with Red. And he has this whole arc. I think he finds some confidence throughout this season.
Absolutely.
He's like a odd little guy who like has some growth, and it's great. And he forges a new identity with the red apple instead of the green. And most of that is not in the book. Throughout the book, he's like mostly just kind of he is overshadowed by Stefan. And he gets the green apple, and that's kind of it. But the show adds so much more, and I like that he's a little weirdo.
Yeah,
and I also love that he has that anti-Targaryen rant.
That's fucking wild.
Where he finally
Still can't believe we got that.
He points at the dragon in the room and says, "Isn't it weird that they are the government and they have sex with their siblings? Isn't that a bit weird?"
I think this is strange, guys.
So I think Raymond's great.
Yes. So are we talking about just Raymond in general here? You've said awkward Raymond, but I think we're here to judge the overall change for Raymond, right?
I feel like the sort of like Raymond x Red relationship is maybe
Okay, we'll keep that distinct.
more of a separate thing. But I feel like the character of Raymond is what we're assessing.
Okay. Well, obviously it's a great change.
Yeah.
Raymond in the book has very little to distinguish him as a character from any of the others. And in the show, he is obviously distinct in a way that everyone loves. Everyone loves this guy. Have you noticed this? Everyone on the internet fucking loves this guy. It's great. It's great to see all the Apple posting.
Yeah.
And I think it's a pretty big change.
Yeah.
Like, he becomes probably he's top 5 main characters of the show.
Yeah. Yeah, he's main cast. There's a lot of Raymond time in episode 6 as well.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, so yeah, they made him distinct. They made a fan favorite character out of an otherwise unremarkable character. Yeah, it's a W. It's
Great.
good.
Yeah, I remember in the lead up to this show thinking, like, what am I excited for? I was like, okay, Raymond Fossaway is going to be there. Okay, cool. I'll get to see the betrayal thing. I'll get to see Lionel Baratheon knight him. And I wasn't all that excited to see Raymond Fossaway. Whereas now on the rewatch, I'm like, oh my god, it's Raymond time.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's like Lionel. Like, no one expected Lionel to be the funnest part of the show, and yet here we are.
No one expected Jazz.
No one expected Jazz. So that concludes episode 3. Do you think we should go through some donations?
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We're a mere 4 hours into the live stream.
Is that all?
Is that all? So how about we chat through some of these?
Let's go back to the very beginning from 4 hours ago. Oh my god.
Thank you, everybody, for the kind donations. Streamlabs is better than YouTube Super Chats, but we appreciate everything, and we appreciate everyone watching.
We sure do. And let's just say it's great to be back.
It is great to be
We
back.
have dearly missed this.
It's been a while since
It's
we've
been
live
a
streamed.
hot moment.
What's that about?
I don't know, we got busy. No, the season really took it out of us. I think it's fair to say.
It is a busy time.
Yeah.
We were busy bees when the show was airing.
Yeah, January and February were a complete blur to me. And only now am I starting to be welcomed back into the real world.
What is it now? April?
Almost.
Goodness.
Oh shit, I've got to do April Fool's stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, Silly Week is almost upon us.
Perhaps the real April Fool is me. I haven't finished an April Fool's
For
video in a while.
Forgetting that March happens.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Benjamin Brown Base, who says, can't believe that all it took for me to catch one of these live was having a second child to keep me awake.
Children
Benjamin-
are great reminders that you should be watching YouTube. If you have a baby that cries every 90 minutes, you'll never miss your favorite YouTuber's live stream.
It's true. Congratulations, Benjamin.
Make sure that you subscribe and like, and make sure that your child
Yeah,
likes
make
and
sure
subscribes.
your babies have their own YouTube accounts.
Make sure
to
your
like and
babies subscribe to Glidus and turn on the notification
It's true.
bell.
We have 2,000 concurrent viewers, and we'd better have 2,000 likes on the video.
That would be unbelievable if we didn't have 2,000
could
likes.
you believe it? Could you imagine watching a live stream and not pressing the like button? What a world you'd have to live in.
I never would.
Thank you, J. Andy Frey, who says, why so early? Also, please say, I'm going to say it,
He's going to say it.
buzz, 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 buzz.
Oh, buzz, 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 buzz.
Why so early? It's not. Melvin Dickweed.
Melvin Dickweed of the New Jersey Dickweeds.
You gotta, why does that always get me? Fuck you. He says Makar means mother in Valyrian, which is true in 6 out of 18 dialects. J. Andy Frey says, please say each stuff. I don't think we're going to say... do you think we're going to say that?
I'll say the skibbity, but I won't say 6,
Okay,
7.
oh, I've said skibbity every live stream for the past 4 years. I was doing it before it was cool. Emu Export says, Glidus, I would hang out with you like I wouldn't even need to be forced to. We could be mates.
We'll put that in the parasocial corner of the...
I might have to be forced to, but, you know, you might have cool vibes. Connor TLV says, she Glidus on my alt Swift till I X.
Yeah, she does.
Father Marcus says, Shello Glimbonius, I have a question. Would you rather have George complete all of his series with satisfying endings, or have Harry Lloyd and his hairy loins all to yourself? Now, people are going to be mad at me. But you got to consider what this means to me. I know that you all want Ice and Fire and Wild Cards to finally meet a satisfying ending, but have you considered how handsome that man is? No, you can have your George stories. I'll take one for the team.
A song of Harry and Lloyd.
A song of Victor from Arcane.
Victor from Arcane.
He voices Victor in Arcane.
There you go.
Harry Lloyd.
Thank you, Mike Atrugillo, who says, do you guys have any hardline decisions for who Dunk's other 2 confirmed ancestors are alongside Brienne and Hodor? I'm a basic bitch, so I think it's the Clegane brothers. Do you have any thoughts? Also, I had to verify my phone number. So, as I understand it, George has said that Brienne isn't descendant of Dunk, and I haven't seen any confirmed statements that there are multiple confirmed descendants of Dunk. I know that some people speculate that Hodor might be a descendant of Dunk because Hodor is tall, and there's that like vision that Bran has of someone smooching a girl in the Winterfell Godswood, and people think that maybe that's Dunk with old Nan.
But there are many other couples it could have been.
Yeah, so I guess, you know, anyone tall, I guess, could be a candidate if we're imagining who might be a descendant. So yeah, I guess the Mountain and the Hound.
I think Robert Strong could be Duncan's descendant, but not the Mountain and the Hound. I think that's dumb. But Robert Strong
is just some other guy.
Yes.
I kind of like when characters aren't all related.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Rey didn't have to be a Skywalker or a Palpatine or a Kenobi.
Fucking hell.
And I kind of feel like Dunk doesn't have to be part of the incestuous twisted family tree of everybody else because just let him be a dude.
He's just
you
Dunk,
know?
man.
Like, some of us are just walking around here just, like, not related to any royal families, and that's, like, fine, man. And I feel like that's part of the point, you know? So yeah, I mean, there definitely is a Dunk-Brienne connection, like, that's in Book 4. It's implied and confirmed by George, but I don't think every tall person has to be Dunk's seed. But I guess we'll just have to see how many seeds Dunk dunks.
Dunk was the first and only tall person ever, and all tall people are descended from him. Jay's back and says, Globules and Shafted are racist towards tall people live stream. Well, that would be some internalized bigotry on my part. Jury's out. Earth to Maggie says, Hi, Schwifton and Glyfunkel. Is that... Oh, Schwifton. Yeah, like Simon. Yeah. Do you want to be...
Schweifton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just watching one of your Pictionary streams. Oh, remember the Pictionary streams?
They were great.
How great were those? And now this, I hope you're having a great day. Thanks for the joy. Thank you. We have had great days.
Yay.
Lars says, Lars moment. So fucking true, Lars. The Noobulator says, just wanted to thank you both for making a genuine difference in my life. Aw. You sparked such a passion in me for deeper conversation about the series I love so much, and your warm hearts and sharp wits have brought comfort and joy to many a lonely day. Much love. Aww.
That's very
That's
lovely.
wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Noobulator.
I mean, we only do it because there are people out here enjoying it, like you.
Yeah.
Humesy says, do you think Allan would have had the same problem as Dunk joining the... It's so... long. This stream's been going for so long. Do you think Allan
we can still speak
would have had the same problem as Dunk joining the tournament given no one remembered him? I think he probably would have had an easier time.
I think that like that's one of the questions is what makes a true knight? What convinces people that you're a true knight? Is it wearing expensive fancy armor and having a squire? Is it having wealth? Is it speaking like a proper noble lad? Like it turns out that being taken seriously as a knight has more to do with your appearance and your words and your class and your status than it does with your actual moral values and the principles of knighthood.
Or any procedure you may have undergone.
So yeah, I mean, like Allan is obviously like a poor, weird hedge knight, and so he might have had some trouble being taken seriously. Plumber said Ashford only wanted fancy knights.
Yeah,
so
he only went out on a limb for Dunk because he felt sorry for him.
Yeah. So that may have been an issue, yeah.
It's a good question. Elliot says, loved your post-episode chats every week, lads. Drastically improved my schmedia gliteracy. Wow, that's great.
I think of it more as Gledia Schmitracy, but that's okay.
Okay, fair enough. Different courses for different Arlen of penny trees. Duncan egg. So true. Fate109 says, they should have used Pycelle's fart sound for Otho in AKOTSK. It can become the asswife Wilhelm scream. Where could you use it in Hot D? When Viserys dies?
Yeah, no, I could see
that.
that.
The moment his spirit leaves this mortal coil. Yeah, that's it.
I really enjoy the idea of like a fart sound effect becoming a reused stock sound effect.
Especially
like the
that
Wilhelm
one.
Scream. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there are fart sound effects that are reused. Like
Oh, definitely.
like the Wilhelm scream, like the Roblox oof. But
Tommy wants money.
Tommy wants money. Ashford wants money. Anonymous says, sleeping, eating, cooking, walking, dishes, laundry, groceries, getting high, being high, cleaning, playing video games. I've listened to this content during everything I do, except for making.
Sweet love.
Thank you. Thank the gods for Glidus and his Schwift.
Well, you better get on fixing that, Anonymous.
That was quite a poem.
Yeah.
That was a lovely
Good to know
poem.
we've been here for all of the most important parts of life, except for one, which I hope you're on top of.
Yeah.
Moshumba says, hi, one night in Schwavos and the world's your Gloucester. Man, I'm reminded of the greatest thing I or anyone has ever created. I'm glad that
Everyone, please go and watch Glidus's cover of One Night in Bravos.
It's
on the Glimbus channel.
I'm
Go
so
check
proud
it
of
out.
that.
Do you know how much cool music this guy makes?
I peaked. Let's be honest.
Go check out the music on the Glimbus channel.
Glad to finally catch you all live. Which asswife and which AKOTSK characters do you think would be the best at chess boxing?
Baelor Breakspear.
Baelor Breakspear.
Next.
100%.
Yep. Maybe Marwyn the Mage, actually.
Yeah, he does have that like soccer hooligan build.
Marwyn would
And he's
use
really
some
smart.
like crazy like Estonian opening gambit that no one's ever seen, and then like clock you with the right hook, shit on the board, and leave. You know, like he's all over it.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Baelor or Marwyn. I can't really think of anyone. Pre-accident Willis Tyrell.
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
I could see Oberyn actually. Maybe he's not
Yeah.
like patient enough, but like I could see Oberyn being good at chess. Oberyn is smart.
And strong. Lomo says, spoiler hot D. Everyone! Shh. Hot D spoilers. Off topic. But what do you think about, given Maelor's absentism, perhaps Helena will fall on the spikes of the Red Keep as Dreamfire falls into the spikes of the small folk in the Dragon Pit, like she cannot tell reality from dream. I think that's an okay idea.
Dreamfire falls into the spikes of the small folk. I mean, look, I guess visually,
Like
like
if they have a
Dreamfire
shitload-
falling as Helena falls, I guess makes sense.
Yeah.
I really enjoy the choice of word. Maelor's absentism.
Yeah, he forgot to show up.
I mean, you could also say it as Maelor's failure to have been born.
Yeah.
His non-existence. His absentism. Sure.
Yeah, sure. That's a cool. We've definitely talked about possibilities for that before,
Yeah,
and I
look,
can't remember what they were.
My brain is not in hot D mode right now.
Yeah, true. I
So
so
you'll
need
have
to
to
rewatch that
allow
show.
you'll have to allow us to shift gears before we can hot our Ds.
Woolly Capybara, can I pet you? Says, hey, Swiftfoot and Glumder, thank you for the entertaining stream. That's great. Question, which one of John's daddies could beat the other daddies in a free-for-all melee?
Mance Raider.
Yeah.
Corin Halfhand.
Oh, that is so tough.
J.R. Mormont is too old. Benjen is not noted as a great swordsman.
Ned's dead. Rhaegar's dead.
Tormund is...
Does Tormund qualify?
Tormund doesn't really have a lot of riz in that department. I don't think...
Jael's old and useless. Aemon's old and useless.
Mance defeated other wildling leaders. Corin is renowned. I reckon
It's between them.
Yeah, I reckon it's Mance or Corin.
I think Mance might have the upper hand.
Yeah.
So it's really tough to say between those two.
Upper hand. Against the half hand.
Arthur Dane. Kennard says, absolutely loved your AKOTSK coverage. Happy Nebula enjoy here. Oh, we got a real one over here.
Ooh.
Watch out, everyone. Will you engage Hot D mode next, or do you want to catch a breath, or maybe squeeze in some other small things? Fake Tywin, maybe. That is... You are making so many assumptions.
Do you want us to watch 50 hours of Charles Dance? Because we will.
That is a small thing. Thanks for all the amazing hours of entertainment. Thank you, Kennard. Is it straight into Hot D mode? I don't think so. I think we've got room for some other modes first.
Yeah, I think many things are afoot. I'm not going to try and predict our movements, honestly.
Yeah.
Because many things are afoot and
Yes.
always are afoot.
That quarter is chock full of adventures.
Chock full of adventures. That's the Shrift and Gliders guarantee.
Yeah.
Thank you for supporting on Nebula.
Yes.
That is a good way to support us both. That if you do want to listen to, I think it's now over 70 hours. It's over 70 hours of exclusive us yapping. If you want to sign up at nebula.tv/glidus.
Or nebula.tv/altswiftx.
That's
Wait a
right.
minute, we did that backwards.
So, yeah, we appreciate everyone listening, and Nebula's also a good way to support, and also Patreon's a good way to support. Appreciate you all.
Thank you, la 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 la. Been watching you all for a few years now, and love your stuff. Thanks for all the work you do. Thank you, la 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 la. Silas PT says, Swakft and Glidunk, what's your personal favorite heraldry in the books?
Who else has personal heraldry? I can't remember right now.
I'm a big fan of Blood Ravens.
Yeah, the white
It's really cool.
albino dragon, and also like Bittersteel's winged horse is very badass.
It's also a bit silly.
It's also a bit silly.
But good for him.
Yeah. Doesn't Bronn have that, like, flaming chain?
The chain, yeah.
That's pretty badass.
That is pretty cool.
Evoking Tyrion's Blackwater Gambit. So yeah, they're pretty rad.
Does Jon never takes on personal heraldry, does he?
I think the idea is that by default he might have a reversed
inverted
color Stark banner, but I don't think that ever actually happens in the books.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. I think that, is Loras the fourth born? Or the...
No, he is the fourth one. Yeah.
I think Loras has 4 flowers.
Really?
Like Maker has 4. Yeah, I think so.
Wee.
I might be wrong about that. I think that Garland might have 3 as the third one.
Cool.
Yeah. Longthorn is mentioned in the books. Like, Mace Tyrell wants his sons to be as good as Leo Longthorn Tyrell 90 years earlier. And it's said that Loras might be as good as Longthorn. But, Loras Tyrell never got onto a galloping horse and picked up a shield from the ground.
So, fuck him.
So screw that guy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Guy Fieri's Shoelace, who says, "Hello, Sir Glanfred and Sir Schweinel.
You got it.
Often I see the arsewipe community, you included, at times,
I'm just calling it arsewipe now.
talk about Azor Ahai being Jon or Dany, almost like a chosen one. Isn't it a bit odd when A Song of Ice and Fire is largely a deconstruction of fantasy tropes like that?"
Hoo boy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very big topic. The short answer for me is that, like, yeah, I think that George is trying to deconstruct the Chosen One idea. And I think that
You've got to have a Chosen One to do that?
Huh?
Do you have to have a Chosen One to deconstruct the Chosen One?
Well, Tyrion, like, says in Book 5 that, it's going to be a bit of a problem that we've got multiple Chosen Ones.
Oh, boy, we've got a few Chosen Ones running around.
Yeah, like Daenerys and young Griff and, Jon Snow, they're all running around saying they're the savior, and I think it is going to be a problem when Daenerys and Jon all seem to think they're the hero, and there might be some disagreements. And I also think that part of the point is that the people who are advocating for prophecy are weirdos and freaks like Bloodraven and Marwyn and like the Volantine Red Priests, and it's kind of and Macquarow, and it's like these are all people who like are really keen on like burning people alive as sacrifices and like doing messed up stuff. Like Melisandre keeps saying, "Hey Stannis, you're the chosen one, so you should burn these children alive." So like the books are already saying like, hey, maybe this chosen one idea is like a bad idea. Maybe we're barking up the wrong tree. And so I think Jon and Daenerys' stories will both confront that. And I think that Jon and Daenerys will both have moments where it's like, should we fulfill the prophecy by making terrible sacrifices? Or should we maybe like be like human beings and find alternate ways to improve the world? And
should we rebel against these messengers telling us to burn everything to the ground?
Yeah, maybe we should.
Should we perhaps rage against the dying of the light?
Yes. And the whole idea that like Azor Ahai Reborn is the chosen one assumes that the original Azor Ahai was somehow a good guy when all signs point to he like killed his wife and got dragon power and might have been some kind of tyrant, and I'm partial to the idea that like he kind of was the Night's King or the Bloodstone Emperor, and that bad things were done to the children of the forest, and that might have created the White Walkers, and so we'll stop here. But I think that Georgie is in the business of deconstructing Azor Ahai. It's not a wholehearted endorsement of the notion of a chosen one, in my opinion.
Anonymous says, "Hello, Glimbo Glang and Swifty Mabob.
Hey.
What would you put on the cover of TWOW and a DOS? I'm assuming
just put a photo of Glidus with like a bib on and like a knife and fork, with his tongue pointing out, like the emoji going, "Yum, time to eat."
Yep, that's it.
That's what I think.
I really like the was it Urtach who made those fan covers?
Someone on Reddit made the Horn of Winter, Winds of Winter cover.
That's become like standard. Everyone just accepts that now.
It's really funny because when that Redditor said, "Oh, here's a mock-up that I made. It's just a fan creation of what the Winds of Winter might look like." And he literally says in the Reddit post, "I hope no one thinks that it's official because it's not official." And then like 5 years later, George R. R. Martin posted it on his blog.
That's so funny.
And someone in the comments of George's blog said, "Is that the official Winds of Winter art?" And George said, "Yeah, it's the official art, at least for now, as far as I know." So like, the author thinks
He
that it's
just
the
took it
official
from
artwork,
Reddit.
but
He
got
took it
off
from
Reddit.
Reddit.
I have a bit of a bone to pick with Martin about that, because like Martin has repeatedly published fan art and not credited
Yeah.
where it came from, and like he can make an argument that it's his characters, he can do what he wants, but I think that the more ethical thing to do is to credit the fan artists. But I know that
don't
George
think
comes
that-
from a different century.
That
so-
argument doesn't apply to a book that he hasn't written yet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You can't just take something.
So I think the explanation is he's a fucking boomer.
Yeah, I think it's just an okay boomer situation.
And like maybe that was from before there was more oversight on his blog.
yeah. He might see it as like not his department, and maybe it's not, but like
Anonymous goes on to say that they think a weirwood branch or crown would be great. That does sound cool. I do like the Horn of Winter design. I think that's cool.
I mean, it's tough because the books don't exist, so we don't know if the Horn of Winter is important in that book,
Yeah.
and we don't know if a weirwood branch is important. So like, you know.
Also, there are a lot of, as we have shown, there are a lot of different covers for the existing books, and there's probably going to be a lot of covers for the Winds of Winter. And it remains to be seen which series of covers is going to be the main one that the Winds of Winter goes. Like, is it going to be the new ones that came out a few years ago, or is it going to be the old Harper Voyager ones with like objects on a field of textured color?
Yeah, for me,
Unclear.
those like Harper Voyager ones are iconic, but yeah, everyone's gonna have a different relationship with it. I feel like, you know, a lot of those covers that we looked at in that stream, a lot of the covers are terrible, and the picture on the front has nothing to do with the contents of the book. And I think that sometimes publishers, like people who haven't read the book, decide what's on the cover, and I think that sucks. Obviously,
That was
So-
certainly the case in when George was less of a household name.
yeah.
I think that decision is going to be taken more seriously these days.
But even those new official covers are kind of shit and don't have much to do with some of the books. in my
Oh, but they
opinion.
look cool.
They do. They superficially look cool, but like
The one with the dragon eye, that's fucking sick.
yeah. But it'd be nice if it reflected the story. But whatever.
You
Jandy,
take what you can get. I mean, you're such a big fan of the objects on a coloured field.
Well,
Harper
yeah,
Voyager.
I-
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
yeah. Well, I admit that that's just my bias because it's the
It's
edition
what you.
that I happen to
It's
read.
what we grew up with. That's the SpongeBob I know.
Yep. Jay Andy says Daenerys diarrhea scene in GOT remake confirmed. Now, there's all this speculation about what if they make an animated version, an animated show adapting the Ice and Fire books.
I've been saying that for like 8 years.
That would I would love it if that happened. I think HBO are cowards and they don't get it, but because like why not? Why would you not do that?
So supposedly, Gendy Tartakovsky is currently working on a Call Us Valarian Sea Snake show.
Bendy who?
Gendy Tartakovsky, Samurai Jack, The Clone Wars.
I'm gonna need you to
Gendy
say that name.
Tartakovsky.
Okay, I got it now.
And if that goes well, like that opens...
Of the New Haven Tarkovskys?
Fuck you.
I have heard that Samurai Jack is good.
It's awesome. Samurai Jack is one of my favorite shows ever. And if this Call Us Valarian thing ever happens, like I expect it's going to be pretty sick as well. And like maybe that would open the door for a future re-examination of a Song of Ice and Fire adaptation in an animated style produced by HBO. But, you know, probably not.
I mean, I feel like 90% of those episodes are going to be, and then Corlys was on his ship.
I mean, I think that the guy who made Samurai Jack is like actually sort of the perfect pick for a show about Call Us Valarian, because he also, in that period of his life, was a wandering guy in search of wealth and treasure and meaning. I'm assuming, we don't know much about the guy personally, but, you know, showing up to a place, doing something crazy and leaving. That's what Samurai Jack is as well.
Can we do a live stream where you explain Samurai Jack to me in excruciating detail?
Absolutely.
All right, lock it in. Lock it in. They've been talking about that Sea Snake show for years now, and originally it was going to be live action, and then it was changed to animated, and I'm sure that pissed off Steve Toussaint, but it is yet to materialize. It's interesting, in the Hedge Knight book, Tanzel performs a play about Nymeria and her 10,000 ships, and there is a Nymeria 10,000 ships show that was in development at some point and might still be in development, and so they could have included a nod to a potential future spin-off show, but they didn't.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Anonymous says, nice to see you, sweet glute. Maybe the Blackfire sigil has 4 legs because counting is for nerds, and that's how the guy knew it was Blackfire leather. It's a good point. A lot of people have set... So, for the context here, in episode 5, in the flashback... holding up my context flag. In the episode 5 flashback, when Dunk and Rafe hand their newly found leather to the smith, he refuses it because it's Blackfire, and we zoomed in on the sigil, and it's got 4 legs on the sigil. And for those who don't know why that's important, I'm not even going to try. Figure that one out on your own.
Because dragons have 2 legs
in George's world, yes. And the Targaryen sigil has been all over the place across the HBO franchise, except for A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which, aside from this one instance, has had 2-legged dragons across the board. So it's just fucking excruciating that they messed that one up.
They put it there just to mess with Glidus.
It's true. So yeah, the argument there is that Daemon Blackfire was a chud, and and thought that counting was for nerds, and so his 4-legged sigil slipped through the cracks. Makes sense to me.
It clicked through the schlacks.
It glicked through the schwacks.
Yeah, well, the Blackfires are anti-intellectual in the books.
Yeah, their whole argument is that Darren is a nerd.
So I kind
a
of
woke nerd.
I kind of love the idea that they just sort of get history facts wrong as part of their anti-intellectual politics.
Isn't fantasy fun?
It's like it's kind of like if you vote for the Flat Earth Party.
Fucking hell!
Dragons are recent history. Dragons died out 50 years before the Blackfire Rebellion, and these guys are oh yeah, dragons, they're awesome. Remember how they had 3 legs? And it's I don't think that's right. And they're shut up, nerd, we're the kings now.
It was 3 something had the dragon anyway.
Yeah.
Anonymous says, finally catched a stream. Just wanted to thank you guys for the amazing work. Your videos and streams always help me when I'm feeling down. Winky face. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Hope you're feeling up now. A narconaut. Sorry, I said anonymous earlier. You're a narconaut. J. Andy's back saying, should Rhaenyra be fat in Hot D Season 3? I mean, I don't care.
Yeah, it's probably not super important.
Yeah.
I'm
It doesn't look like they're doing that.
I'm guessing that the actor probably doesn't want to get fat and probably doesn't want to wear a fat suit.
Some actors would be fine with that, but it looks like Emma Darcy's not doing that, so whatever.
Yeah.
George says, hi, glad and amused. Watching all the way from Moldova. Oh my god. We have viewers in Moldova.
Should we talk louder so that George can hear us from all the way in Moldova?
I think we could. I wish there was more jousting and the rules/participants were better presented. The fact that a show like this costs so much to produce is insane.
Yeah, I'm with you, George, that they probably should have explained the rules at some point, both for the jousting and for the trial of combat. Because I think it was never explained, so it's really unclear to people, what are the rules? Are you allowed to fight on foot? Do you just automatically win if you knock someone off their horse? Why was Longthorn allowed to get back onto a different horse?
Yeah.
What's going on there with the trial of combat?
Yeah. Was it illegal when Andrew Ashford knocked the Stokeworth guy off when he wasn't even ready?
Yeah, seems like a dick move. I mean, in House of the Dragon Season 1, Episode 1, knights were just murdering each other on the jousting field, and that seemed to be acceptable, which was weird. And then in the trial by combat, it's when does the trial of combat end? Does it end only when Dunk dies, or does Aerion and Darren need to die? In the book, Darren says he'll withdraw his claim, but that's not explained in the show, and so there's a lot of little ambiguities that it might have been good if those stakes and rules were a bit clearer. That might have helped a little bit.
I think it doesn't impact very much. I think that if those things had been stipulated and explained to the audience, it would not have made much of a difference.
Yeah. It's not a huge thing.
It would be nice to know, though.
There may have been creative ways that they could make it a little clearer.
Eric says, hi, with a wet X and gliding along the forest. Thanks for all the wonderful content. I listened through all your Aswai food descriptions rankings while moving my belongings out of my ex's place last year, and it made the process a little easier. Glad we could have been there for that.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you. A Tom has a Borong name, says, not an Asswife question, but a favourite Australian band/songs, new and old. Can't go past Paul Kelly, Whitlam's Gang of Youths in Forest Hall. I'm a big fan of Gang of Youths and Paul Kelly. Can't argue with that.
Little River Band.
Little River Band. Moving Pictures.
The Oils.
The Oils. I do fucking love the Oils.
Akadaka.
I do love the Oils. Nah, Akadaka. You can't go wrong with Akadaka. They're royalty for a reason.
This guy doesn't like the Rolling Stones.
Did I say that to you?
You did say
I
that.
said that to you. Dude, what state was I in when I said that? I love some Rolling Stones.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we
That's
got
good.
there.
Thank you, Mbor.
What do you mean he doesn't like the Rolling Stones?
Who says, Hi, Glunk and the Tall and Altarian Swift Flame. First time catching a stream live from the Uck. Love your stuff. Have you ever considered the theory that Baelor's head just did
I
that?
have. In fact, I thought I founded that theory.
Yeah, it's funny when that happens, like when you just like say some stupid shit into a microphone and then like a year later
It comes back to you.
filters through like 20 people.
I've
and then
had
someone
so
says
many
it.
comments on the fake asswife theories video saying, how did none of them know about the Tyrek thing?
Yeah.
It's like, dude, it's from this video.
It's so fun.
That's how.
Yeah. No, I think sometimes heads just do that, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe like Valar's head was just a bit smaller than Baelor's head, and so when Baelor put on Valar's helmet, it just
his head shrank.
it just like squashed his skull.
caved,
Like
yeah.
his just skull just broke, and it was fine while it was holding him together, but when he took it off, it just
So actually,
fell apart like a
Maekar had
Jenga
nothing
tower.
to do with it. It was when Baelor put the helmet on. That's when it did it him.
Maekar was just trying to like smack
Get it off him.
Baelor's like brains back into shape, into his helmet, you know. Thank you, J. Andy Frey, who says Aryan Brotherhood in AKOTSK season 3. Not sure what you're saying there,
Aryan
mate.
Brotherhood.
Aryan Brotherhood.
Aryan Brotherhood in the AKOTSK season.
There are ideas that George might have originally planned for Aryan to come
Yeah, right.
back as a villain in the future, and I think that might still happen in
Right, yeah.
future Dunk and Egg books.
That's a part of the Blackfires not being present in what's there in the Hedge Knight, is that it seems, I don't think it's ever been confirmed actually, but it seems that George intended for Aryan's offspring, the Bright Flames, supposedly, to be what the Blackfires ended up being as this villainous Targaryen offshoot branch.
But that is just a theory.
A dragon theory.
Thank you, Library of Oracle, who says, Hi, Schwickless Angel and Glanny Bottoman. Thanks for hours of entertainment during my job as a pot washer. A dish pig. Shout out to the dish pigs. Who says, how many times have the both of you read A Song of Ice and
The
Fire?
New Haven dish pigs?
New Haven dish pigs? I have not done a lot of start to finish reads of Ice and Fire.
Yeah, neither.
I've done a lot of like POV reads of Ice and Fire, or like single book rereads, or like when I'm focusing on a particular topic or a particular arc, I'll like read through like every scrap that's relevant to that specific topic or character. I haven't done as many like cover to cover start to finishes.
Yeah, I did like 3 full read-throughs in my early years of being obsessed with this, and then from then on it started being more like a detailed dive into whatever was relevant, whatever I needed to scrub up on, etc.
It's similar when looking at the show. Like I tend not to like watch entire shows episode 1 to the finale. I tend to be looking for particular things or particular scenes or particular characters, like if it's for the purpose of YouTube. So
I once watched through Game of Thrones in my ranking order, starting at 83 the bells and all the way up to number 1 watches on the wall, and my goodness, what an experience that was.
yeah, that sounds completely psychotic.
It was. It made no sense.
That's a bit like ripping all the pages out of a book and then just reading them at random. That sounds awful.
I arranged this book by length. The longest pages are at the front.
No. Read each word in alphabetical order.
Oh, yeah.
Just do that. Read each word in order of how long the word is.
I've seen YouTube poops like that.
You just go it and as it and Targaryen.
You know, there we go. We've hit the YouTube poop part. Nessie says, "Hi from Scotland. Mon Hearts. Can't wait to see what they do with Roanne Webber." Yeah, we're going to talk. We're going to talk about the future of Dunk and Egg at some point in the future.
That's the plan. Yeah, there's 2 other published Dunk and Egg books and potentially 10 more planned stories. They could potentially do this show for 10 more seasons, 1,000 Years of Rick and Morty. So there's a lot to talk about in terms of the future of this show. A lot of possibilities, lots of speculation. So we plan to do a video chatting about that.
A lot of eggs left to crack. Bottom text says egg, not of hair.
Lionel Baratheon, black of hair.
True, Ned does name drop that Lionel Baratheon in Game of Thrones, doesn't he?
He sure does.
Ruler of the Sandcastle says, if you only get one, village hero or she-wolves. What Ruler of the Sandcastle is referring to there is 2 of the proposed, in-progress, future Dunk and Egg novellas George has talked about, the village hero and the she-wolves of Winterfell.
Yeah. George Martin started writing 2 Dunk and Egg stories, the 4th and 5th, years ago, and just a few months ago, George recently said, "Oh, I've started working on some of those Dunk and Egg stories."
But the Winds of Winter is still his top priority.
Yeah, don't hold your breath. If you asked me a year ago, I would have said She-Wolves of Winterfell, because it's meant to be set in the North. It's about like a Stark succession crisis. I love the Starks. I love Winterfell. So
Old Nan mentioned.
Yeah, maybe Old Nan's around. That would be really exciting.
But now we have the Penny Tree Law.
Yeah.
Now we have the Penny Tree Law.
Yeah, so we don't know exactly what the village hero is about, but apparently it's set in the Riverlands, and so a lot of people speculate that it might be about Penny Tree. And wouldn't it be amazing for Dunk to go back to Allan's hometown and learn something about Allan and learn something about Penny Tree? That
I agree.
could be amazing. And
I
also,
agree.
there's a reason why they put Otho Bracken in this show, farting so loudly and proudly. And that's because Penny Tree is between the lands of the Brackens and Blackwoods. And so maybe the village hero involves the Blackens and Blackwoods.
Or knew that man who farted at me 4 years ago.
Yeah, just what an amazing arc, you know, like if they become pals or allies or enemies. And it all began with breaking winds.
So I think we're going to both vote for the village hero out of those 2 at this moment. Anonymous says, "Hello, old Thwift X and Glideth. Oh, it's Vargo Hoot. I've been a silent watcher of all your streams for many years, including the fake Jon Snow, and I promised myself next stream I'd return that love financially. Well, thank you very much. Is there any legitimate chance of a new The Fake Blank video?"
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, don't tell anyone, but the plan is like look, there are many plans.
We have so many
There
plans.
are many plans. But one of the plans is that I would like to subject Glidus to every Dune movie and TV adaptation. And we're going to call that The Fake Dune. And I think that might be like wildly fun. Wildly fun.
Is this... Am I going to have to read Dune for that?
I'm not going to make you read Dune.
Okay.
That would be cruel and unusual.
Would it be more fun if I hadn't?
I think it's funny if you have it. I mean, watching all the adaptations might convince you to read Dune, just because you'll be like, what?
Yeah, like I'd
is
probably
going
read
on?
it after we do that.
Like, the thing that's fun is that all the adaptations are like tonally completely different to each other, and like in terms of like story and character are also pretty different to each other. So you're gonna be like, what is the real Dune based on all this fake Dune, you know?
Yeah, well,
like,
I have seen the recent films, the Villeneuve films, and the Lynch film. That's
Yeah.
all I've seen, and like I can already tell what you mean by that.
Yeah, there's also the 2000 sci-fi series, which has its merits and has its hats. So yeah, look, I think a big Dune chat would be fun because Dune 3 is coming out in December.
Cool.
But yeah, there are many projects afoot.
Many feet a project. Patty says, "CH rocks." What they mean by that, perhaps we'll never know.
Thank you, Ari Nordman, who says, favorite sandwich? I'm a banh mi guy myself.
Oh, favorite sandwich.
Is a banh mi a sandwich?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
My great cultural sacrilege is that I enjoy a banh mi as a wrap instead of as a roll.
Look, I'm not gonna fight you on that. That's fine.
It just has a
That's
much better
whatever, man.
ratio of like fillings to bread, you know?
I understand that, and I might even agree with you. I don't think I've ever tried that actually, because like, who the fuck does that? You weirdo.
Yeah, look, I'll accept it. I have some wrong opinions, but I'm proud of them.
How can I pick a favorite sandwich?
I've seen you less torn about significantly more important issues.
You really have. I can't do it.
Thank you, Helena's Bug Collection.
Fuck.
You've really broken Glidus. It's taken 5 hours, but we've finally broken Glidus over a sandwich
I just keep
question.
thinking about Dunk and Egg sandwiches, and I think that just like looks so good. I just want that sandwich.
Bacon and eggs, can't go wrong.
Helena's Bug Collection says, you've both been glorious background noise / inspiration while writing my book series over the last 4 years. No self-promo, just a huge thank you for all you do. Can you believe the words Glidus and Alt Swift-X are printed in a book's acknowledgements?
Hell yeah.
I can't believe that.
Please tweet us the book.
Yeah, please let us know what that's all about. We don't care if it's self-promo.
Imagine trying to write with us nattering in your ears.
Yeah.
I really hope that, like...
Take that out.
Unknowingly,
Delete that.
Accidentally, like, some's written
Belandra.
Schlungus and Guigus, like just in the middle of a sentence.
Belandra and Tyrek.
Thank you, Helena's Book
Yeah,
Collection.
that's wonderful.
Thank you, Bottom Text, who says there must always be a Dondarrion in New Barrel. So... So Red was having sex with Manfred Dondarrion.
I see. Yeah.
And then Red hooked up with Raymond and said that she's pregnant. So you might speculate that maybe Red is pregnant with Manfred's baby, which, she might not be pregnant. She might be, who knows. But yeah, wouldn't it be kind of funny and kind of sad if Raymond raised Manfred's kid as the heir to the Fossaways of the Red Apple New Barrel Fossaways?
Green,
Yes, green. Green, but ironically red-haired.
Yeah.
The daughter of Red.
Yeah.
So someone pointed out
green
that
haired.
like Red stops being Red and starts being Rowan, and Raymond stops being Red and starts being Green, and Manfred wants to make everyone red.
And both of them stopped being red. Wow. That's a big L for Manfred.
Deep and meaningful or coincidental color
nothing.
symbolism.
Wow, that's great.
Thank you, Anonymous, who says, if you were to each put into a trial of 7 against one another, but the objective was to lose, which 6 characters would you choose to guarantee defeat? Who's the Maester in Book 4? Walgrave. I would have Archmaester Walgrave because he's got dementia and he keeps wetting himself and he can't do anything.
Okay, can I have Drogo after the ritual, after he's fallen off his horse?
I'm going to choose Armory Lorch after
Arya's killed
Gregor
him.
cuts off all of his limbs. Is that Armory Lorch or is that... is that... No, that's Vargo Hoat. Yeah, I'm thinking Vargo Hoat after the mountain has cut off all his limbs. And I'm going to choose Piat Pri.
No, you already... we're taking turns. Reek, like Theon Reek.
Yep. Yeah, and I'll choose Piat Pri after his legs get cut off.
Aaron while he's drowning.
I'm going to choose... Penny. Yezan. I'm going to choose Yezan. While he's shooting himself to death.
Damn, that's good. Daenerys while she's shooting herself to death. But what if a dragon came and helped her?
Balerion the kitten. No, he's pretty fearsome.
Myrcella.
Tommen. Ermasandra Hayford.
Damn it, she's 2. That's good. Tyrek mid-transformation.
Monster. Aemon Steel Song.
We should have just gone for babies across the
We should
board.
have just started with babies.
Yeah.
Alright, next question. Squilly06 says, finally caught a stream, been watching for many a year. I crashed my car whilst listening to your character alignment.
Congratulations. That's great.
What are we meant to do with that information? I'm sorry? Thank you? I don't know. Does that mean that like emergency services had to like listen to us while they're like...
While we were being wrong about what chaotic and lawful mean?
I think like my deepest fear is like hearing my own voice while I'm sitting on a train.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that would draw everything into question.
Yeah, that really questions some life choices at that point.
Thank you, Squillio6, for crashing your car. Brian117 Kennedy says, thanks for all the streams through the years, boys. Here's to many more from Glorton and Schwimbo. Since you both are asswife journos nowadays with influencer good boy points. Wow, okay. Maybe you could do a trip to the UK for the Harrenhal fight. Wow, that hadn't occurred to either of us a lot of times in the past couple of months.
We're going to have to update our business cards now that we're asswife journos with good boy points. Yeah, I mean, have you got tickets?
Yeah, let us know.
When's the premiere?
Got any ins at the Royal Shakespeare Company?
I'll email William. We'll figure it out.
Oh, William Shakespeare's personal email address. That'd be great to have.
That would be good. He's probably a Hotmail, isn't he? He's probably a Hotmail guy.
Yeah, because it's from way back when.
Yeah, it's like cool guy Willie Quill 69.
Willie Quill.
Willie
Quill XXX.
Willie Quill XXX for sure. Thank you, Poison Biscuits, who says, can you rank the change of my gender going from man to woman between episodes 3 and 4? Red ain't the only one using pronouns disrespectfully these days.
Wow, I mean, that's a pretty good change. It's a big change, too, it sounds like.
Mid-season.
Yeah.
Right.
Jeez, imagine.
Right at the moment of dramatic climax. Thank you, Poison Biscuits.
And congratulations. Let's hope those pronouns don't get too disrespectful. The Tangy1351 says, hi, Glenbuley and Swiftopolis. I'm watching this by candlelight as my power went out just before the stream started. Any movies or shows you've recently enjoyed or excited to see soon? You've been watching movies, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, I've watched some movies. I liked Begonia, except for the ending. I liked Hamnet, except for the middle. And I liked Marty Supreme, except for the Timothy Chalamet.
Wow. Wow.
Shows, I liked Pluribus.
I still haven't watched it. What am I doing?
It's pretty good.
What am I doing?
It's kind of slow.
What have I been watching?
It's pretty good.
I can't think of how I've spent the past 2 years of my life. I watched Veep. That was good. Anyone watched Veep?
I kind of wanted to watch
It's
Veep.
Armando Iannucci doing American politics. It's fucking awesome.
I watched Joe versus the Volcano, and I had fun.
That sounds incredible.
Yeah, you should watch it. My whole life is trying to convince this guy to watch movies so that we can talk about it.
I'm too busy watching YouTube, though. It's the problem.
We'll do a live stream about live streams.
Cool. Theatrical Collins is back and says, we finally heard Swift and Shift in the same room at the end of the Duncan Egg trailer stream. With this proof, at last those weirdos who used to say you were the same person will shut up. Exactly. Thank you.
Imagine, I just, talk out my left side and I sound like Alt Swift X, and then I talk out the right side of my mouth and I sound like...
Glidus.
See how I do that? It's pretty cool.
Really impressive stuff. That's the end of part 1 of Theatrical Collins' donation. Here's part 2. I know you have your differences, but you should do some kind of collab on April Fool's. Only day that nerd would allow himself to be so silly. He hasn't done that in years, just by the way. Maybe pre-record it, though, in case things get too heated. That's a good idea.
I've always been tempted to challenge Alt Shift X to a rap battle.
That'd be so fucking good.
What?
That'd be great.
I would win.
Oh, yeah, no, it would be good because he would suck.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I think he's just too scared to do a rap battle with me.
You remember years and years ago, I made a YouTube poop where I edited Alt Shift X audio to make it sound like he was saying ridiculous things about Preston Jacobs, who's another asswife YouTuber. For years, I have wanted to do the same thing, make a YouTube poop out of Alt Shift X videos where he does the pokey rap.
That'd be really hard.
It would be really hard, but I think I could do it.
I mean, I'd watch it. I hope people bump it in their car while they're getting into car crashes. That'd be fun.
It's the only reasonable way to listen to it.
Can you do the Brian David Gilbert version of the pokey rap, though?
No.
No?
I'm not doing that. Fuck that. And fuck him.
What?
No, you're all right, Brian. We know you're out there. We know he's a fan. Thanks for watching, Brian. I have no fucking clue. Maxim3114 says, with potential leak, the Dunk survived summer hold. Hey, spoilers. You have to say spoilers. What's your favorite theory that has sprung out of it? Is Dunk cold hands? Happy to catch you live. What do you reckon about all that?
People keep saying Dunk is cold hands, which is funny because that's such a wild thing to say. You know?
I fucking love that. Like we got a single inkling of Dunk survive Summerhall, and immediately everyone was like, "Oh my god, he's cold hands!" Like, what?
I mean, like, I get the impulse because cold hands is genuinely one of the biggest unanswered mysteries. And, like, Benjen was a pretty good candidate to be cold hands, but that manuscript page seems to indicate otherwise. And, like, but, look, I am surprised at the idea that Dunk survived Summerhall. I wonder if 9-year-old Dexter Soul Ansel might not be the most perfectly accurate source on that piece of information.
Yeah. He might think that he might misunderstand the context in which he was told something. Like, you never know.
I also think it's pretty likely that George R. R. Martin has not fully decided what the exact circumstances of Summerhall are. And in fact, I think it's impossible for George to be absolutely sure about the circumstances of Summerhall when there's like 10 more novellas that he'd have to write to even like start thinking
Quite
about
famously, George changes his mind rather a lot while he's writing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, George in that recent interview was going, "Oh, I was originally going to kill Sansa, but today I decided that I won't kill Sansa."
Do you think that he could have been trolling there? I think that might be a troll.
I don't know, but I think that I think his plans are not 100% set in stone. So yeah, maybe Dunk will survive Summerhall, maybe he won't. I don't know what Dunk could do after Summerhall that is more interesting than him
dying at Summerhall,
heroically sacrificing himself in like the ultimate culmination of his values as a knight and a Kingsguard. You know, like that seems like a really fitting end.
Yeah.
In some tragic moment between Dunk and Egg, but
what's the point? And doesn't Coldhand say he's very old?
Yeah, Leaf says that he's old or something. Look, I mean, Dunk's really tall. That's his whole thing, and so it'd be kind of weird if Dunk is cold
Sam
hands.
never remarked on how tall Cold Hands was.
Yeah, like he noticed how cold his hands were. Didn't notice.
And he named him after
Didn't
that.
notice that he's 7 feet tall.
Yeah, didn't call him Big Legs. His name's Cold Hands.
Big Legs, I am your monster,
I'm
Brandon Stark.
I'm still mostly taken by the idea that Cold Hands is the Night's King. But that's just me.
Yeah, I think you're more enthusiastic about that one than I am.
Oh, definitely.
I respect the game.
It's one of my pet favorites. Yashpar says, I've been watching y'all for entirely too many years. Your book cover stream was very key to me surviving some family time. Appreciate y'all. Lionel Baratheon was a horse. That's so funny because like we talk about that stream amongst ourselves and like we're not particularly over fond of it.
Yeah, it's
you don't choose what gets 1 million views is what I'm going to say.
It's like when people keep telling us to do more of the Telltale game stream and all I can remember from that stream is not being able to hear the game or you or myself and going, huh? What did they say?
Do I read the text on screen? Do I think about the decisions we're making? Do I read
like
the live chat? What the fuck am I
sequel.
doing?
I'm like, what, sequel to that like fugue state like nightmare trip that we had with the potato-faced graphics with CGI Ramsay Bolton?
When you say it like that, yeah, let's do it again.
It's like asking for like to like watch someone like get high and twitch on the floor and I'm like, why do you want to see that? That's gonna.
It's kind of weird that you guys are interested in that.
The Biggest Bath says, is there a connection between Egg and Dunk eating a bacon and egg bread product and the possible Summerhall situation of Dunk eating egg?
What?
I really like how you framed that, Biggest Bath, as though it's a widely known idea that everyone's considered the possibility of Dunk eating egg.
At Summerhall, egg becomes scrambled.
I mean, look, why did George name him Egg if Dunk wasn't going to eat egg?
Because it's funny.
I did find it really, really charming how in episode 1, when Plumber is talking to Dunk, and Dunk says that his name is Dunk, Plumber literally dunks a bit of food and a bit of sauce. And it's like, it really, like, this was a writer's room where no joke was too silly.
Yeah.
You know? Like, no joke is too dumb or too crass. They'll put it in the show, and I love that for them.
You love to think about that, because you can imagine in, like, Game of Thrones writer's room, like, some people would be scared to suggest something that's stupid.
Yeah, not here. Ira
Nothing
Parker
to
is the
shoot.
kind of boss who's not going to make fun of you for making a silly joke. Love that.
He'll try to one-up you, actually.
Yes.
Did you hear about the other poop joke that didn't make it into the season?
The other poop joke?
Yeah, how, like, there was... I forget the exact context of it, but, like, open pit latrines around the tournament where people do their poopies. Someone falls in. That's the joke.
That's the joke.
Like, in the background. Like Abed helping someone give birth.
I actually kind of like if it's just in the background.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't want it to be a
Like, it's
whole
not the focus
thing,
of the scene.
but-
It's not plot relevant, but someone just falls into a shit box. A shit hole.
And
in
then
the
that
background.
connects to what Roland says about a decent place to shit.
Exactly. It's all interconnected, man.
It'll be funny to see Roland fall into a shit latrine.
That would be good. Blue Winter Roses says, "This just made my morning. I hope you both have been well." I've been well. You've been well?
Pretty well. Good. Yeah.
Listening to your streams has been a lifesaver on my long drives to clinical sites. Have you read anything good lately? Thanks for all you do. Have you read anything good?
What, like a book?
Yeah, or a sandwich?
I've been reading a bit about the Apollo program because I'm a little bit
Are
excited.
you a moon landing truther?
I do believe in the moon and events and circumstances involving the moon. I'm a little bit excited about the Artemis program, and I feel like I'm the only person who is. But like, I think it's kind of neat that
We're going back to the moon, baby.
Yeah, I think that's kind of neat, and so I've been reading a little bit about Apollo, and
Okay.
I find it really cool and interesting. I've also been reading some short stories. I read "Why Don't We Kill the Kid in the Amella's Hole,"
Okay.
and I read the story about the person in the house with the ghosts. What's that one called? We've been talking for 5
Is
hours.
this still the
guys.
title?
Yeah, something like that.
I've been reading David Byrne's autobiography. It's been good.
Who's David Burns?
The Talking Heads. David Byrne.
Is he the head who talks?
Yeah, he's one of the heads that talks.
Cool.
Talking Heads. It really has been 5 hours.
Sure has.
It's called How Music Works, and it's really good.
Hell yeah.
Otto Worth says Bloodraven is never mentioned in the Hedge Knight, which makes me think he is not the three-eyed crow, since George must have planned who he is in the first book. That is true that the three-eyed crow does appear in Bran's dreams in the first book, which comes out before the Hedge Knight, in which Bloodraven is not mentioned, but like the whole Blackfire Rebellion thing hadn't been invented by that time. So I think that George could well have invented a tree wizard who was a Targaryen offshoot guy, but just like not having named him, or like he hadn't come up yet by the time of the Hedge Knight, you know?
Yeah, I think that's 100% cromulent.
Although I agree that Bloodraven isn't the three-eyed crow for different reasons.
That's a whole other topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense that Bloodraven didn't exist as a character until George came up with the Blackfire Rebellions, which is so much about Bloodraven Bittersteel et al. So it is one of those things of like, you know, we probably shouldn't theorize too much about anything in the first Game of Thrones book because George didn't have all the context yet.
Anonymous says, well, actually, Lockie says, hey guys, Lockie from Aldi here. Now, I know that's funny for you, but Lockie, how you going, man? Good to hear from you again. I hope you're doing well. That was fucking sick bumping into you that one time.
Wait, there's an actual Lockie.
Yeah, I wonder if I should tell the story. So I was at Aldi. And like, so Lockie works at Aldi, right?
Yeah, no, I got that. I got that. That was the part of the story that I understand.
Well, do you need what else do you need?
Well, he wants to pick
That's
your
the whole
brain.
story.
He wants to pick your brains on Baelor, which, you know, phrasing, Lockie. Baelor's brains are a bit of a sensitive topic right now.
The Game of Thrones theme positions him as a heroic figure, but many characters shit on him. Is he really a true knight, or is he just a triumphant moment? Much love for your work. I think he's the real deal, man.
He's the real steel.
Yeah.
I think he's the real deal, but he also knows how to play the game. And that's something that George highlights with the Tourney Lance plan and the Kingsguard vows exploiting plan. And so I think he's the real deal, but he is also politically savvy. And I think there are tensions there that George sometimes explores with various characters.
I agree. Yeah, man.
MMA Hole says, Glidus and Altschrift sing the angelic chorus of the song.
She's you have to sing along with me.
Nah, man, I'm not in
No,
those
one,
notes.
two, it's
Ah.
Oh, okay.
That's where I am,
you
man.
were right to. Yeah.
I said no for a reason, man.
I'm sorry for pushing the issue. Rebecca Droplet 5953 says nothing. Just nothing.
Nothing.
Thanks. Actually, is that a big number? I don't know enough about that currency. But thank you anyway. Pluvio says IMO Allan is supposed to evoke Pan/Satyrs, big dicked guy who walks around the countryside drunkenly singing and appears to dunk when he panics.
I think that's legit.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think that's fun. Cause like what the Satyrs are like the wild, horny goat forest party Dionysus dudes, right?
Yes.
Allan enjoys partying and sex and being in the woods. So yeah, I mean, like maybe
And being
Allan,
disorienting.
like maybe Allan is a green man. There's a theory for you.
Oh yeah.
Big dick green man. Sure, why not?
And he knows Dothraki because the God's Eye Lake is actually connected to the Womb of the World Lake in the shadow of the Mother of Mountains in the Dothraki Sea.
It all adds up.
It all adds up.
Thank you, Anonymous, who says, Glimpse, as the world's resident expert on plants in Arsewife, do you think the Winds of Winter will include a description Scupernongs?
Scupernongs.
So much potential for juicy descriptions.
What?
I don't know what Scupernongs are.
Perhaps I am not the expert. Apparently, Scupernongs are a variety of grape.
Oh. Wow. Just don't let
What
Raymond
does a
near 'em.
Scupernong taste like? Cloyingly sweet. Sweeter than the sweetest sweet tea,
Oh,
says foodandwine.com.
sounds unpleasant. Speaking of sweet, Rebecca Droplet says, Hi, Glucosa and Sucralosa.
Hey, that's us.
Love your videos. Can you recommend some Ice and Fire artists? Also, can Materia come to Mexico City, please?
That won't be happening anytime soon, but thank you for the thought.
Well, there's lots of awesome Ice and Fire
There's
artists.
so many.
I saw some newer artists. Was it Lupato 4? Did some cool
Oh yeah,
artwork
those
lately?
portraits. Yeah, they're really good.
Some cool portraits of Targaryens by Lupato 4 I saw recently were cool.
And some non-Targaryens they've been doing as well.
I'm a big fan of Gay Stannis, who I think changed their name to Slavic Starks.
Oh yeah.
They do a lot of really cool art.
What was wrong with Gay Stannis?
I think just the area of interest changed. You know. That's
Oh,
fair.
and
That's
we're
fair.
both longtime fans of Sandrixian, who we were lucky enough to work with as well.
Yeah, and Ertach Altanaz did heaps of awesome art, and Bella Bergholtz, and there are many wonderful artists.
It's such a great community out there.
Yeah. Thank you, Breakdown. He says, Dear Do It, Glidus and Alt, last I'll have my revenge X.
Wow.
Work called me to fix something, and now I'm awake to see your stream. Exciting stuff. Do you think the Baratheons put antlers onto everything in their household? Like cutlery, tables, sounding rods, etc.?
Well, I don't want to hear about any of that last thing, but listen, he puts antlers in all of his decorating. All of it.
Can you imagine having to, like, dust all of those antlers?
Well, he doesn't have to.
He's got an antler dusting guy.
The duster, of course, is an antler.
Ironic. Who dusts,
Just one of those things.
who dusts the duster?
He has a second antler duster just to dust the antler duster.
The key to an antlered sounding rod is to insert the correct end.
It's been too long.
Thank you, Stansky, who says, Why do you think Lionel didn't joke about Dunk taking another man's lance in his guts? Would it have been in poor taste? Or can all Baratheon Targaryen animosity trace its roots to Lionel's jealousy that Aerion gets to make that joke instead of him?
Wow.
Yeah, well, look, there's a lot of penetration jokes in Westeros, and that could have been one of them.
Doesn't Dunk take a lance in the same spot where Allan takes an arrow in that flashback?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll pay
That's
that.
fun.
Yeah, that is fun. I mean, it wasn't fun for Allan or for Dunk.
Or Dunk, but it's fun for me right now.
Thank you, J. Andy Frey, who says Aerion would use a vape and have the broccoli hair.
100.
Thank you, Weary, who says, first time catching Gladipops and Alt Center Y live after 8 years of watching.
Wow, welcome.
Best change, more character interactions. Worst, episode 6, car changes.
Do you agree?
Well, I reckon in our second part of this comprehensive live stream series, we'll discuss the big changes to Meerkat.
That's the chart, by the way. I know we haven't had it on screen for a while.
Just in case,
there it is.
Just in case you joined us in the last hour, there's the chart that we've been talking about.
Currently, the worst change is tents.
And very slight quibbles with slightly different heraldry and poop.
It's a good show, folks.
It's a good show, yeah. That proves it. There's the data.
Prime One Junior says, "I love you, wacky guys. Alt Swift Merrix and Glabadabu. My brain is so fried, man.
Glimbadaboo.
Glimbadaboo. Grunkledor says, Dear King Lizard and the Lizard Schwizzard, what's your favorite Kendrick Lamar bar? Thanks for all the streams. Do you have one locked and loaded for this?
Oh, not really. I'm not a big Kendrick guy.
Really?
I like rigor mortis. Rigor mortis is fun, just like the fast rigor mortis thing.
I listened to his entire discography once, like on a single plane journey 2 years ago, and I can't remember any of it, but I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, sure.
Hyperion Alley says, listen to your In the Lost Lands stream. Yo, someone watched the Lost Lands stream. Let's go. On the train last night and burst out laughing at the Gith Yankee bit. Wondering if you've heard of a game called Scarlet Hollow. Certain horror aspects feel very George Martinian. I highly recommend. I don't think I have heard of Scarlet Hollow.
Nor have I. I feel like that we've talked about the Gith Yankee thing before, and I think what we've said is that D&D stole it from George Martin, and I think the story is actually slightly more complex than that, and I learned as much from a Snipe and Wib video. I think that the name originates from George Martin, but I think there's a bit more history to it than that. I don't recall.
Okay.
We may not be the ultimate authority on the Gith Yankee, is what I'm trying to say. That's all. Just for the record.
It's likely.
Just for the record. Thank you, Velasquez, who says, finally caught alive. I love the content both of you guys put out, and I hope there will be many more stories from the world of Ice and Fire that warrant long-winded discussions. Where there is stories, there's wind.
And where that wind is, it will be long.
Where there is Westeros, there shall be wind.
We are from the land of the long wind, after all.
The wind of Glimber. The
Schwind of Glimber. The Schwind of Glinters.
Thank you, Chatted, who says, Show Arian is portrayed as more competent as a fighter. That's a big change. Yeah, I mean, that'll be something to discuss in part 2, but the fighting is a lot more elaborate. I don't think Dunk ever uses his sword on Arian in the book.
Right.
There's a whole lot more, back and forth that happens in the show that doesn't happen in the book, which I think sells the brutality and the desperation and the intensity of it all, which is cool. Thank you, Darren, who says, which Ice and Fire character resonates with you most? Man, Leighton Hightower just wants to hang out in his tower with his mad maid and read books, and I feel like that might be the path of wisdom.
I just want to hang out in my tower, read some crazy books, cast some spells every now and then. Gotta cast a spell or two.
But what happens to Leighton Hightower? An insane pirate is coming to bring the apocalypse upon his doorstep. So maybe Leighton's strategy is not bulletproof.
Look, you take the punches as they come in.
What Ice and Fire character resonates with you the most?
Delp.
Thank you, Hextech, who says, I get to wake up to some Glimbo and Shrifty live in the morning. What a treat.
Congratulations, Hextech.
I'm gonna talk like this for the rest of the stream.
We're in it now, folks. The Hammer Time 51 says, Schleitus, thanks for all the content. Finish the Fake Jon Snow on Nebula this month. That is the correct measure of time that you need to refer to it with.
The way that people talk about the Fake Jon Snow, I've never seen people talk about a video in the same way. Because it's never, I watched the video today. It's, I finished the video today after multiple viewings, a whole session.
Yeah, of course.
This week was my Fake Jon Snow week.
Right, really going to crunch it, finish it this month.
Need to remind people. It's a 22-hour-long video.
It does go for 22 hours.
It's only on Nebula and Patreon.
That's true.
Check it out. Party Nation.
Weather Whatever says, love this format. Long live the Schweidest. Woohoo.
Woohoo.
Good for you, man. Celluloid Trust says, hot D take. Hot DS2, much, much, much better than AKOTSK on a log scale. What the fuck am I... The latter feels like Peter Jackson's Hobbit, and the novella audiobook is plain perfect anyway. Anyway, have you seen how hot Paul looks in the Dune teaser?
He sure is. In both senses of the word, that sandy man. Look, I don't know what logarithms have to do with any of this, but that is a controversial take.
I reckon it is, yeah.
I think most people love A Night of the Seven Kingdoms Season 1.
And most people view Hot D Season 2 with at least a little bit of controversy.
Yeah, mixed feelings about that season. I mean, look, the Peter Jackson's Hobbit movies is an interesting comparison. We talked about
You literally
that.
brought them up.
Yeah, we talked about that before the show came out because the
No,
Hobbit...
you talked about them in Dunk Time, I think.
Yeah.
When you were discussing, like, how are they going to... The last 3 episodes, when you were like, there's not much book left. How are they going to do this? And you were talking about how the first 3 episodes are, like, stretched out on a hammock, and you were worried the last 3 episodes would be stretched out on a rack.
What a good analogy.
It was pretty great.
Good job, Past Swift. Yeah.
The way that Peter Jackson's Hobbit is stretched out on a rack.
I was worried that this show would feel too stretched out, but it really doesn't.
It really doesn't.
They really did it.
They fucking did it.
They fucking did it.
I mean, the audiobook is plain perfect because, you know, it's read by my one true love.
But Harry Lloyd.
Yeah.
But also, I feel like the show is better than the book in a lot of ways.
I do too.
Look at all these good changes that we've identified on our Cartesian graph.
Such as eggplant.
Such as eggplant, the biggest of the changes. We really need to sort of like sit back and observe the graph at a certain point, don't we? Because like I'm sure we could adjust some of these things. Like, was questioning Allan bigger than Red Beanie and Daisy? Was
No, I think you were just sort of haphazardly throwing circles around. Like, you and your charts.
me and my charts?
Yeah, I think a lot of the precise placements weren't really scrutinized.
I
Just
think
put it in that quadrant.
maybe at the beginning of part 2 we
We'll
will
even this out.
rejig some
Yeah,
of
get
this.
the Zen Garden rake out and
Yeah.
just make sure all the sand is nice. Yeah.
We really need to like print these out as posters, don't we?
If anyone would buy those, please let us know.
Thank you, Omar 04092816.
You really read all those numbers. Thank you, Pussiegel, who says, Dear Glunkenschweit, last year you suggested a punctuation tier list. We say the darndest things.
I think that would be great. I mean, like, Perswiggle has fucking interrobangs in there. A triple...
And a paragraph, what's this called? I remember, fuck, what's the name of that?
What's the triple astraces pyramid?
Pilcrow. Is that what this is called? A pilcrow?
Pilcrow?
A pilcrow?
My goodness.
I think that's what it's called.
Oh, that's
This
what you
last
call
thing here.
bird medicine. It's a pill for a crow.
It is past bedtime, folks.
Has your raven got a sore throat from all that cawing?
Pilcrow!
Better get a Pilcrow. Buy now from Bloodraven. Tinctures.
Pussiegel says
You
it's
got a sore wing? Feathers lacking
a
luster?
punctuation tier list is a great idea.
Pilcrow, buy now.
Guaranteed views and perfectly suited to our, dare I say, unique style.
Put
I
the
don't-
pep back in the step of your
Fucking
peacock
hell.
now.
Best stream idea ever. Reverse question mark. Pilcrow.
What's the-
Am I right? Is it called a pilcrow?
What's the little bird that they eat? Capon.
Capon.
Put the kick back in your capon with a Pilcrow.
Porcupine.
Stansky says, I saw that there were cutscenes with Gwen. Do you think there is a cut where Gwen wagers money set aside for a dowry on Dunk winning the Trial of Seven? In one stroke, she would save her house and tie up the dropped throne joust plot line.
I think that idea is a bit too complex for what would surely be a very short scene, right?
I think that I saw the Gwyn actor interview and she was saying that there was a scene where Gwyn talks about if she were to marry Dunk.
Yeah.
And a couple other little moments. I think she mentioned riding a horse at one point. So yeah, there were some deleted Gwyn scenes apparently.
What a shame.
I think every show has deleted scenes.
Yeah, but not every show has deleted Gwyn Ashford scenes.
That's true. That is a unique tragedy.
She's such a delight. I really hope that she does get married and ends up in some place where Dunk and Egg also find themselves down the line. I think that'd be great to bump into her again unexpectedly years down the line.
It's entirely plausible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't it lovely to have a show where there's so many random side characters and actors where we're like, I hope we get to see this face again.
They
And
left
we
us
could.
wanting more. They left us wanting so much more.
Yes. Yeah. That's why I'm okay with deleted scenes. You know? Like,
Yeah.
don't give me everything. Give me the best stuff and leave us wanting more. That's good storytelling.
True. Anth Bebastian says, "Hi, finally managed to catch a stream from a European time zone. I don't know what to write. You've done fine." Oh my god, this is an extreme donation. Thank you so much. So I ask, what's your favorite type of super chat to receive? Okay, now pretend I said that. Thanks.
No, that's smart. That's meta.
Yeah.
I really thought about
What's
that.
your favorite type of super chat to receive? Do you like the ones where there's no message?
I like it when they have some very creative and silly, like Glunkenschweider's
Yeah.
nickname type joke, and it makes me giggle. That brings me joy. You can
Me
hear
too.
the joy in my voice. Thank you,
My voice.
Psyched P4H, who says, "Hello, KH1 ability gained in Neverland and Kingdom Hearts 3D reality mechanic." See, those were our nicknames, you say.
I understand that.
One time I was like, Kingdom Hearts, that sounds like a interesting story. Maybe I should play Kingdom Hearts.
No.
And then I sat
no.
down and I was so confused because there was like a
No. The way to experience the Kingdom Hearts story is to watch a video on YouTube about it.
yeah.
Do not play those
Yeah,
games
I
to experience
think
the story. You play Kingdom Hearts if you like that sort of game. You don't. If you want to experience the story, you watch Barry Kramer's video about it.
Yeah. Okay. I think you're on the money there. It took me about like 10 minutes to decide that. Yeah, maybe.
Oh,
maybe not.
I am too confused.
Thank you, Clum, who says, "I
Wait,
believe."
we didn't actually read this question. Why didn't Rob's counsel at least suggest to Rob to have Karstark go to the wall instead of being executed?
Yeah, I would think that someone probably should have suggested that, but
They forgot.
Rob decided to be like his dad.
Yeah, it happened rather quickly, didn't it? That's probably why.
Rob had a lot on his mind.
Clum2298 says, "I believe that Shid is the kind of guy that leaves the house multiple times, where Glib leaves only once to complete tasks. Interpret as you wish."
Are you suggesting that Clib is more efficient?
I do. I guess that's sort of right. Like, I don't like going a place unless it's like I can tie something else into that journey, you know? You know,
Efficiency master, optimizing for multiple ping pong.
yeah. Like, I'm only going to go to England if I can watch the Harrenhal play and catch a Grand Prix, you know?
Smart.
Is there a Grand Prix in England?
Smart. It's a pre, but it ain't Grand.
Ah, okay.
Thank you, Lucas Lambs, who says, "I was rewatching an old Preston Jacobs video and noticed that the two Hightower brothers in A Feast for Crows who were taking action against Euron are named Baelor and Humphrey. This can't be a coincidence. I know George uses name callbacks. What do you think?" I submit that it can be a coincidence. George has thousands of characters in this series.
But it's Baelor and Humphrey.
Yeah, well, Baelor is pretty specific.
Yeah, like how many Baelors are you gonna run into?
It's like the Harding thing and like the Sansa's Suitors
Ashford
theory.
Suitors,
It's like, it is a bit of a coincidence that a Harding turns up in Sansa's story and the Hedge Knight. Yeah. I mean, look, there's a lot of names bouncing around in George's brain. Maybe that's a deliberate little nod. I don't know.
I think that it can be a callback without meaning anything.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it might not be like it's not a dichotomy between either it's a total coincidence or it's the
it's
secret
meaningful.
hint of
Yeah,
a
yeah.
master plan. It could be an in-between thing, which is George thought, "Oh, those are some nice names. I'll use those."
People will like this callback to the Hedge Knight.
Thank you, Lionel's Maester, who says, "Smash or pass, Dunk, Allan, Baelor, Maker, Valar, Raymond, Lionel, Arian, Darren."
Smash. How old is Valar? Let's pass for now, just in case. Smash. How old is Arian? Smash.
You just got to go with the show incarnation.
Yeah, it's just smash. Just smash him.
Smash
the
him! Man, that scene really meant something different to what I thought.
him.
Top Pleb says, I have probably watched everything you and Glidus made.
I am Glidus. You're on the Glidus channel. Where are you?
He says, I can't wait to one day read the books and watch the TV shows myself after you guys complete your A Dream of Spring reviews.
Oh man, can you? I don't even have a plan for if any of those books come out. Like, I don't know what we would do with ourselves.
I think there's only one plan, which is like we lock ourselves in our respective closets, read each book 10 times, and then get on live and talk about it for 7 days.
Argue about it for a year.
Yeah, I mean that's the plan, isn't it?
I suppose.
Yeah. Thank you, Charlie Apples, who said, I saw a React channel who theorized that Egg was secretly a girl.
Oh, that's great.
All
Oh my
the way
god.
to the end of
I
episode
love
6.
that. I love that so much.
I'm still laughing about it. Yeah, I think that's great, because, I mean, I think that we're a bit used to, like, internet culture where everyone knows every possible bit of information about everything. So it's kind of cool that people are still having their own personal little relationships with the stories without knowing everything, and developing their own unique harebrained perspectives. I think that's good and cool.
Yeah, this single super chat has not that like React channels needed my validation as a reason to exist, but it has validated their existence to me. I now understand why people watch that because that's awesome. You get to see someone think that Egg is a girl the whole show. That's awesome.
It's like the joy of introducing a friend to a story that you love and they don't know anything. And that's exactly what I'll get to experience when you finally watch Attack on Titan.
True.
There's a lot of cool twists in there. A lot of big twists you won't see coming. And some of them are like the same as Ice and Fire.
Okay.
It's like Ice and Fire, but if George finished it, you know?
Wow.
I mean, look, that's a big thing to say. Like, in some ways, it does not resemble Ice and Fire. But in some ways, Attack on Titan is like, okay, we're doing a bit of a Westeros here. We're pulling a bit of a Westeros, except it has an ending.
And it's Japan.
Well, it's
Japanese.
It's Japan doing Western Europe.
Yeah. Oh yeah, true.
In the same way that Ice and Fire is Americans doing Europe. You know, everyone wants to do Europe, apparently.
Leave Europe alone, dude. Do somewhere else for once.
Yeah.
I really like Earthsea in that it's not doing Europe. It's sort of doing a made-up imagination of America, but like with weird geography.
That's cool.
Yeah. Have you read Earthsea?
No.
Oh, strong recommend. Cyrus7560 is back and says, actually, is that never mind. Watch this show every week with my family. Genuinely some of the best fun I've had with my family since watching the original Game of Thrones with them. So true. I've seen people complain that, like, so there was the whole argument about this should have been a 90-minute movie or a 2-hour movie, and some people being like they could have released the whole thing at once. I'm so glad that they didn't, and they went with weekly releases, because it just allows people to experience a show together.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, I'm so glad that Game of Thrones never went to that model.
Yeah. I think that, like, the thing about Game of Thrones was that there was a lot of, like, what's going to happen next with them, and what's going to happen next with that, and what's the theory, and what's the analysis.
It's a shared cultural experience.
I mean, Night of the Seven Kingdoms doesn't have the same level of sort of, like, complexity that gives you lots to sort of break down but in between each episode. But, yeah, I agree that, like, having the shared experience thing is easier on a weekly schedule. It's a bold choice to watch a Game of Thrones show with your family, though, because, like, my goodness.
Did they like the poopies?
Yeah, there's a lot of awkward scenes that you might have to sit through. Thank you, Lord Raymond, who says, Hi, Glyptus and Shifty Swifty, sending happiness from work at Duncan.
Keep on soldiering through that dunk.
Get dunked. Thank you, Breakdown.
Get up.
10,000X, who says, Dear Glaylor and Swiftarian, who do you think wins between Dark Egg and Dark Star? What if Dark Egg was weaned on venom? Men call me Dark Egg, and I am of the night. Great other mayhaps? Yeah, do you think, like, well, I mean, I want to see Aryan, like, emo Aryan with Dark Star.
Because they are the same character.
There's a lot of, shared DNA there, I think. And I think that that's the thing. Like you know how, like, Luke Skywalker has a vision of himself as, like, a dark side Sith Lord? Like, I think that Dark Egg in episode 6, that was like his vision of like, what if he was a Sith Lord? You know, like that's like if Egg went the Aryan route. And maybe he would just turn into Darkstar. Who knows?
As we know, Egg was weaned on eggs, so he was not weaned on venom. Maybe Dark Egg was, though. Big Damien, you already know, says, Glidus, will you ever do a Science of Music video? I've never considered that, and it's not on my radar currently, but there's a wonderful Minute Physics video about basically that you might be interested in if you haven't watched it yet.
There's so much to discuss in the music of music before you even need to discover the science of music.
And then, oh my god, you won't believe how much culture of music there is to discuss.
There's a bit, for sure.
A little bit.
History of music, physics of music.
Oh, who's got the time? Who's got the time of music?
Unbelievable.
Daltho is back and says, you two are the goodest eggs. Thank you so much, Daltho.
Thanks, Daltha.
Intense 8043 says, what characters would you have wanted to see more of, and which characters do you think we'll see more of in the seasons to come? Love you guys. What do you think?
Well, in theory, according to the books, there's like very few returning characters. I mean, I think Roland and Donald return later on. That's kind of neat. Like we said, we'd love to see more of Gwyn, and like theoretically, we could see more of Gwyn. It'd be funny if the innkeeper turned up again.
That'd be wild. That'd be wacky.
That's possible. I think that Lionel, like, it would be hard to say no to Lionel returning, and there aren't immediate opportunities for Lionel to return in the next 2 seasons, but maybe beyond.
Can you imagine, like, we get to season 6, Dunk and Egg are returning from the north, and like just randomly at whatever thing they're doing, Lionel Baratheon is there, and like everyone goes fucking wild.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there are so many possibilities for future seasons, and we will discuss some of that more in a later video.
I think Maekar, for me, is the one I want to see more of most.
Well, that's an interesting one. We'll talk about that in part 2, but
yes.
There are loose threads with Maekar now, and I'm curious to see how they address them, because the Maekar actor Sam Sproul said that he isn't in season 2. So I'm
but what does he know? He doesn't even know that thing he got wrong earlier that I can't remember.
He doesn't even know how Asiatic primogeniture works in the 7 Kingdoms of Westeros, so what does he know?
Did you say Asiatic primogeniture?
I think it's Asiatic.
It's Agnatic.
Agnatic.
Yeah.
Well, Ultra Dex doesn't even know how to pronounce Agnatic primogeniture, so what does he know?
What does anyone know? What do you super chatters know? Why am I reading your super... It's because of your kind donations.
I didn't know how to pronounce it, but I took a swing, and I was hopeful that if I said it confidently enough, no one would notice that I didn't know how to pronounce it.
Oh, we noticed. We've played Crusader Kings. Varys with Tutor says, Hola Glolom and Schwagol. What are y'all's favourite chapter from each of the major POVs? Ooh. Oh, that's a lengthy question.
I mean, look, I've said it before that like my favourite moment in the books, or like one of the most powerful moments in the books for me, was Tyrion killing Tywin. I think that was really powerful. So that's like an obvious choice for me.
Daenerys 10, A Game of Thrones, The Birth of Dragons. Cersei 4, A Feast for Crows, that small council meeting. There's a lot of good chapters in these books, folks.
Well, there's 1 or 2 for sure. I mean the Varamir prologue.
Probably
is
the final
memorable.
Catelyn chapter would be my favorite Catelyn chapter.
Thank you, PW Siegel, who says, Dear Glellop and Stirrups, is there any evidence that dressage exists in Westeros?
Ooh.
Who would be the best dressage equestrian?
I mean, we see a bit of dressage in this show, don't we? Some people moving horses all fancy.
So dressage is when you make the horse do kickflips and shit, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Style
no,
points.
you got it. that explains it.
Like you just show off your
yeah, do an ollie on the horse. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just doing like make it like do the what's the dance that they do in like the Gatsby shit? What's the Charleston? You make your horse do the Charleston.
Oh, right, yeah.
That's dressage, I think.
Make it floss.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Do a Fortnite dance.
Obviously, yeah, you make your horse floss. Yeah, it's definitely a toss-up between Longthorn and Loras Tyrell, right?
Yeah.
Those are the fanciest horse-riding lads, I would think. Although, also, I think Bran Stark is a possibility because he walks into the horse.
Oh, that's cheating.
And then he can make the horse do, like...
You'd be disqualified.
Like the Macarena.
Wow.
That's the ultimate, like banned, forbidden dressage move, is making your horse do the Macarena. If you ever see the horse Macarena, whew!
I think Gangnam Style might be even more banned.
Ever heard the nut bush with hooves?
Oh my god.
You can hear that from a mile away. Clop, clop, clop.
Wow.
Oh, I make me laugh.
Wow, and how long's the stream been going? That's crazy. Jan says, hello, Stwalen and Glennon. Wow. Vladimir Glennon. Greetings from Germany, and thanks for all the content. Do you think George did include enough viewpoints from people down low in the feudal order? Sometimes I think the series lacks a genuine peasant protagonist. Or am I wrong? I mean, that's what Dunk... That's like sort of the purpose of Dunk is across those novellae.
It is frankly surprising that there aren't like more proper peasant POVs in Ice and Fire, because George is so fascinated by getting lots of different perspectives. And I guess the trick is that, you know, Ice and Fire is about the Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
And it's tough to get a peasant involved in the Game of Thrones.
So the closest we get is, I mean, Davos as a consistent POV, and then like prologues and epilogues, I guess. What do we get?
Yeah.
Pate at the Citadel, and Varamir technically would be small folk.
Yeah, but I hope there are ways that George might be able to fold in some more small folk. However, we don't want George adding any more POVs, because...
You keep a cap on that, George.
Yeah, it could get out of control if you add too many.
Can you go back in time 22 years or so
Mm.
and tell him that?
Just grab George by the scruff of the neck and say, "Don't add Ariane! She's cool, but don't make her a POV character."
Not Ariane. Aris, I'll accept.
Yes.
Helmuth von Moltke says, I just want to display my utter or udder, if you're weird like that, disbelief at the fact that we didn't see Humphrey Beesbury rocking some winged hussar-style bee wings on his back. True and real.
Yeah, they're, I saw Humphrey Beesbury in the show, and I was like, yeah, that looks pretty cool. But then I saw, I think it's Evan Mule Anderson's
Yes. Oh my
fan
god,
art
I love his art.
of Humphrey Beesbury, and I'm like, oh, like, I didn't know it was possible
I
for
was not familiar with your game.
the Bee Knight to be the coolest thing I've ever seen, but it is. So, yeah, the fan artists do put the TV shows to shame sometimes.
Yeah. Breakdown says, Glue and Shaft. On Dunk Time, you mentioned that the Fossaway's burial ritual could be getting stuffed in a barrel. Is it possible that Dolorous Ed stumbled upon a Fossey funeral and drank him?
Death Cider. Yeah, Dolorous Ed makes a joke about drinking some wine from a barrel that has a human corpse in it.
And then later on in the story, Maester Aemon does get stuffed into a barrel of rum.
That has to pay off with someone drinking the Aemon corpse wine, right?
My understanding of Samuel's story in A Feast for Crows is that when he gets to Old Town, Marwyn hops on the ship that he took to get to... Like, that's what happens. Marwyn gets on the Cinnamon Wind.
Right.
And there's no stipulation as to whether or not Aemon was disgorged from the ship's cargo.
That actually is the funniest thing I've ever heard. And I've never actually, realized this.
So that's
had that suggested to me.
Marwyn the Mage is traveling to Meereen with a barrel full of king's blood.
Yeah. Have we not talked about this before? Did I forget?
Yeah, I don't know. We talk about so much shit.
Because king's blood is super important.
Actually, I don't think we have talked about this.
Yeah, no, I don't think we have. Yeah, for the mechanics of magic in this world, Melisandre desperately wants king's blood so that she can burn people for magic power, and Macquarie might also be into that.
Marwyn's going to use Aemon's king's blood to resurrect Quentin Martell for some reason.
S-tier theory. S-tier.
And the rum has preserved Aemon, so the king's blood's still going to work.
It'd be funny if he's still alive. I drifted off. Like Allan faking
I
his
dreamed
death.
I was in a barrel of rum.
So he just wakes up alive, drunk, and invigorated.
Ready to party.
Just wakes up wasted, and he's like, "Oh, my great-great-granddaughter Daenerys, drink some rum. Well, I've got stories to tell you."
Just like us.
Thank you, Delag, who says, started back at the beginning. So, Shrift, your charts are lovely, gorgeous, stunning, even brave. No one charts like you can. I stand all amazing and tremble in awe and supplicate to the chart. Daliag, that is exactly the validation I was looking for. Thank you.
It's been much.
I stand validated. We will do so many more charts. I'll put all of our charts on charts. How are we going to rank our charts on charts?
Oh my god, we need to rank our charts.
We need to rank our charts
Holy shit,
on
that's
charts.
great. That's a great idea.
Oh my god. Thank you, Jenny of Coldstone Creamery, who says,
That's hilarious, by the way.
how'd you rate the obvious sexual undertones of Lionel's interest in Dunk? For me, that heated chivalry was the whole arm bone.
This is one of the greatest super chats I've ever received.
Yeah, we talked about Lionel, and we didn't even talk about how Lionel desperately wants to fuck Dunk.
Oh, we touched on it briefly. The way that Lionel briefly touches Dunk's bum.
The greatest tragedy of all.
I love the obvious sexual undertones of Lionel's interest in Dunk. I think it's a great change, and it doesn't change much. Like, it's transplanting an idea from the third novella in a way that I don't think is going to undercut that from the third season of Dunk of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
I like the sort of ambiguity of it. Like, I think that I think that Lionel is sometimes not sure if he wants to fuck Dunk or fight Dunk or be friends or be lovers, or like, I think it's all blurry in his head. I don't think that's kind of deliberate and connected to that sort of... I mean, it's like the Hot D orgy mural with all the dragons and the humans sort of like fighting and fucking and eating each other.
We're not sure what's going on here, but we're very enamored by it.
We're alive and we're into it.
Yeah.
You know, that's Lionel. So I enjoyed that. The whole arm bone.
The whole arm bone. Allan's below average dong says, "Hi Globular and Streamlabs. Theory/reparative headcanon. Maybe Rhaenyra misread Ariana and actually said Aerion, Aegon's father, and Orys's mother was a Darkling who was a victim of the First Night." Okay, this is some cooked headcanon.
What the fuck are we talking about?
A Darkling who was a victim of the First Night. Okay. And obviously Ryan Condal wasn't thinking that deep, but hey, someone has to. Okay. Good for you.
So we're talking about the red sewing...
Ariana Targaryen being the way that Stefan Darkling has Targaryen blood according to Rhaenyra's moon charts.
Orys's mother... Who's Orys?
Orys Baratheon.
So...
Oh, so you were saying that Aerion Targaryen practiced the rite of the First Night on a Darkling woman, and so that's Orys Baratheon.
So, but that would mean that Darkling has Baratheon Targaryen blood through.
But wouldn't that mean that
Aerion, the father of Aegon the Conqueror, and potentially
that would mean that the Baratheons have Darkling blood, not the other way around.
No, but Aerion, the father of Aegon the Conqueror, was theoretically also the parent of Orys Baratheon. Yeah. So,
whose mother was a Darkling victim of the First Night?
Whose mother?
Orys's mother. So Orys is the child of Aerion and this Darkling, which doesn't affect Darkling blood, just Baratheon blood.
Unless by a prior, unless she married her cousin, who was also a Darkling. Yeah, look, I don't know, man. I'm gonna
look,
have
man,
to...
Princess Ariana Targaryen, I think it's just an unforced error. Still think that.
Alright.
Kaylee says, "Hello from Colorado. Have either of you considered playing the Mountain Blade Asswife mods? The game is the perfect style for the series, with being able to participate in command battles as an individual character, as well as do all the fun political things."
I have not played that game.
I have not played Mountain Blade.
I looked at Crusader Kings, but it had a lot of buttons.
They're very different games. I think I will give that a go at some point. I've seen it, and like, it seems fantastic. It seems also like it's not my sort of thing, but yeah, I might give it a go.
We should play Mountain Blade, where you control one half of the keyboard and I control the other half of the keyboard, and we see what happens.
That sounds great.
Yes, lock it in. Thank you, J. Andy Frey, who says, "Hi, Glidong, a poop eater, Beesbury, and Shifts a
No,
Smud."
I'm not a poop eater. Stop saying that. Stop sending us money to say that. Blue Eyes the Warrior says, "One change I disliked was the exclusion of the small folk giving their blessing to Dunk before the trial of 7, and Steely Pate explaining that it's because he's a knight who remembered his vows." Yep, we have a circle for that down here.
We'll discuss that in part 2.
It's down as soon as After Effects can... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we'll talk about that in part 2. There it is. No remembered his vows.
Thanks, Jack, who says, "Hey, Grumble and Stumble, what are the chances I can get you to watch the One Piece live action? Your boy Clive Russell is in it, and he has a pet whale." I mean, I feel like we'd have to watch the One Piece anime before watching the live action, and we'd have to read the manga before watching the anime, and doing all that would only take 2.3 metric years. So
I also feel like I wouldn't be comfortable speaking on it until I had a complete understanding of the history of manga, so I would have to read through, all of that. And of course, Osamu Tezuka was heavily inspired by Walt Disney's early animation, so I'd have to watch all of those as well.
I'd also have to learn Japanese.
Which would mean I'd have to read the Brothers Grimm entire works.
Look, none of this stopped me from watching Attack on Titan and having fun. Thank you, Woolly Capybara, who said, "Hello, Shwoheed and Glimbria. Do you think Knight's vow to
it's Coheed and Cumbria. That's good.
stranger is that they will uphold their vows to the other god until their death? Will we ever know the full vow? Cheers." The other god.
The other gods, as in the other six. So the idea is so
okay.
here's these six vows.
Yeah.
And the stranger says, do that until you die.
I like that
I like
idea.
that, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard that.
I hope we
like that
hear
idea.
the full vow at some point. It's sort of frustrating that this franchise has been going for 30 years and we still don't know all 7 of them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll find it out when Egg Knights dunk.
Or when Dunk Knight's egg.
Meow. I could see that. We'll just have to wait till season 8 of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
If any of these predictions of yours come true...
I've said random numbers for each one. It'll be really funny if one of them comes true.
Season 47.
Thank you, Lullaby, who says, "Hi, Glaudus and Swift. This is my first live. Just wanted to thank you all for getting me through so many long projects at work. Just got Nebula, so I have something to watch, Fake Jon Snow, while my mum's in hospital. Y'all are the best. Thanks."
Thank you very much. Hope your mum turns out all right.
All the best, Lullaby. Hope it's all good.
Tomfy, he's here and says, "Hello, Alt Smurf X and Glargamel. Love it. Glad you're back here. Have some of my money. Thanks. Love it." Drew V says, "Listen to you guys daily. Thank you for all your thoughts and sharing them with us. One thing I love is how AKOTSK has so much to focus on music and dancing and culture along with the regional accents. Hearing a bunch of drunk, rowdy Brits felt like home."
Yeah, that's one of the things that you forget when you watch Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon, is that, like, people hang out and have fun together sometimes. And it's nice to, like, see that in this show, in this world. It makes it
Yes.
feel like a real world.
The show is
instead of-
fun and alive.
Like, House of the Dragon Season 2 especially has the sort of syndrome of the entire show takes place in the same 3 rooms with the same 4 people saying the same 5 things, and it just doesn't feel like anyone's got much going on outside of that. Like, there were some cool, like, party scenes and tournament scenes in Season 1, which were great. But Season 2 did not have as much of that.
Yeah, I think specifically of Hugh and his family, and they're always just like it makes sense with a dying daughter that he would be in his house all the time. But it's sort of just like, oh, we're back here again, are we?
But the problem with, like, Corlys Velaryon is that it appears that someone, like, nailed Steve Toussaint's
he's
boots
stuck.
to that dock.
Oh, not the glue. Steve, you stood on the glue.
Some wily Beesbury had put honey to stick his boots to the dock, and he just can't leave. He's just got to live there now. All he's allowed to talk about is the ship. He's got retrograde amnesia.
His wife dies and he says, oh, but the ship still needs work.
Oh man, I know guys like that. Thank you, CRL, who says, "Hey, Glido and Shrifto, do you guys have any advice for an aspiring Ice and Fire content creator? Any advice for starting out or standing out?"
That's a great question. I love questions like this. Also, thank you for that donation. That's lovely.
I mean, I started YouTube a decade ago, and YouTube a decade ago is not the same as YouTube now. So I don't know if I have, like, any helpful advice for someone who's starting now. I would say that I think, like, a lot of people have, like, weird theories about how YouTube works and how the algorithm works. As far as I know, the only thing that matters is you got to make videos that people want to watch.
Yep.
And you got to make videos that no one else is making.
Yep.
So if you have some kind of unique perspective or a unique voice or a unique style or a unique length of video or a unique something, combine some kind of format, combining some kind of interest with some other interest, you got to do something that no one else is doing.
Yeah. You also have to go in with the expectation that you'll never make any money out of it, because if you go in with the expectation that it will become your career, you're going to have a tough time. I think you should be sincere and thoughtful and honest and yourself. That's really it.
Yeah. I think the top 2 worst reasons for doing YouTube are to make money or to be famous, because even if you make great stuff, you will probably never make money or be famous. And also, like, those 2 motivations lead to existential horror. I think a good reason to do YouTube is because you want to express some ideas or some art,
Yes.
or you want to learn a craft of writing and speaking and producing, and like, I think doing it for the love of the process and the work, or if you've got something that needs to be said, I think those are all good reasons to go on the internet. But you know, there's also like other hobbies that might be more worthwhile.
No, look, making videos, it's the most fun thing I do. I love it so much. The reason I do YouTube to this day is because I fucking love it. So if you really, like, if it's the sort of thing you think you really want to do, if you have ideas that you just can't help but express through the form of making online video, then you do it. And if that isn't the case for you, then maybe don't do it. But it sounds like you want to do it, so awesome, do it.
Hell yeah.
One last thing. All of my most successful things have been things that nobody asked me to make. Nobody said, hey, Glidus, you should make a video where you rank all the episodes of Game of Thrones. You should make you know what I mean. So trend chasing can get you somewhere, but just be true to yourself.
Yeah, you still got to have some unique source that no one else has.
Yes.
There's no point making videos that already
People
exist
will
the same way.
subscribe to you because you're you.
And also, you've got to like learn and fail for years before you can make anything good, generally.
Oh no, I was pretty good from the get-go.
Yeah. A lot of people are like, I want to do this hobby, so they make one thing and it's bad.
I suck
because
at this.
The first thing you make is
This
always
hobby
bad.
sucks.
Yeah, and it's like, well, no, you don't get to find out if you're good until you try and fail for a year.
As Ego Raptor once said, I didn't come out the pussy drawing fucking Mozart.
Fucking love Ego Raptor.
Man.
Watch Ego Raptor sequelitis, and that's a good source of creative philosophy.
Is this relevant, or is it just like watch these good videos?
Well, no, I mean that sequelitis was a model for me of, oh, this is like a cool like style of video essay and
I see.
editing that is like.
I mean, it was for me too as well.
It's probably very outdated now. I really like Lindsay Ellis' Loose Cannon.
For me, it was Plinkett reviews.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, we're probably dating ourselves because that
who
stuff
cares?
is
They know who we
old.
are. They know who we are.
Yeah, I'm sure there's other unique, newer stuff to check out as well.
I mean, I'm constantly also updating my tastes to what's going on YouTube. Like, I'm abreast of I'm addicted to YouTube, so I know what's going on.
I'm glad you're keeping track.
Sometimes
Because I'm not.
I'll tell you if something important happens. Don't worry.
The newest YouTube thing that I'm aware of is Brian David Gilbert.
Man,
That's how up to date I am.
Yep.
He's still the new kid on the block in my brain.
Brian David Gilbert.
Yeah. Seen those Polygon videos? Pretty cutting edge.
Yeah. Yeah, he hasn't worked there in like 5 years.
I still watch Zero Punctuation sometimes.
He's good.
He was good 12 years ago.
He's still good.
He is still good.
Yeah. Anyway, that's enough about that one question. Here's the same person again. Also, I donated to that rat bastard Alt Shift X on his last live stream, and he
God.
said nothing.
Damn it.
Make sure to give him the good old Ashford chair next time you see him.
Unbelievable.
You don't have to give us any more encouragement than that.
I think Ultra X doesn't know how to use Streamlabs properly. That's outrageous.
Who does?
Outrageous.
Tom Bennett 2006 says, hello, father. Hang on a moment. I think you forgot to change your name. Thank you for blessing us with a live stream. Your work has seriously got me through some difficult times. However, I have been socially ousted because I quote, keep saying everything is a horse and need to stop neighing. They are ignorant.
They are ignorant.
They are
They're
ignorant.
wrong. So did Tom Bennett just give us a super chat? The actor
Wow.
who plays Ulf in House of the Dragon season 2.
who was born in 2006.
Forgot to change to his alt. Thank you, Rhea Stark, 1326, who says, 1. Time catching alive. Oh, first.
The first time.
People don't appreciate how much decoding we have to do of some of the...
Firstly, time catching alive. Sadly can't stay at uni in a minute. Thanks for all the amazing content. What's your favourite obscure house other than Beesbury? Well, you can't just take Beesbury.
COD. House COD.
Ah.
The Lovecraftian Vish Monster house.
Is that all men do despise us?
Yes.
Yes.
Imagine that being your motto.
Yeah, nah, that's awesome. I love House COD.
House Thin.
Technically, I guess.
House Farwind.
House Shet.
Yeah. Thank you, Alt Shafted My Ex, who says, my girlfriend and I love you fools. What your guys' favorite book from the main series? If you haven't already, check out Studio Ghibli's anime movies. There is constant and unmatched quality to each film. Trust me, bro. Thanks for being the best.
Thank you. I have watched Ghibli, and I agree, they're fantastic.
I think that, look, there's a world in which I say that A Dance with Dragons is better than A Storm of Swords. There is a world in which I say that. However, A Storm of Swords has an ending, and A Dance with Dragons doesn't. A Dance with Dragons doesn't have a proper conclusion or climax. A Storm of Swords does. So A Storm of Swords is more complete, and I like it. And so I choose A Storm of Swords.
I love A Feast for Crows so much. And like, it also doesn't really have an ending, but it also doesn't really need one. So I think it gets away with it. I'm just going to say Feast and we'll move on.
Thank you, Medium John Umber, who says, fuck/marry/follow into war. Allan, Uncle Iroh, Gurney Halleck.
Can I join the harem of all three?
I think that Gurney Halleck is the best to follow into war. I think that Uncle Iroh is the best to marry.
Yeah, probably
and
best
Allan is
spouse.
the best
Yeah,
to
I
fuck.
think yes, in the order presented.
Yeah, I'm glad we.
Yep.
I'm glad we agree on
Got
that.
it. Zim says, greetings, Glunglenschweg. What do you think are the chances that at the time of Game of Thrones, both Sir Duncan and Daemon Targaryen are hanging out together on the Isle of Faces? Love you guys. Please never stop what you're doing. No, not a shot in hell we're going to stop.
So Sir Duncan would be 100 and something years old.
Yeah.
Daemon Targaryen would be like 100. He'd be like 200
200,
years old.
yeah.
So they're just like being green men, I guess.
I think they're both cold hands. Because if you combine those numbers, then he's 300 years old, and I think you could get away with Leaf saying that that's old.
What if they do a fusion dance and become Aegon the Conqueror?
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you think that humans can become green men, or do you think that green men like have to be the offspring of a child of the forest and a human, or they like?
Well, if we think about it analogously, like green men, white men, others, White Walkers, right? In the show, the White Walkers turn babies into White Walkers. Maybe the same thing goes on with green men. That'd be weird.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like maybe there's some nasty human blood sacrifice that's used to put a soul into a like tree satyr nature body that lasts longer than an organic body, like a normal human body.
Cool.
Because I think that's something that like is very heavily foreshadowed, is the reveal that the children of the forest and the old gods are like maybe not like a good thing, maybe. Because they eat souls and are aliens.
I'm sure it's fine.
They're aliens who eat souls, and maybe that's bad. kind of waiting for that one.
Nah, they sound cool though.
I fucking like what's his like the dragon fella? Corlys's heirs, Allan Velaryon
And Adam.
Adam Velaryon visiting the Green Men.
Yeah. Wild.
Pretty interested
Insane.
to see. I'm actually pretty excited to see if that happens.
Yeah.
In June.
I mean, they fucking gave us a Green Man in Hot Tea Season 2.
That was crazy, and that gives you hope that like they might actually include the Isle of Faces thing. Hey, look, if they're gonna put bloody like White Walkers in Hot Tea Season 2, they better put some Green Men in Hot Tea Season 3.
I agree.
That's all I'm saying.
And so it's different because in A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, we get the Penny Tree story, and we can be pretty confident that it's the same in book canon, right? Because of the
seems
situation
like that would have come from George,
between George and the showrunner.
Yeah.
Whereas if House of the Dragon Season 3 does go to the Isle of Faces and we see Adam meeting the Green Men, we're going to have no fucking idea if that's what George said or if it's Ryan Condal's fan fiction.
Actually, that's a great and depressing point, is that, like, since George has publicly said that his relationship with Ryan is kaput, any ideas that appear in Hot D that aren't in the books, we can't
draw anything from them.
Yeah, it's probably not coming from George. I
don't know. I think it's going to be impossible for us to say. I think they still could be ideas from George because there's surely an exchange of ideas at the outset of the show when the relationship was healthy.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah, true. Thank you, Kelly, who says, anyone know where I can buy Lionel's party crown?
Make it yourself.
Thank you, Aaron, who says, hi, Fat Pink Glassed and Mirish Swamp.
I didn't like that.
If George Martin did the fun chapter names in the earlier books, what are some chapters that you think would have cool names, and what would they be?
Well, the fun chapter names thing is about identity. It's about how that point of view character perceives themselves in that moment. I don't know if that comes up as much in the earlier books. I think there's a reason it started to happen in Feast of Crows, right?
Tyrion would be the Hand
imp.
in Tyrion 1 and Clash of Kings.
Do you think he'd call himself the Imp throughout the first book?
Yeah, I think he probably would. And he
I'm the bastard at the wall.
Tyrion might be the prisoner. I think the problem with that whole idea of unique chapter names is that usually characters have the same identity for at least a few chapters in a row. And so it does get a bit convoluted when it's like the Kraken's daughter and the Reaver
The princess in the tower.
Yeah, a lot of them are like, does this justify its own unique name? Look, George gets indulgent in books 4 and 5, and he does things that maybe he should have just stuck with the consistent titles.
I really love how all the Brienne chapters are just Brienne. One of my favorite things about the Brienne story.
Yeah, that's true. It is cool, like, the contrast that some characters are, like, changing their situation and who they are.
No,
every
I'm
chapter.
Cersei.
Yeah, and, like, I think that where it really works is Theon and Reek.
Yes.
That's powerful.
And you can see where it's going with Arya.
Yeah. So there are some characters that it works for really well, but
Sansa.
like, does Arion need unique chapter headers?
Victarion?
Does Victarion? Yeah.
Or can those chapters just be called Victarion?
Yeah. Agreed.
One Hand Gaming says, "Oh, see you next Tuesday. Just got that."
I don't know where I heard it, but someone was saying "see you next Tuesday," and I heard it so many times until I realized what it stood for.
Oh, really? I've heard about and known what it meant since I was a kid.
Brag. Thank you, Scott Zortz, who says Glimbledon and Schrock listened to the degenerate food tier list 3 times over while digging holes and building fences at work. Funniest people on the platform. Love from Canada. Kiss Belandra for me, ya hosers.
Will do when we can find her. She's been missing.
Let us know if you've seen Belandra.
Hey, let us know if you find out Belandra. Casey Pelletier, it's been so long, man.
My body hurts.
I really hope we can get through these, because I want to read all the super chats, but also, man, it's bedtime. Casey Pelletier says, Glunkenschweg streaming while I'm at work is better than banana bread. Hell yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, let's hold on. Slow down a minute. Don't say something you might regret. Banana bread could be listening. Better than banana bread. You're eating the wrong banana bread.
You're listening to the wrong fellas.
I want to make some banana bread.
Oh, banana bread would go so hard right now.
Oof.
Aiden House 8462 says, "Hey guys, my friend and I were curious. Was Hugh about to eat the dog he was looking at in the start of season 2 Hot D when they say there's no meat?"
Yeah, I think that was the implication.
I also think that was the implication.
He was thinking about it. I thought they were going to eat that dragon head.
Why wouldn't you?
Maybe that's why the storming of the pit happens. People are hungry.
Neptune Kalka 1576 says that Bravos is on the way to Dawn from King's Landing in A Clash of Kings.
Well, it's not really on the way, but Tyrion decides to send Myrcella to Bravos first.
Yeah.
In order to get Braavosi support for the rest of the journey.
I don't think that's about geographical repositioning. I think that's about the logistics of garnering political support while transferring the princess.
Yeah, you can look at the map in the books.
Yeah, Bravos has always been where it is.
Thank you, the tech priest who plays Bugs, who says, where is the analysis of the House of the Dragon Season 3 teaser? I expect no less than 8 hours so I can listen while I paint my Warhammer.
I knew there was something we forgot to do.
I really want to rewatch House of the Dragon before I say things about House of the Dragon.
True, I'm so not in hot D mode.
I can't remember my Adam from my Allan and who was bloody Ariana Targaryen? Like, I really had to, like, knock my noodle for a minute.
Yeah,
I could remember who Ariana fucking Targaryen was.
That one did take the wind out of us for a moment.
That was, woo!
I'm sure you all noticed.
Yeah, so there will come a time when we talk about Hot Day Season 3, but it's going to take me a minute to rev up my engines.
Give us a moment.
And my goodness, they just dropped that June 3 trailer.
Oh,
And we just finished dunking.
and we have to be ready. There's a play in Hot Day Season 3, and I still need to finish Season 6, basically. And, it's just so much fun.
When it rains, it pours. When it rains,
It sure
it
bloody
pours.
does.
Hello, Kelly, who says, could Jon Snow, real name Daemon, not Aegon, and Dany become the new, less angry Night Queen / King after she gets brought back in Volantis? In Volantis? Brought back in Volantis?
There's a lot going on in this super chat.
That is a dense super
First
chat.
of all, Jon Snow's name is going to be Aemon or Jaehaerys.
Yeah, you don't mess with Daemon?
Not messing with Daemon.
I mean, when he's like a literal, like, vengeful zombie murder wight, I think the word Daemon might fit.
True. But why would Rhaegar name him Daemon? Or Lyanna?
Well, Rhaegar made some interesting choices in his
I mean,
life.
we can all agree it's not going to be Aegon.
I think every bipolar Targaryen goes through a standing Daemon phase in their life.
John's real name is Maegor.
I'm sure Aerion went
Aerion,
through a
yeah.
standing Daemon phase. Everything's possible. I mean, Jon Snow is the dead one, so I think Jon is the Night Queen in the Night King, Night Queen type situation. Like Jon is a zombie in the same way that the Corpse Queen is a zombie. So maybe living Daenerys marries dead Jon Snow, and they become some kind of tyrannical duo until they decide that maybe we shouldn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the less angry bit works, because you're still describing a vengeful demon zombie man and a dragon queen.
Yeah, and Daenerys definitely has that fire in her.
Yeah.
It's something that her story will explore.
Remember who
I
you
think.
are, fire and blood.
Yeah, so I think they might be more angry.
Yeah.
Also, we really don't know how angry the Night King was.
There's no frame of reference here.
Yeah, we're all just playing with vague myths and symbols so far. But I look, for me, like, the Night's King represents making a deal with the devil. Because the Night's King sacrificed to the others, and the Night's King was seduced by the Corpse Queen, and the Night's King was a tyrant on the wall. And I think that represents temptation for Jon. I think Jon will be tempted by the White Walkers, who'll be tempted to make a deal with the devil, and I think that ultimately he should reject it. And I think Daenerys will face similar temptations. And I think they'll eventually pull through and make the right choices.
They'll rage against the dying of the light.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark the Nerd, who says they should play Fart Effect when Baelor dies.
Fingers feel like...
Thank you, Pearl Successor, who says, hello, Gligar and Shiftry.
Love it.
The yappin'. Off topic, but June videos when, Old Swift? Let the spice flow. I know that my demi-cousin, Alt Shift X, is working on many long-awaited
That's
June
a fucking
videos.
new one. That's good.
I also like the idea of subjecting Glidus to some June chat. I think that could be fun. But yeah, many things are in the works. We'll see how we go.
Jonas Fiala, I don't know why I did that. Jonas Fiala says, Corrin set an interesting precedent for being even better swordsman after not being able to use his sword hand for Jaime to follow. True.
Yeah, maybe Corrin was left-handed all along, though.
Ah.
Maybe after they mutilated his right hand, he realized, hang on a minute, it's way easier in my left hand.
Ali says, nothing. Thank you, Ali. Charlie Apple says, my goose laid this while I was watching your stream. A good omen to be sure. And then there's a tiny URL link that I'm not going to click
Yeah,
while
look,
we're live streaming. Sorry, Charlie Apples, but like you just don't do that.
my psychic warned me that I should not click any goose egg related URLs on live stream.
Charlie
so-
Apples is in the live chat currently saying, I promise it's just an image of a literal goose egg, but I'm not going to click it. That actually makes me trust you less.
I love the name Charlie Apples. It's like someone's trying to come up. What's the most trustworthy and least threatening name possible? I know. Charlie Apples. No one's going to suspect old Chuck Apples of any kind of sinister fruit-related activity.
Now-
You can trust Charlie Apples. He gave us $1.
I'm going to click that as soon as we're done streaming. Believe you me, but I'm not going to click it now, not even off screen.
This is like when your uncle says, pull my finger. It's like, I just don't want to
There's
fall
no
for
reason for me to do that.
Someone pays you $1 to look at a JPEG of a goose? That sounds like a trap if ever I've heard one.
You gave us $6? Yeah, well, shouldn't have.
We're not stepping in this one, Chucky Apples. Don't you muck me around. Thank you, Marcus Vespasius Agrippa, who says, thanks to my favorite parasocial relationship.
Yo, shout out to Agrippa, though.
Not enough shout outs to Agrippa.
Genuinely true.
Thank you, Glimbo and Shite. What are your favorite Ice Age animals?
Human,
the
mankind.
Yeah, man, Homo erectus all the way. I think the unicorns on Skargos are the woolly rhinos. That would
I
be
agree.
rad. Bring some goddamn prehistoric animals into fantasy.
Absolutely.
Like, there is so much real-life wildlife more fantastical than anything in fantasy shows. It's like, what are we doing, guys? Tell you what I do think is that the critters in Predator Badlands were pretty neat. Pretty creative. I feel like the movie was okay, but the creatures in Predator Badlands, pretty cool. But, you know, if you want to see some discussion about weird creatures, you got to check out CM Kozuman. On YouTube.
Yeah.
CM Kozuman did a 7-part frog extravaganza.
Oh my god.
Go-
He's the coolest guy. Is there a cooler guy?
I don't think there's a cooler guy than CM Kozuman. Go check out CM Kozuman. Yeah, CM Kozuman does these like urban exploration videos where he just like checks out like an abandoned shopping mall in Ankara, Turkey, and like meets the cats there and talks about the history and the architecture. You got to check it out.
Awesome. I think the unicorns on Skagos are probably the medieval conception of the unicorn, which is more like a goat than a horse. But a woolly rhino could possibly be. Thank you, Marcus Vespasius Agrippa.
Thank you, Agrippa.
We really mean it. MATG8QW says, hey, Glimble, Gordon, Swift. How do you think the first Blackfire Rebellion would play out if everyone had dragons? What dragon would each key player have? Oh my god. Well, we're not just going to like make up names for people to have dragons of those names.
Well, yeah, the dragons are extinct.
Yeah,
so I mean,
we can't say which dragon they would have because are we just assuming
if
that no dragon has
hypothetically-
ever died?
Yeah, if hypothetically no dragon has ever died, I want to see like King Daeron on Vermithor, and I want to see.
I mean, it just makes sense for Daemon Blackfire to have Caraxes.
Yeah, and Baelor Breakspear can have Silverwing, and
Maker can have, let's say, Melis. That'd be cute.
Bloodraven can have Cannibal.
Oh my god.
I want to see Sierra Seastar on Moondancer, and Bittersteel on Vega.
And Egg gets Cyrax.
Yeah. All right, done. Thank you, Swift
Easy.
Noble One, who says, do you think House Beesbury has a rival house? Perhaps a House Hornet or House Wasp?
Well, wasn't the... No, I'm thinking of the Stinger. Is there a Hornet character? I don't think there is. I'm thinking of Braxton Beesbury, the Stinger,
Yeah.
who, like, my brain said Hornet very briefly, but no, not Hornet. House
Yeah.
Wasp. Just House Wasp.
Yeah. I think that House Broom might be an enemy of
No,
House Beesbury.
no. The Mormonts.
The Mormons, the bears.
Always scooping out the honey. Always scooping out the honey.
Bears versus bees. The real conflict.
The real Song of Ice and Fire.
Some people say that the real Ice and Fire is between Bloodraven, the Blackwood, and Bittersteel, Golden Company, the Brackens. But if you the
If
real
you read between the
the
lines.
real puppeteers above that, the real people pulling the strings, it's all bees
It's the
and
Mormonts
bears,
and the
man.
Bees Breeze.
Bees and bears. Where do you think they got Longclaw, huh? Bees and bears. Yeah. Who's the real queen? Look to the hive. That's what I have to say. Thank you, Runcho May.
Follow the honey.
Who says, what do you think about the BBV
Oh my
got
god.
IMDb
The
beef?
Breaking Bad.
The BBGOT IMDb beef?
The Breaking Bad AKOTSK
The
IMDb.
BBGOT IMDb beef. That's what I sound like.
It's exactly what you sound like. Thank you.
I think internet brigading is silly.
Yes.
I think it's silly.
But Runcho May says it was kind of nice to see the bully get bullied. And what they're referring to there is the Breaking Bad IMDb.
Breaking Bad bully, GOT bully,
yes.
IMDb beef bully.
I think they get it. The Breaking... You snorted.
Be quiet, Charlie Apples.
The Breaking Bad IMDb Brigade Squad fandom guys have like beaten down other shows from touching Ozymandias's 10 out of 10, which is just fucking silly.
Ozymandias is not the best episode of Breaking Bad. I'm sorry, but it's not.
And do you think that In the Name of the Mother is better than it?
Apples and oranges, man. Bees and bears. It's
But yeah.
Art can't be reduced to a number out of 10. Just like the things that you like.
Yeah,
It's okay.
There's
It's
no
okay,
need for
man.
a turf
It's
war.
okay. Look, the problem with IMDb ratings is that it's not a measure of what's good. It's a measure of what the kind of people who rate things on IMDb think is good.
Yeah,
and that's a
which
very
is-
different thing
has
to
no
what is
bearing
good.
on reality.
It's a self-selecting data set of the sorts of people who want to contribute to such a data set. And it's not the be-all and end-all. I mean, look, I like The Dark Knight and Fight Club too, but they're not necessarily the best movies ever made. Like, what are the top movies on IMDb? It's like The Godfather, Dark Knight, shit like that. I mean, it's not shit. They're good movies. But it's like, I'm just saying, let's not worry too much about the number next to the episode. Maybe.
Yeah, just feel how you feel about it.
Yeah, you're allowed to just have feelings, man. It's okay. I promise.
FH15 says, how long do you think it will take for you to read The Winds of Winter if it comes out?
Well, it's going to come out on a pallet. It's going to be 5,000 pages long.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to work through all of those,
Yeah,
digestively first.
Glidus is going to be chewing for a long time.
So, like, after I'm done getting my stomach pumped, it's going to take a little time to recover from that, and then, actually reading the book, probably take a week.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not a fast reader. Like, I don't know. I don't know if this will surprise anyone, but I tend to be slow and fastidious in my reading.
We are shocked.
I know that we're famous for our concise, quick, efficient behavior at all times. It'll probably take me a minute to digest it. And then I just won't shut up about it for the next 15 years, I expect.
Listen, it's not about Charlie Apples. It's not about your URL. It's just you don't click a tiny URL link on a stream.
It's just suspicious,
Like, this
Chuck.
it's not complicated.
We just wouldn't. I'm sorry, Chuck. I'll look up geese in my own time, okay? It's a good egg, he says.
I believe you that it's eggs, but you just don't click the link on stream.
We're clipping a lot. Thank you, PY guy, who says, greetings, Glimbit and Schwellivan. What's your perfect Sunday? Or Sunday, as in ice cream sundae, if you prefer. AKOTSK was super fantastic, but I still prefer the audiobook. Well, look, my perfect Sunday begins with 3 hours in church, of course, and then another 20 hours of committing sins.
What do you do for the remaining hour?
Lunch.
Oh. After 20 hours of sins? 20.
Yeah, well, I take a break from the first 10 hours of sins to
for
do an
lunch.
hour of lunch and then 10 more hours
Is the
of
lunch
sins.
sinful?
No, it's
Okay, it's pretty straightforward
middling,
lunch.
like it's like a burrito.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some would argue burritos are sinful. How could something that good not be?
Well, there's nothing with a cloven hoof inside it, so it's
okay.
fine.
For me, bed rotting with a cat sounds great. Shuonk says, "Hi, schlicking on my." No.
That's where you draw the line.
The line was a bit before that. Met a friend rock climbing, and we realized we both listened to you. Oh, that's cool. Thanks for all the vids and my new friend. Hi, Michael.
Hell yeah.
That's crazy that people connect over our bullshit.
That's wonderful.
That's fucking wild.
Thank you, Callum, who says, "Hello, Schwimby and Glimby. Wanted to say I've been watching you for years, but never managed to catch you live. So thanks for all the great videos over the years. If so Glidus and so Swift were to start a house, what would your joint sigil be?"
David Bowie on a saber-toothed tiger. Flying on a rainbow.
Yeah, no, I like that.
Yeah.
And the house words are our Glimbus are Swift.
Now Glimbus are Swift.
They sure are.
What era Bowie? Ziggy Stardust. Don't be ridiculous.
Obviously. Thank you, 47th Light, who says, "Hello, gents. Progress on the fantasy book I'm writing continues. Question: Have you ever heard about Kristen Britton's Green Rider series? She has similar themes like George R. R. Martin, particularly with her magical wall. Could be fun for you. Love you both."
Never heard of that one.
I enjoy the name Kristen Britton. Kristen Britton? Reporting for
Just
action.
like
Kristen Britton.
phonologically, you like it?
Sounds like a 40s superhero who punches Nazis in their Nazi mouths. For Britain.
For Britain.
For Britain. No, I haven't read Kristen Britton.
We can tell.
Thank you, Teja, who says, "Do you think Dunk's from
We'll add it
Perth
to the
and
list.
would he love VB?" Surely
Dunk would fucking love VB. Oh my god.
he would, for sure. It might be a bit fancy for him, though. You know, since it's toffee Victorian swill.
True.
What do people in Perth drink?
Oh, I know. Do they fuck with 4x gold up there?
Yeah,
Over there?
I don't know. Probably.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Do I think Dunk's from Perth? Dunk has, he does have the childish innocence of someone from Western Australia.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, now they're gonna secede.
Thank you. That's the
was the
straw
line.
that snaps the dromedary. Thank you, Josh Ball, who says, "I love the idea that Raymond's anti-Targaryen rant is the Westerosi equivalent of getting a bit political after having a drink." That's exactly how it came off in the episode, and I'm like, it's so cool to see that, because we haven't really seen like a random normal person's political opinions very much in this show. Like, we've seen like commoners throwing dung at Joffrey's head, but we don't get a whole lot of like, I'm just a guy and here's what I reckon. I did like in Hot Day Season 2 when we saw Ulf talking with his mates in the bar, and he's like, "Oh, I think I'm a Targaryen," and they're like, "Oh, your hair's
Oh, yeah,
silly,
right.
bloody," you know.
Then he rides a fucking dragon.
A demon walks in, or someone walks in. Yeah,
It was Aegon.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed that too. Thank you, Hey Baylor Breakspear, who says, "Hey Glottal and Schwa, music theory stream."
We
Wow.
got to do that. Also, that's great. Glottal and Schwa, that's fantastic. Yes, we had that idea where we have a stream where I explain music theory to you.
That sounds great.
It does sound great.
Yeah. Thank you,
And everyone
Kennard,
gets to learn.
who says, "What do you think about doing a Dunk and Egg food ranking stream before Hot D comes around again? Still my favorite streams of yours, but I love all the ideas you come up with." I think, like, there's 2 food descriptions in the Hedge Night. I can't imagine there's more than, like, a few food descriptions in the Swan Sword and the Mystery Night. It would probably only take us 2.5 hours to rank, like,
sit
5
through
food
5, yeah.
descriptions. Yeah.
We should probably also do Fire and Blood. Is there much food
I
in Fire?
don't
No.
think there's much food
Yeah.
in there. It'd be tricky to search for it, but, yeah. Not much in the world of Ice and Fire.
I guess I'd have to read Fire and Blood again.
I think we'll have to read all of George Martin's other books just so that we can find the food descriptions in them. We're going to have to read wild cards to find the food descriptions.
God. I think we've been talking about doing a Dunk and Egg, like just finishing off the food ranking streams. We could and should do that relatively soon. Hey.
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 Hey. Thank you, Aaron McDowell, who says, "Hello, Glockenspiel and Schwilophone. What are y'all's top plausible Ice and Fire theories that don't really change the plot? I'm an Aegon the Infertile truther."
That's a great example.
Yeah. Dunk knighting egg. That's a good one.
Yeah. I used to have so many of these up my sleeve, but then I streamed for 6 hours straight, and I have no memory recall.
Yeah, I think most of my memory banks are right now. So
The bank has defaulted.
yeah. That doesn't change the plot. Yeah, you're gonna have to get back to me on that one.
I'm actually annoyed because this is one of my favorite category of theory.
I mean, I love the idea that Euron was like a past student of Bloodraven. His brain got a bit scrambled. And that doesn't need to be confirmed at any point, but I think that it is awesome and probably true. I mean, the idea that young Griff is a Blackfire might never need to actually be explicitly revealed, but I think it's a great idea. One of my favorite theories.
I think plenty of theories are never going to be explicitly revealed. I think we're still going to be debating a lot of the theories we're currently debating, even if the entire saga is finished. Why wouldn't we?
The Danes are descended from ancient.
All right,
Eastern
I'm going to stop you right
dragon
there. Bloodraven's PR manager says, Glosnia and Schwerzagovina. That's fantastic.
Goodness.
It's important for me to tell you that Timoth and Belandra are in CK3 AGOT as Doran's courtiers. Thank you a lot for telling me that. I have been meaning to check. There was a comment from a CK3 AGOT dev on one of my more recent videos. Was it the Corn video? Asking how I wanted to be honoured, and I did say just make Belandra a name for Dornish women and Delp a name for Riverlander men, and also a very small chance for Tyrek to be a name for horses.
Glidus, we've made it.
Have we?
We've made it. We've made it into the Crusader Kings.
True. We've ruined the fandom. We did it.
Finally. Thank you, Allan the Long, who says, "Oi, Gleischwex, the fake plumber when? Also, which episode in this franchise would you say has the worst ending? My pick is The Broken Man."
Oh, that is a good pick.
What's the ending of The Broken Man?
That's the Arya Waif fight in Bravos. Yep.
Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, that one's tough. God, I remember after that episode coming out and people speculating on what will the consequences of this be? And the answer turned out to be
none.
Nothing.
There are none.
Yeah, no, that was rough.
That is a great pick for the worst ending in the franchise. Yeah, that might actually be it.
The Children of the Forest throwing grenades at skeleton monsters was weird.
That episode is all over the place. The children, there's so much great stuff in that episode, the season 4 finale, and there's so much just shit.
And then Bran meets Bloodraven and he has the wrong number of eyes, and then he disappears for an entire season.
And then he's
he
a
comes
different
back
guy.
and says, "I have the best story."
And then he's Max von Sydow.
Yeah.
Don't
bring Max von Sydow into this
Don't
mess.
you, Dre? I mean, I really liked the first guy. Why didn't they keep the first guy?
Yeah. In this franchise. I'm sure there's some bad Hot D episode endings.
I mean, I have gone on record saying that I think the ending of Season 3, Episode 10 is the worst ending of a season.
How does that end?
It's the Misa scene.
Is that the worst?
I did say that at some point.
Isn't it where all the people are saying Misa Misa and it zooms up and the dragons fly overhead?
Yeah.
And it's a triumphant moment.
Yeah.
I know there's weird race discourse.
There we go.
Oh, is that bad enough to
Nah,
ruin it
we're not
for you?
getting into it, but that is what I said at the time.
Yeah, alright. They should have cast some different extras.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, they should have just known how it looked.
Yeah. It does look like a cartoon. If you're trying to be on the nose. Yeah.
J. Andy Frey says best house armor. Best house armor. Lannister lobster armor. What?
Well, lobster gauntlets. Lobster. That's a kind of armor, isn't it? I think there's some
okay.
I think there's some particular armor styles they might be referring to there. They have those
helmets
Lannister helmets that open up. Like that.
Yeah, in season 2 of Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Best house armor. I dislike how Northmen apparently never wear plate in the shows. It's a bit weird.
But we also the best is.
The best?
The best. Best means good.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. That means you like it.
House armor. I mean, I feel like there were like some Baratheon guard extras in season 1 who had some cool like Baratheon themed armor, but we never saw them again. Like there were never Baratheon soldiers. Oh, I guess like Stannis had some in like season 5 or something. I don't know. Look, Game of Thrones did not distinguish itself with interesting armor designs. It just didn't.
And even House of the Dragon, like, nothing really stands out aside from tourney armor. Like Green Hightower's incredible Hightower helmet. Yeah,
there are some individual cool armors, but not a lot of like standard soldier regalia.
I like some of the soldier armor of House Targaryen in House of the Dragon season 2. That's it, really. That's the sentence.
I actually really liked the Ashford guards in
Night
of the Seven
with the
Kingdoms.
sunburst cloaks.
Yeah, because they were really rocking it. They were like, yeah, we're orange, deal with it. Yeah. Thank you, Adam Danger Smith, who says, I'm so happy that you watched Veep.
Someone had to. Actually, it's a very successful show. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, it's a great show. Adam Danger Smith also says, have you ever really checked out the Ashara and Howland theory? It's actually pretty solid when you lay it all out. Kisses.
You're going to have to specify which Ashara Howland theory. It's
Yeah, that one has gardened.
The theory that like they hooked up and like Ashara birthed Howland's stillborn baby, or Ashara became Diana Reed
and is currently still alive and at Greywater Watch,
or Howland and Ashara are Jon Snow's parents.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ones there, and some of them aren't as solid when you lay it all out. But I think I looked into it a long time ago. This one's been kicking around for a very long time.
I don't know. I think that the Danes are very mysterious. I think that Ashara Dane is like the textbook example of a red herring in book 1 in terms of like being the mother of Jon Snow. Like the whole point of bringing up Ashara is like the mislead that hides the truth of Rhaegar and Lyanna. But I still think there are heaps of mysteries about Ashara and the Reeds, and it would be funny if she turned out to be Diana Reed.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It would be funny.
Thank you, Multicryptid, who says, Bonjour, Glockrian. I'm not going to do a voice.
Glockrian and Schwixolydian. You don't know those words. It's okay.
What are those words?
They are church modes of the scale.
Church modes.
Glockrian is when you start the scale on the 7th degree, and Schwixolydian is when you started on the 5th.
Fuck yeah.
Finally, a GMT plus 1 friendly stream, and I missed it. I think this one's friendly to everyone, actually, except us.
If we go for 24 hours, it's equally friendly to everyone.
Oh, we'll do it someday. So I just wanted to say hi.
Don't say that.
We'll do it someday. It's going to happen. Yeah. We're only getting younger.
Oh, lordy.
So I just wanted to say hi and thanks for everything. Can't wait to listen to the VOD while eating a giant sequoia for lunch, of
giant
course.
sequoia for lunch.
I love how that's taken off.
I vaguely remember us saying something along those lines once. Thank you, Earth to Maggie, who says, the mood in my office is so shit right now, so working remotely with you guys was a blast. Question, who would you rather be friends with, Lionel or Baelor?
Baelor.
Yeah, Lionel, I think, would get grating after a while.
And, like, once I started to grow bored of him, he would get problematic about it.
Yeah.
Whereas Baelor just seems like a pretty sturdy person to know.
Yeah. Baelor is someone who's going to like help you out when you need him, and he's like thoughtful and interesting.
Also, he's heir to the realm.
Whereas Lionel would be like really fun for the first 3 hours of drinking, and then really exhausting for the next 18 hours.
Yeah, and then
drinking.
it's like, okay, Lionel, this was fun. I'm gonna go now, and he's like, no, come back to Storm's End with me. We're gonna train together. We're gonna sail. We're gonna hawk. We're gonna hunt. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah,
you're gonna live with me and be my mantress.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of guy who either is in love with you or like hates you. You know?
Yeah, just pays you no mind at all.
Thank you, the Juice Queen. Thank you, Your Highness, who says, hey, Glavidburn and Swift Franz, my favorite talking heads. Can't believe I caught you live.
That was an hour ago when I said that? Oh my god.
Time does strange things.
Holy
6 hours
shit.
into a live stream. Tell me, where in the timeline do you think Hot D will end? Will it go all the way to the end of Fire and Blood? Love you guys. Well,
No.
look, there's sort of a lot of different spots you could end it based on the book. Like, there's sort of an epilogue to the conflict, then there's an epilogue to that, then there's an epilogue to that, and then George writes like 150 more pages. So there's a lot of different spots, but the thing is...
Fire and Blood Part 2 is coming.
Oh. I mean, House of the Dragon, yeah, is also a show that could go for 5 more seasons if they really wanted to adapt everything.
But it won't. It will end in season 4.
Yeah, and apparently it's going to be... Well, season 3 is 8 episodes. I don't think they've 100% confirmed how many episodes season 4 is.
Hopefully it's 20.
But it's like, yes, that's the thing. Like, they've probably only got like 16 or 18 more episodes. Is that math?
Yeah, that's
14
math.
or 16 more episodes.
Between 14 and 18.
They've got some number of episodes.
Around 17 episodes.
And like, I think that we sort of like did the math and we're like, yeah, if they include like the absolute essentials, they have to have a giant battle every episode and a major character death every episode
Fucking
for
hell.
the next 16 episodes to cover the bare most basic essentials. And so it seems like they'll probably have to cut a lot of stuff. And so I don't think they'll have room for a lot of the optional epilogue material.
So, like, we're not going to get into what exactly plot points this means, but it's probably going to end as early as it can.
Yeah, with the conclusion of the central conflict, I would imagine.
Yes. Although we would love to see the few things that happen afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, the way that House of the Dragon started was with Rhaenyra's voiceover narrating events from years prior. So it would make sense if it ended with some kind
An echo of that.
Yeah, like it could be some... Like you know, the Tapestry opening in Season 2 gives it a historical perspective. It really could be some kind of monologue, like describing later events and sort of summing things up. And like something like that would make sense, I think. So they could tie in some of that later material.
Mr. Butch says, they call you the legend of Altswiftling and Glimbersdorf, where I am from. One question, if Germ ever came to dine with you, what would you cook for him? I'd stargazy pie.
Capons. A wheelbarrow of capons.
Salted cod cakes and buttered parsnips. Pentoshi buttered parsnips.
Lemon cakes.
What else did I make? Oh, the Valyrian gingerbread. I fucking loved that.
Go and check out Gladys's cooking video.
Someone's got to watch it.
I helped.
No, you didn't.
I was very helpful.
Actually, you peeled the eggs for me.
I was very helpful.
HeliSnake22 says, hello, alt-shite sex and Grombobulus Michael. Isn't that just... Oh, no, it's... What's the character's name? Grombobulus Michael?
I don't recall.
Just got back from a motorcycle trip to Nepal where I was listening to your... This guy's been listening to our podcast in the most exciting places.
That's awesome.
I wonder where we've been. Well, we were riding our bikes at nearly 4,000 meters altitude. You two are awesome. Please keep making more amazing content. I think you're the awesome one in this situation. I don't think the guys sitting in chairs yapping about a fantasy series are the cool ones in this situation.
I think the word awesome is being pointed at the wrong people here. Thank you, True Baker Boy, who says, what's up, Gringus and Swiftavius? Who says, I was wearing the Omniwalder shirt at work recently, and a girl I like who barely speaks English asked me about it. How did you explain that one with limited English? That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Shout out to all our Omniwalder people, though.
It's been getting around.
It's been getting around.
Yeah.
You can get your own Omniwalder shirt at the link in the description.
I love that we've designed the shirt least likely to be purchased by a person of sound mind.
But yeah, I really like the most deranged possible designs that only a true Gladiusian would possibly wear.
Breakdown 10,000X is back saying, I am having buttermilk pancakes with Cadbury caramel eggs melted on them. You so jelly.
That's fucked up.
You have no idea what you've just done to us.
That's fucked up, man. Thank you, Ms. Teacher, who says, hello, Glufos and Sufros. Glad to catch you live. Just wanted to shout out the old video that weirdo YouTuber Shift has about lung transplants that my students really enjoy. My goodness, that's an old video.
That is as deep a cut as could possibly be made.
Yeah, my goodness.
If you cut any deeper, you'll get to the core of the universe.
It terrifies me to think that a 12-year-old Alt-Shift-X video might be used in a classroom. I don't know.
Hey, it's a pretty informative video if you want to know about lung transplants.
Oh, yeah.
Now he's making A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms Explained.
Thank you, Hoyd Hopper, who says, how competent do you believe the show writers to be for writing seasons after the source material runs out? Season 4, presumably. Also, which season are you the most hyped for?
Well, there is some source material for them to base some future seasons on, presumably, right? He hasn't completely not written those novellas, right?
I don't know.
He has said that he's worked on them, so presumably there's more than nothing.
Well, he said that he's worked on The Winds of Winter for the last 14 years, and that doesn't seem to... Yeah,
Well, look, I have been very happy with the stuff they've invented thus far. They're going to have to invent a lot more, obviously, once they're past where the novellas are. And I think we'll see in seasons 2 and 3 how competent they are at doing that, maybe?
I think that, like, the word on the street is that George, like, got pretty close to finishing She-Wolves of Winterfell. I imagine there is material there that would help in constructing something. I could imagine that season 4 and season 5 could be pretty solid. But yeah, it's a very different challenge trying to write shows on stuff that hasn't been written before. I mean, certainly Game of Thrones went off the rails when they ran out of books to adapt, but that doesn't mean that A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms needs to run off the rails in the same way.
Yeah. It's a much less complex beast to tackle.
I think that A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms could become more complex, though. Like, it's very simple and self-contained now, but I think the story, like, will necessarily become a bit broader in scope. Wars and such might become part of it later on. So it might be more difficult to manage, and I think it'll be important to sort of keep the scope in a sensible place. Because I think that what's so charming and unique about Dunk and Egg is that it has the limited scope, and, like, it's not going to stay that way in season 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 if we get there, So it will become a different beast if it continues.
And who knows? Maybe by the time we get to season 6, George will have written more for them to base stuff on.
Maybe.
Or maybe George will have disavowed Ira Parker the way he's disavowed Ryan Condal. You never know.
Mayhaps. Ira Parker has talked about, like, coming back in 10 years when Peter Claffey and Dexter Solancel are older and doing, like, a time skip forward. Like, you could skip some of the really complicated, ambitious stuff and then just do, like, a little palace drama a little bit later, and you can jump around in ways that could work, I think. Thank you, Elizabeth Whelan, who says, appreciate you both.
We appreciate you all.
Thank you, Moonshadow Blue, who says, dearest Glidus and Swifty, can I please braid your hair while I teach you Dothraki?
Oh man, to be Daenerys in that scene, it sounds incredible.
Well, we don't get to wear the bells until we win a victory, though. You have to listen to the entirety of the fake Jon Snow, then you get to have bells in your braids.
Jan M says, was watching every AKOTSK shift explained with my girlfriend. I told her all about the Swift-Shift beef and my deep dislike of Shift as I am a Swift truther, and she felt quite betrayed when after weeks of rambling she found out that the real identity of both.
She found out that they're different people.
Yeah.
Well, look, a
lot of people make that mistake.
Yeah, it's like the Greens and the Blacks. You got to pick a side, and I hope you choose the Swifty choice, because my Demi cousin has to be stopped before he makes another 90-minute long video essay.
At all costs.
Thank you, Nadja Solis, who says, hiya, went on a rant about fruits in Icefire, got hot at a party, and since I study English at university, my friends are now harassing me to write a paper about this for a uni paper. How the fuck do I cite y'all?
Oh, do you mean, like, what do you reference us as? Like, what's the proper way to do this? Or like, what are you looking for? What specific thing do you use as a reference?
I mean, surely you're citing the books.
No. I think they're discussing our discussion of the books.
You're discussing our discussion. Well, then you just say...
we are the preeminent scholars on this topic.
Oh, well, as fruit scholars, I should hope we're cited correctly. You just say by Glidus and Alt Swift X on this YouTube video on YouTube from this date with the URL.
That is what you do, yes. And then you send us $10,000. Kaoshis, thank you. Kaoshis Jalada says, dearest Glidus and his shrinking hole.
Oh, goodness.
I apologize for calling Swifty shrinking hole. I just find shrinking hole to be Okay, moving on. Schweider shippeth...
Oh boy.
The pink mast
We've entered the downhill
never
portion
ends.
of the
It
stream.
never ends. Thank you all so much for your donations. I love watching Swift play with his
Oh,
Christina
boy.
B.
Why did they all come in a row like
When
that?
it rains, it pours.
Goodness.
Maybe they see each other in the live chat and they, egg each other on.
Thank you, Christina B. Who says, Hot D Season 3 Q for you too. Who will Eamon see in his weirwood visions at Harrenhal? Luke, Viserys, young Alicent?
Ooh.
I think it would be great if Eamon turns up at Harrenhal and he's like, alright, time for me to have mystical visions. I'm a Targaryen. This is the haunted magic place. Show me the future, witch. And then Eamon touches the tree and he sees nothing. And then Alice says, you have no future. You are unworthy.
I guess that could be cool.
That'd be sick.
Yeah. That
Right.
would say a lot.
That's my prediction. Next question.
Oh, okay. I like those ideas as well. Luke, Viserys, and young Alicent in particular. Especially if it means bringing Emily Carey back.
Yeah.
Mark the Nerd says, I have the IMDb killing take that Breaking Bad is good, but not the best media ever made. Oh my god, they're going to come for you, Mark.
I agree, Mark, but I think that the plane crash bit was cool and interesting.
I agree. Mudwidge7 says, first stream court, always wanted to ask, have you guys... How you guys think of the theory that Howland Reed is Mormont's Raven, as it's a Howl's Moving Castle reference? Have you watched Howl's Moving Castle? Or read it?
I don't know if I have. It's based on a book.
Yes.
By who? It's
I
a
forget the
female
author's
author,
name.
isn't
Yes,
it?
I think she's English.
Yeah, I
Maybe not. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Is there a raven in Howl's Moving Castle?
Yeah.
I mean, I like the idea that Howland Reed's Greywater Watch refers to Howl's Moving Castle, but I don't know what the connection is to Mormont's
Yeah,
Raven.
I used to think, nah. But having watched the movie now, I think, yeah.
There's a raven in it?
Oh, there is a raven in it.
Yeah.
But Mormont's Raven is Benjen Stark is the problem. So I don't know about that particular theory. I do think that Greywater Watch is, generally speaking, a reference to Howl's Moving Castle. And that doesn't have to mean anything. It could just be George, throwing a bone to a book he likes.
There are a lot
There are
of
so many bones
names.
he's thrown.
He's a big bone thrower. There's lots of names that are just references to other authors and stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean much.
Howl does turn into a giant raven, yes. That is the thing that happens in the movie.
Thank you, Henry Am, who says, what if Jon gets resurrected by White Walkers? What if that's part of the temptation? What if Jon's the Night King from Game of Thrones? Yeah, I like the idea of, White Walkers trying to seize control of Jon's body, because the White Walkers the White Walkers successfully took over Othor and Jaffa. Jaffa?
Yeah.
Othor
Yeah,
and...
Jaffa Flowers.
Okay. And if the White Walkers can take control of them, why can't the White Walkers take control of Jon's corpse? And so I like the idea that there might be some kind of metaphysical battle to control Jon's soul between the old gods and the White Walkers, and Bran could get involved, and Blood could get involved.
And there's plenty of theorizing that what happens in the prologue of a Game of Thrones is the White Walkers looking for a Jon Snow type.
Yeah.
Because of the Royce connections to the Stark, them thinking that Waymar Royce is Jon Snow or Benjen Stark or someone like that.
The prince that was promised.
Yeah.
Ice and fire, Targ blood, Stark blood.
And I love tying it back to the Game of Thrones prologue.
Yeah.
That makes it a very satisfying theory to me.
Yeah. George has changed lots of plans, but I think that some important seeds were laid in book one.
I agree.
Thank you, Stefan, who says, you're not only good entertainers, but also a good influence on the youths. Whimsy is in low supply. Additionally, you're second best half-Australian and mostly straight pair after Yahtzee and Gabriel.
I haven't listened to their podcast or whatever it is other than a podcast that they do. But to even be put in the same sentence as Yahtzee Croshaw is very flattering.
Is talking about Archangel Gabriel, or is that a different
No,
Gabriel?
I believe it's a different Gabriel.
Okay, just checking.
than the Archangel who came before Joseph.
I think we could all do with some whims.
Or was it Michael? Sorry, everyone, if I got my Archangels
Get
mixed
your
up.
angels straight.
I only know Uriel and
Gladys,
Gabriel because
what
of the
is-
Binding of
Oh
Isaac.
my god.
This guy only knows
That's
Bible lore from the
mortifying.
Binding of
This
Isaac.
guy reads Genesis and goes, Isaac reference.
So true.
I've unironically wanted to do like a Bible abridged series for years, but I feel like getting a theology degree is like not It's not the direction that I want to take my life.
I could see you doing that. I think that might happen at some point.
I can really see that for me too, but I don't think anyone's going to benefit from it. So I think I'd better not. Thank you, Rancho
I'd talk
May.
about the Bible with you. That sounds like fun.
Bible, the fake Bible.
The fake Bible. Oh my god.
fake God.
We are gonna get burned at the
It's called
stake.
the fake God. Hi, Boltman and Globen. Often at the end of your videos, you use we instead of I when speaking of the production of the videos. How big is your team? Or is it just homage to Sir Robin Reisling's particular use of
Yes,
pronouns?
because we lost our eyes.
We lost our eyes. Look, pronoun games can be enjoyable for us all. Thank you, Baines, who says, Lionel and Schwilliam, what strain was enjoyed in the fake Jon Snow?
I
Thanks for
keep
making
telling
my
them.
stressful
I keep
morning more
telling them.
enjoyable. This is like the shit-eating allegations, Clytus. You're not getting away from this one.
None, except by complete incidents.
It's
by means of wind.
It was a funny. I thought we were going to cut that out of the video, but
Yeah, probably should. Sorry.
Is there still a solid half hour of silence in? The fake
Well, you
Jon
got to
Snow?
give the people a break.
Is there? We did remove that, right?
I can't remember. Do you think I've watched the fake Jon Snow?
Oh lord.
Majunga262 says, Hi, Glisten GTR and Toyota Swoopra. Sorry if it's been already asked, but are you hopeful of Hot D making a recovery to Season 1 / AKOTSK levels of television?
Well, it's a different beast to A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. It's a different tone, it's a different scale,
Yeah.
a different scope, it's a different beast.
Apples and the oranges and all that.
I think that Ryan has a plan. I think Ryan thinks he knows what he's doing. I hope he's right. Like, I think that, like, you know, a lot of people point at Season 2 and say it's all shit, but, like, I do think that Season 2 had a lot of big external factors mucking it up.
Yep.
And so I think that Season 3 is an important test. Like, if Season 3 comes together and, like you know, it may not be George's vision, George may not approve of it, but, like, it hopefully will be someone's vision, and hopefully it will come to fruition in some way. And if it doesn't, then, like, well, you know.
Oh, well.
If Season 3 sucks, then it would not be easy to see what the point is of Season 4. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I'm hopeful. I think Season 1 is awesome, and I think Season 2 is mostly good.
It has a lot going for it. It also has a lot annoying about it.
Yeah.
And, like, if lots of people think that it's beyond reproach, like, there's nothing they can do to make it recover from Season 2, like, I don't agree with that. I see where you're coming from, I guess. Yeah, I think that there's plenty of worlds where Season 3 can be as good as Season 1 was.
Yeah, I don't see why not. It will be different to the books in some ways, but fingers crossed.
Yeah. Let's all hope it's going to be good. Like, why should we hope it's going to be bad?
Thank you, Dumb Gamers, who says, Hey, so I remember at the start of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms that during Allan's funeral, Dunk says he doesn't know the right words. Then during the flashback with Rafe, he said he doesn't know the right words. That people dying will get sent to hell with them.
That's right.
Yeah, I think, do you think Dunk thinks that Allan is in hell?
Well, the thing is, the stipulation there was that Rafe said that the Highborn need words so that they don't go to hell with the rest of us. So Allan wasn't Highborn, so even the words wouldn't have saved him. So if Dunk believes what Rafe said, then yes, Allan would be in hell. But I don't think Dunk really thinks about hell.
Yeah, I think Dunk's too busy surviving in the present to think too much about the
doing what's
afterlife.
right in front of him.
Yeah. Yeah, it is certainly a deliberate parallel that they drew, though. The idea that, you know, Dunk doesn't know the right words. He doesn't,
I really
he doesn't
like
know
that.
the mysteries of the afterlife, but he's just doing his best.
Leave that to the Septons. He even said there ought to be a Septon here.
Worrying about the afterlife might be something that you do when you've got enough time on your hands in the present, you know?
Wicked V4L says, Love ya, would be cool to see you create something, or at least QA something in production. Oh, right, yeah. What would you want to create / help create?
You talking about, like, TV shows? Games? Books? Movies?
We make YouTube videos. How about that?
Wicker baskets? I appreciate a good wicker basket.
Pamphlets?
Pamphlets?
I reckon we could make some good pamphlets, you and I.
I think there's a lot of
Put our
qualities.
noggins together.
A lot of qualities of like concrete that people don't
Concrete.
appreciate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cement.
I
Cements,
agree.
concretes. What is fun to make? I mean, I'm really thinking about pancakes now.
Oh, dude, the pancakes have got me cooking.
I'd like to QA some pancakes.
Yep, these ones were good.
Breakdown says, I finished those pancakes. Too decadent. I feel ill. What did I say, Breakdown? When we read that earlier super chat about the chocolate on the pancakes, I said, that's too much. And I was right. I was right.
No, I could have done it.
You could have done it.
Yep, I would have worked through it.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Tiffo, who said years of following, finally catching a stream. Sloshed, you guys have been very important to me in the darkest of times and remain so now. Thanks and hi from Hong Kong.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your evening. Don't go too crazy.
Hell yeah.
Gleamings says, are you guys still planning on doing an Elden Ring stream? Would love to see that.
I don't have a lot of brain space to fit Elden Ring at the moment.
It'd be so cool to be the guys who could talk about Elden Ring from the Ice and Fire perspective, but like it just would require so much Dark Souls knowledge as well. And like I know the breadth of knowledge there is that I would want to feel comfortable discussing and how long it would take to get there. And I just don't think it's possible.
It could be that like a collab with a Souls person would make sense.
Yeah. I mean, all Australians know each other, so I'll just talk to Vati at the next meetup.
There you go.
Yeah.
Over a 4x. Thank you, Big Boy, who says, do you know how Alt-Shift reacted when the identities of the... Well, let's not do any spoilers here.
Blim, 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 scrolling past, I don't know, I don't understand.
I think that Attack on Titan's reveals are mostly awesome. And I hope that Glidus will watch it and discuss it with me.
I'll watch it. I'll talk about
It's
it
a
with you.
really good show.
Okay.
Thank you, Wooly Capybara, who says, hello, Goshwift's Crank and Glidus Stern. Arlen never knighted Dunk because Arlen was never a knight. It'd be cool to find out for sure if we learn in the Village Hero or something.
Where'd that go? Come back. That Allan was lying. I love you.
Whoa.
Oh.
I don't know if we need that reveal with Arlen. I would like to learn more about Arlen, but I don't know. I kind of love how ambiguous it's left in season 1. I kind of like. I don't know if we need to mess with Arlen too much. You know, like it'd be. I mean, we could learn stuff about Roger. We could learn stuff about Pennytree. We could learn stuff about like Arlen's family. But like, I don't know. I feel like Arlen's kind of perfect as he is.
Yeah, I don't know if we benefit in either direction if we find out that he wasn't a knight or that he was a knight. I think he's just Arlen.
Yeah. I think that kind of the point is that like the people we lose are always a little bit mysterious to us.
Yeah, and you'll never get to know.
Yeah, that's kind of part of the point. Thank you, Min East Villing. Thank you, Etymological Disaster.
That's great.
Who says, I really want to see the fish feed and the butcher's ball in Hot Day Season 3, but I'm losing hope. Can't wait to see how they pull off A Night of the Seven Kingdoms Season 3.
Yeah, with the changes they've made.
Yeah, we'll talk about some of that in our Future of Dunk and Egg video. Yeah, look, I don't think they can fit all of the book material into House of the Dragon Season 3 and 4.
Yeah.
They're telling a story that has a different focus. And do we need like 12 battle episodes? Probably not.
Yeah, featuring characters who don't actually contribute much to the overall narrative.
Yeah, I think it's fine for some of the battles to be off screen. But yeah, I mean, I hope we certainly need some cool, badass battle scenes. It worries me a little bit that they're hyping up a battle at the start of GOT Season 3 a lot.
Hot Day Season 3, yeah.
And they're not hyping up any other battles.
Yeah, they're not bringing anything else up.
It's like,
is it more navel gazing?
Is there just one big battle in Hot Day Season 3?
Have they just made the ending of Hot Day Season 2 and called it a day?
Because it's like, Hot Day Season 3 is like, if it goes by the books, there should be like 10 big battles in it. And they're going, yeah, we've got a big battle in Hot Day Season 3. And
yeah, there's
like,
a big battle.
Yeah, but like, do you have the 10 big battles?
And the rest of them?
And they're like, yeah, we've got a big battle. It's like, hang on a minute. I've got a sneaking suspicion that you've only got one big battle.
It's not the pronoun game anymore. We're playing the article game.
So yeah, look, I share hopes, concerns, fears, and
Yes.
dreams too. We've all got them.
Weary Exile says, Fault Schwoopert and Glidord Tizet finally uncovered Beesbury vs. Mormont conspiracy. The one bee dies so that the hive survive.
Buzz buzz.
Stings out. Buzz buzz.
Buzz buzz.
Buzz buzz.
Thank you. Is that what empty means?
Is that what empty means?
Is it says Glittlefingler and Schwarris.
Wow.
How would you rank the 11 seasons of Ice and Fire TV? Probably need a rewatch to be sure, but I would say Got One,
AKOTSK.
Night of the-
Got 3, got 2, Hot D 1, got 4, Hot D 2, got 5, got 6, got 7, got 8.
Yeah, I don't argue with the bottom being Hot D season 2, got 5, got 6, got 7, got 8. I think that's pretty solid to me in my mind. The top half is harder.
Yeah.
The top half is harder. I feel like I would really need a rewatch Got 1, 2, 3, 4 to really have a firmer opinion.
Well, go off and do that and let us know. The stream will still be going.
Actually, I also agree that Got 4... I reckon the bottom half is definitely Got 4, Hot D2,
Really?
Got 5,
Okay.
Got 6, Got 7, Got 8. I think that feels right to me. Because Got 4 is flawed to me, but I don't think it's as flawed as Hot D Season 2.
But okay, I'm gonna have to rewatch all of Game of Thrones. Fucking hell. Not again.
Yeah.
You're probably right, yeah.
I don't feel like super confident about how I feel about the first 3 seasons of Got, because it's been a while since I've like sat and watched them linearly.
I think I agree with those GOT placements. I don't know where to put AKOTSK yet.
Yeah.
Because if I were to say it right now, it would go at the top.
Yeah.
But that's because I just watched it today.
I think that A Night of the Seven Kingdoms season 1 is definitely near the top, if not the top. But like it's so different, like because
They're such different shows.
yeah, in a lot of ways it's not Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
It
it's
is not
Dunk and
a
Egg.
Game of Thrones. There's no thrones. There's no dragons. It's not
Whereas-
a Game of Thrones show in the way that the other ones are.
As we were discussing 4.5 fucking hours ago, Hot D and Game of Thrones are like Hot D did a lot less to make itself distinct from Game of Thrones, so you can compare them in much similar ways, but you can't do that with the AKOTSK. It just doesn't work.
It's kind of like A Night of the Seven Kingdoms season 1. It's a perfect cup of tea. The cup of tea has been created perfectly. And you're saying, okay, what's better, this cup of tea or this steak? This steak, this 4-course meal.
Yeah.
This 4-course steak
This
dinner that I
lavish
prepared for you.
4-course meal that you love most of, and there might be a dish or two there where you're like, okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah, because like that's what the difference in scale is between Dunk and Egg and Game of Thrones. You really can't compare a cup of tea to a 4-course meal and say one is better than the other. That's kind of how I feel.
It's a very good cup of tea.
It's a very good cup of tea. Thank you,
But I
Kennard.
think this list does make sense.
Kennard says, how are you still yapping?
That's a great question. Let us know if you can figure it out.
I wish you glide dreams and a good old sleep. X, it was a wild ride, been here the entire time.
Wow.
Thanks, Kennard. Thank you, Elemis, who says, hot take, but I think Dunk is smart. Maybe less so in the show, because they give his inner monologue to Egg. But in the book, he has some wisdom. He's just uneducated, and is just a tall kid.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that Dunk's younger age in the book really makes it make sense, because he's so young. So, of course, he doesn't know stuff.
Yeah, and he internalizes Allan telling him that he's thick as a castle wall because, that's his dad, and, your dad knows things that you don't, and, like, Arlen's the sort of guy who says, okay, you're a fucking idiot for not knowing that thing I know.
And
like, you're thick as a
sometimes
castle wall. And
even-
sometimes Dunk is thick as a castle wall. He's a bit opposite. He's a bit blind and oblivious to things at times. That doesn't mean he's stupid. And I think we discussed this, again, 4.5 fucking hours ago, but Dunk, like... There is this internalized belief amongst small folk that, we must be dumb because we're small folk.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
there wouldn't be a reason for there to be another strata of society on top of us. Hang on a
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's like a class thing as well as a personal thing. And it'll be really interesting to see how that evolves for Dunk, how his confidence evolves as he grows up. Thank you again, Elemist, and thank you, Bane's Basement, who says 1,130 days since the last Telltale stream.
Thanks for counting for us. Keep it up.
Thank you, Ava Cresta, who says Alt Schwankenstein and
Cthulhu. Oh my god.
Cthulhu.
Cthulhu.
Night of the Seven Kingdoms food stream. When? Thanks for all you do. There's only one food bit, or two at most.
It's only going to take us 4 hours.
It'll only take 4 hours. Thanks for all you do. Your streams are great background noise for when I do almost anything.
That's what all artists aspire to be.
Thank you, Chuck Apples, who says, show egg on next stream with an apology to my goose Meringue, and we can call it even.
Well, I didn't know the goose had a name.
Wait. So, Charlie, you're saying that you own this goose, and this goose is named Meringue, and Meringue the goose laid an egg, and you took a photo of this egg, and you uploaded this egg photo to the internet, and used a URL shortener to change the URL to click on this goose egg, and now you would like us to click it. Have I got the story straight, Charlie Apples?
Makes sense to me.
All right. Well, we'll have to do some further.
I'm gonna click it as soon as the stream ends, which hopefully will be in 30 seconds.
Thank you, Davos's fermented crab bucket, who says, "What have you done to me? I walked past a horse IRL and immediately thought of you, Glidus."
Oh my god.
That probably was Glidus that you walked past.
Shh! Don't tell them.
Thank you, Kapup, who says, Kaku,
Kakup.
who says, "Hi Globo and Shriftwell, do you think the fortune teller was a bit too direct? I think it should have been a bit more vague and mysterious."
Yeah.
It was a bit too direct. It's a bit like in Hot Day Season 2. Some of those predictions that they do are a bit like whoa, slow down. Slow down.
I don't know. I think some of the language Helena uses, we obviously understand that because we know what happens and we're familiar with certain geographical locations. But if you're a casual viewer of Hot Day Season 2, exactly. If you're a casual viewer of Hot Day Season 2, you don't know what the God's Eye means. So when Helena says you'll be swallowed up in the God's Eye, that could mean fucking anything.
I mean, some of the Hot Day Season 2 stuff will pay off in the next 2 seasons, but the predictions that the fortune teller says in this season literally will not pay off on screen for a decade, if ever.
Yeah, all we're going to get is Egg, like, meditating on it, I guess he could.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Yeah,
it's strange.
It's weird.
I don't know if it'll pay off. It's very strange.
It might be the weirdest part of the season.
Thank you, J. Andy Frey.
It says goose egg.
Thank you, Breakdown, who says Charlie Apple's goose egg versus dark egg.
I think, look, from the gumption demonstrated in the live chat, I reckon Charlie's got a good shot.
I really hope we click on the egg, and it's just like a photo of like bald Dexter Sol Ansel. Just thumbs up.
I reckon it's a goose egg, mate. I reckon it's just a goose's egg.
Thank you, Neptune, and thank you, Belandra Delpson, who says, "Great gloogly schwoogly, you're still alive?"
I'm so done.
Anyway, thanks for keeping me company as I wade through Bloodborne Chalice dungeons and procrastinate cleaning the lab.
$1 trillion to Ira Parker.
What has Belandra Delpson got on the slab in the lab?
God. I don't want to know. Neptune Calca says, Knights watch classics if they were taught to read.
I love the idea that someone's playing Bloodborne when there's an actual, like, bloody mess in their laboratory that they're meant to be cleaning, you know?
Knights watch classics if they were taught to read.
Knights watch classics? What do you mean? Like, books that
like
people
Ulysses?
in the Night's Watch would enjoy?
Don Quixote?
Yeah, military history. Yeah, I don't know.
Pride and Prejudice.
Thank you, Mole of America, who says,
Great
my
Expectations.
mum was a beekeeper and my cousins wore bee pins to her recent funeral. I love the chat spamming bees and Glumbus Beesbury casket. Halloween inspo.
That'd go off.
Condolences. Your mother sounds like an amazing person and a beekeeper. Halloween inspo. You gotta go as Clytus and Swift.
How?
Interpret that how you will. At least one of us is a horse.
That's even worse to explain than wearing an Omni Walder shirt.
Thank you, Sarah Josephine, who says, hello, Shwoop and Glumbo. I don't know how you haven't lost cognitive function 7 hours into this.
What do you mean? We clearly have.
We clearly have. We measurably have. Admire your tenacity. Looking forward to whatever shenanigans you get into next. Thank you, Sarah.
Me too. I'm looking forward for this stream being over. However, we're only 5 minutes away from hitting the 7-hour mark, if I'm reading that correctly. So
you've got like a number thing, don't you?
I really do. I really do.
You
But
kept,
like,
like,
could you imagine?
trying
It's gonna be
to-
7 hours.
You kept trying to like release videos at like the anniversary, like you were poring over the moon charts in order to like guide the. It's very, very numerological of
To
you.
drag this stream out for 5 minutes, I will now tell the story
Okay, go for
of
it.
releasing the every Game of Thrones video ranked episode ranked video.
There were multiple releases of that
Yes,
video.
there were, because it got struck for me saying some naughty words a few too many times.
I love the use of the word struck. It's like lightning has struck from the heavens.
Susan Wojcicki threw down her bolt.
Yeah, like Thor
And
Almighty.
hit my video.
You dare to show a nipple on my tech nightmare? We're the government. You're not allowed to have nipples. We own the intertubes. Be smote.
Yeah, so I wanted to put that video out on April, was it 21st, 2021, which was the exact 10th anniversary of Game of Thrones
April
airing.
1st.
April 21st.
20.
Game of Thrones was not an April Fool's joke,
I
though
always-
it may be difficult to convince yourself of that these
I always
days.
thought of it as an elaborate 10-year prank.
I mean, they got us. They got us good.
Mm.
And that also happened to be the day of my brother's wedding. And it was a destination wedding, so I had to like drive for a day and be there for a weekend because it's your brother's wedding, right? You got. I'm a part of the thing. So
Yeah,
like,
but like, didn't your brother understand that your video was really important?
he did. So I actually didn't drive. Another brother picked me up and took me-
How many brothers have you got?
I've enough for as many as the story requires. So I like pulled several all-nighters to get the video done in time for it to be uploaded before I went to this destination wedding, and I got it done, and I got I fucking did it, and it was the first deadline I ever hit in my entire life.
Hell yeah.
And then they struck it for demonetization because it's a few naughty words. And I had to. You were there for this, Mr. Swift. Like, I agonized over re-uploading
Well,
it. Even
I
though
was your brother who was driving you to my other
Yeah.
brother's wedding, right?
one of my brothers, who had to coax me into re-uploading it, a version that wouldn't be demonetized because you knew how much work I put into it. That's the story. It's not that interesting.
What was it demonetized for specifically?
See you next Tuesday.
Oh, see I've been bitten by that as well. That's the one word you're not allowed.
And like,
to say.
I uploaded it with enough time for it to be cleared, like the processing thing, and it's saying like, "Yep, you're good to go. This one can earn money." And then like 2 weeks later, it's like, actually, psych, April Fools."
We have altered the deal.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bringus Kringus, who just wants the stream to keep going. Thank you,
They're on my
Tico,
side.
who says review of the illustrated children's Bible when.
That sounds
That's actually
great.
such a good
That
idea.
sounds awesome.
I think that's more my level.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
my
yeah.
understanding of the Bible, I should probably start with an illustrated children's version, and also we can look at the pictures.
I'm like, oh, that's a pretty picture.
Actually sounds great. Thank you, Azor, my guy, who says, "Do you think when Daniel Ings nails a take, he exclaims, 'That's what the Ings brings'? Conversely, do you think when Sam Sproul flubs a line, he mutters, 'You've made a sprawl of yourself this time'?"
Oh, you found the best audience for that joke.
I've read that comment before. I've seen that exact same comment before.
You've made a sprawl of yourself.
I love the idea that someone,
That's
like,
great.
they believe in their joke so much that they send it twice, you know, in multiple different live streams. And I'm glad you did.
Well, it worked this time.
We got
hey.
to hear Glider's belly laugh again.
Woo, 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 woo. That really took it out of me. And Neptune Kalka is back and says literacy and classicism makes Lord Commander 7 hours. Yeah. Oh my god.
Thank you,
that explains
Majunga262, who says, "Hi, Gladys and Swift. If you see the elusive Alt-Shift ZZZ..." Yep, I did ZZZ.
Wow.
Please tell them I really enjoyed their reading of The Color Out of Space.
Will do if we're ever skulking through the woods and happen upon that specific cryptid.
Alt-Shift ZZZ, yeah, is absolutely a cryptid of some renown, and they're only found in the deepest, darkest corners of libraries near the equator. I think it's time to wrap up this live
On
stream.
a blue moon, specifically. Look, everyone, thanks for joining us. Thanks for listening.
You're really going to stretch it out for 60 more seconds.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my goodness.
And I just want to extend my gratitude to everyone over the years
I think we better wrap it up right now.
who listened to this sentence.
You know, YouTube.
Frederick
changed the time code.
Gustafson says, "Hello, Glimbini and Control Tab Z. Have you guys watched the Chinese animated film Nobody? A spin on a journey to the West where a group of pretenders try to achieve immortality. Can be watched on YouTube. No, I haven't seen that. Thank you, Frederick.
I want to watch.
You've got 4
Pantheon.
seconds.
I want to watch Pantheon.
The stream's over."
Bye.